I want to see if they will still defend Tyler Perry after he just got caught and say that boy. Shit, they probably will. They gonna defend him as long as he dog walking black women. So I don't think they're gonna care because they be saying little boy or people or kids or whatever. So and yeah, that yacht picture sickening. The yacht picture was sick. I'm like, not sick and like is anything wrong, but what is this, honey? What is this? You not beating the allegations, sir. You not beating them. Cause what is this? We not playing with these people. But hey everybody. Hold on, what you said actually. I was just talking about the black PlayStation. Yes. But this how they spelled it, y'all. Look, actually, don't you be spelling it different from how I got it spelled. Because I was already like, wait a minute, is that how it's spelled? But that's how they spelled it when I was looking up for my topic, when I was researching for my topic. So not actually got me second guessing myself. But yeah, y'all. So what made me think about this? And it's a couple things, right? It's all right, girl. Excuse me. What made me think about it was I was watching just randomly like a video about sinners popped up. It was like I think it was this film guy. He always does these. I forget what his YouTube is. He's a YT guy, but he be breaking down like how to beat whatever the movie is. So he was like how to beat sinners. And when he was breaking down the movie, hey free me, some interesting points came up. The scene that a couple scenes stuck out to me.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
Okay, crash out.
Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
Crash out.
Like, just shut up.
You got it, little booty. Go ahead.
Like, please, can all you people just shut up and get a job? Like, do something better with your life, please.
You about to start crying?
Yes, I actually am, because I'm sick to death of you people. Like,
Hello?
oh my days.
Hello?
Oh, so...
Hold on, Kadeem. Let Greg finish.
Oh my... Are you gonna keep waffling as soon as I finish?
Mm-mm.
Alright, I'm done now.
Alright, what you got to say about the prompt?
Oh, bro, who gives a fuck about the prompt? Like, real talk, who cares? Who gives a flying fuck about the prompt?
You are stressed out.
Why are you so disrespectful? Like, I don't understand.
Was I talking to you?
No, but why are you so disrespectful to the lady?
Don't speak
Like,
to
why?
me. I'm
Why
not
are
being
you
disrespectful to the lady. I'm being disrespectful.
Yes, you are. You have a nasty attitude. That's what you have.
Okay. Well, facts don't care about your feelings, mate. Shut the fuck up.
It's not a feeling, it's a fact. And you're nasty.
Exactly. Facts don't care about your feelings, so shut the fuck up.
Your mother. That's you.
Damn.
I'm my mother. This guy can't speak English. Cool.
Fuck your mother, fuck your father, fuck your grandmother, fuck everybody.
That's very disrespectful, mate.
Fuck him. That's what I say.
Very, very disrespectful.
I know you ain't talking, Mr. Irishman, but go on mute and let Kadeem go, and then we gonna.
He's stupid. He's stupid. That's exactly
all right, calm
what
down,
he
little
is.
boy.
He's
Calm
stupid.
down.
All right, go ahead, Kadeem. How you feel about the prompt?
Hello.
Hold on, Kadeem. Yeah, I could barely get my introduction, and these motherfuckers be crashing out. I'm like, Lord, I ain't know I was going to have to change diapers today. But go ahead, Kadeem.
Hello. I feel like the problem, like, I don't see the problem with the films. Sinners is great. I saw that movie and it was fantastic. And Straw, I love that movie too. The ending was crazy, I tell you. I live in Atlanta and Tyler Perry, he does the studio down there. So it's like everything is fine to me. I don't see the problem. Why people say that the black community is being destroyed. I don't understand.
Okay. Go ahead, TD, and then actually.
Um,
Hey.
First of all, the nigga on nigga crime is always crazy. I don't know why I walked into that. Secondly, um, I agree with the Straw film being a black exploitation film because it's basically putting the black woman as the struggling, same tired ass trope that Hollywood does with black women. The black woman can never be the rich, wealthy,
Oh,
successful,
nobody
unbothered woman.
cares. It's a
Hold on, I'm
movie.
not fucking
It's a
talking. You shut the fuck
movie,
up.
please. It's
Nigga, shut
just a
up.
movie.
I'm not your
Calm
mom.
down.
I'm not your mom. Crawl back. Shut up.
It's a
Anyways,
movie. It's never
shut
that
up.
deep.
Shut up. I'm not your mom. Go cry to her. Anyways, as I was saying, uh, oh, well, too bad. Anyways, I'm sorry. He's
No. No, I had to send him on his way. He being too disruptive. But go ahead.
no, but I was gonna say, straw, we get it because it's the same disgusting trope of the struggling black woman, right? The struggling single mother black woman who can't, who has to wait for a black man to save her. Now, Sinners. I didn't really see it as black exploitation. I saw it more as telling the reality of her story and putting light on that and still I don't know, I felt like there was a deeper meaning behind Sinners than just black exploitation, if you get what I mean.
And we gonna dive deeper once I let actually go. But yeah, I'm interested to see what you thought was deeper because I just think that we have just been constantly fed propaganda, and we have been constantly um we have been constantly dealing with motherfuckers pulling the wool over our eyes. That's what I think. I think that the way that we understand things has been like the information we have been given and why we do what we do and why we think certain things are okay is purely by design, I'll say. But we'll get into it a little bit. Go ahead, actually. How you feel? Yeah, Sinners, yeah, I think Sinners is a form of exploitation. Chat, you could come up here if you disagree. I'd appreciate that. Go ahead, actually, baby.
Yeah, so hey y'all.
Hey.
I um I was having a conversation about this because media is so important to like how you were saying that we've been programmed and how we talk about how we've been indoctrinated is so important. So black exploitation films have been doing this for a long time since like the 70s. And it has just been reinforcing harmful stereotypes about us as black people, specifically in America, like the pimps, the drug dealers, and the way that women have been treated on film in these movies has been just like a pillar for the storyline, or like the women don't have like character arcs, or they don't really they don't have character arcs, they don't really fully develop those characters out. And so we have been seeing these type of movies for so long. And then you have movies like Straw, which I didn't see, but I heard a lot of stuff about Straw, which is just classic Tyler Perry just putting a black woman through the ringer for entertainment.
And speaking of which, he's being sued for $260 million, but
I just heard that. I was like,
yeah.
what? And I
But
believe it.
but back to the
But
conversation though.
yes, but yeah, I do want to dig deeper into how y'all think about it. But I definitely was talking about this being a part of um the destruction. I guess so much. I don't know if I was saying it in that way, like destruction, but I was saying that it's a part of indoctrination for us, and it's a part of perpetuating negative stereotypes for us as a people.
Yes, so
So
I agree. And before I let Chad go, because the person chat in the comments, they said that they are from Clarksdale, Mississippi, and it depicted it well. So let me give y'all an understanding of where I'm coming from as it relates to Sinners. I think that it's easy to understand what we see in the movie I'm sorry, the movie Straw, because of how Tyler Perry produces his movies and because of how just overtly traumatizing it is, and the way we view women in general. Like, it is a very comfortable and annoying depiction that we've become accustomed to as it relates to women, especially dealing with somebody like a Tyler Perry. But when I am talking about Sinners, what I think we miss and what I think is ironic is that black men do not realize the propaganda that was in that movie, and they do not realize the role that they keep getting, the way they keep getting depicted. They do not see that. So I'm gonna break it down like this: making the Smokestack Brothers criminals is a problem. It's a constant thing. Making them this hero, them being set apart from the other Negroes is because they're criminal. There is no empathy in their character unless you're talking about the way they deal, and it's a performative. It's a performance. The empathy that they show. If I don't even want to use that word. They're performing this they're performing, how to put this, in some ways they are, I don't think it's their real self, but when they are interacting with the Wati man and when they're interacting with the Chinese couple, it is a performance where they are putting on this they're putting on, or they want to be agreeable. Let me say it like that. They're being agreeable, and they're trying to paint themselves in a certain light when it's with those two. But when it comes to the other black folks, it is pure aggression and dominance. Pure aggression and dominance. So some of the let me tell y'all what I mean by that. What I see happening in Sinners is normalizing intra-community violence. The scene where Smoke pew pews the man who was digging in his truck, and then he pew pewed the other man because he wanted to make sure that nobody would mistake that somebody could even try to rob the Smokestack Brothers. That is him asserting some type of dominance and aggression towards his own community. The other thing is the code switching and the racial power awareness. Him knowing that there's a racial power with the Wati man, and understanding that they was in the Triple K area, and him understanding, even though Chinese folks at the time were marginalized, he knew that their social capital was more than his. So there was a certain amount of awareness there. So it was a code switching, right? He acted with them with some diplomacy, if you will. 3 is internalized racism and performative masculinity. Again, the way he handled those two black men, and him needing to say, let me pew pew the other guy, so it'll be very clear that y'all can't play with the Smokestack Brothers. And the last one is racial hierarchies and respectability. Again, being able to respect and have a certain type of diplomacy as it relates to exchanging the transaction that happened between the Smokestack Brothers and the Wati man, and then the way he was able to negotiate and have some type of uh empathy and understanding diplomacy with the Chinese couple that he did not show as it relates to those two men that he pew pew, but also those who was going to be um in their juke joint. He wanted hard cold cash. He wasn't playing with them folks. He have no understand. They have no understanding, no empathy, no nothing. It was like, nah, y'all Negroes gotta pay. So that's my view, just off the top. That's what I'm talking about. But go ahead, Chad.
I think having Sinners for a black exploitation film, I think it's egregiously funny. I don't even well, first off, to compare, I think having Straw and Sinners in the background is, I don't even know where to begin on how flawed that is. Um, Sinners is probably, I'm not gonna say probably, I think it's one of the best black films in the past 10 years, easily. All time, I don't know where it's going to be, but the past 10 years, it's got to be top five in terms of black films. I think I think Ryan Sinners is better than anything Tyler Perry will ever put out.
It's not a comparison though. Hold on.
What you
It's
got in the
I'm
background?
not comparing them. I'm not saying I'm not like, oh, let's see, like, oh, Ryan Coogler and Tyler Perry are similar. I'm saying that because of how Sinners is put together, we miss this constant exploitation of black
You
people.
missed it.
You missed it
I
because
didn't. I didn't miss it.
okay,
I
go
did
ahead.
not miss it.
Because you said it's the greatest film. How
Yeah.
is it the greatest
Well, can
film?
I
Yeah.
say this about Sinners?
Wait,
Wait.
So
no,
Hold on.
I
hold
ain't gonna
on,
be
30. I
long.
30,
was
no,
muted.
30, hold
I
Hold
gotta
on.
get
on.
back to
I
work,
was muted.
man.
No, who somebody is talking 30, you gotta wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So about Smokestack, like Smokestack were literally allegories about black men and their aspirations for black capitalism. Like that was that was pretty obvious. Um, but for the most part, yeah, the messages in Sinners were pretty obvious. I don't know why you're saying people miss it. It was pretty obvious to
Well,
me.
say what it
I
is,
think
because if you don't agree with what I said, then did you see what did you get out of it? What's
no,
the
no,
obvious
I do
message?
agree. No, I agree with what you're saying, but to say that it was black exploitation is egregious. It's not even remotely close. I think they're in totally two different categories, Sinners, and like not even a debate. Like Sinners is better than anything Tyler Perry will
Hold on,
ever
Chad.
produce. And
Hold on, Chad. You're disagreeing with me, but you're not making the point. Like,
To
how is
make
Sinners isn't
no,
black
how is 30?
exploitation.
No, no, no. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, Sinners is not black exploitation. It's an exploration. There's a difference between black exploitation and black exploration. For example, something like what you call it, Do the Right Thing is black exploration. Something like Insecure is black
And
exploration.
so do the right thing can be black exploitation, but
No, I
sinners
said
is exploration.
exploration. I said black
Oh, okay. I'm
exploration.
sorry. I was going. All
Those
right.
aren't the
Go
same.
ahead.
There's a huge difference between black exploration and black exploitation. Black exploitation, like with Tyler Perry, um, everything that he produces is black exploitation because it makes a mockery of the experiences that black people go through. Whereas black exploration talks about the various things that we've gone through as a people, but it humanizes us. Sinners is not in the same category as anything Tyler Perry's made because it humanizes the black people, even at a time where we were going through hell. So it's not even remotely the same at all. Not even close.
Okay, but I don't think she's comparing the movies. I think she's pointing out the black exploitation in both movies and the tropes where she explains where Smoke and Stack exploit, or first of all, criminals. Like she said, that is a form of black exploitation because why couldn't they been anything else but gangsters and criminals? That's literally the negative stereotype that is always pushed on black men, is that they're gangsters and they're criminals and they're all this and all that. They could have been anything else, but they had to choose them to be criminals. That's number one.
And also
And
TD, oh, go ahead, TD. Go ahead, my baby.
and a number two, the violence they exploited. They did not have to be the violent black man that again falling into the negative stereotype. They didn't have to do that. They could have explained the story the same way they did in the original timeline without exploring the negative stereotypes. So I feel like where Mia is coming from is that they're yes, obviously Straw and Sinners are not the same movie, but they both have the same harmful rhetoric, the same harmful stereotypes as each other.
No, they don't. What? What are we talking?
Okay, so let
Yo,
me
what are we
explain.
talking about?
I don't know why this hard. So so normalize intra-community violence. This is when we first see Smoke and Stack. They are talking to a member of the Triple K. Not only does he give him money, he gives him more money than was necessary. Yeah, they got smart with the man, but the man spit at their feet as a pure. I mean, it was no other way around it. A sign of disrespect, purely. Okay, so hold on. So systematic oppression has created cycles of poverty, limited resource, and trauma that fuel conflict within the community. That is a perfect example of that. They're showing that
I
they're
just want to
making
say
it okay.
Wait, but But Mia, a black film could
But let her
show.
speak. Goddamn, she wasn't even done speaking. Shit.
Yes, she was. I was literally just trying to respond to her.
Well,
Anyway,
I think
Mia,
the
all
30.
I'm saying is,
But go. Okay.
yeah, all I'm saying is, Mia, is that um a black film showing the harmful aspects of the black community does not inherently make it black exploitation. I don't. That doesn't make it inherently black exploitation.
Okay. So, but hold on. I'm gonna address that, but I wanna hold on 1 second. Because
Hmm.
30 minutes say something pretty, because I want to bring them in before I address that. And no, the exploitation is that they are talking about something that happened, that did happen, meaning that the Chinese did come to America and they were in the Delta. That's true. They were able to kind of be in between the blacks and the whites. All that's true. They talk about the racism. That's true. The way that they manipulated black folks into being sharecroppers to keep them out of having access to wealth and social capital. All that's true. But black men having to be criminalized, that doesn't have to be true. This is a made up story. You could have told the same story without connecting black men to crime against each other and to being criminals. But hold on, we're gonna dive into it a little bit more. Go ahead, 30, so you can say what you need to say so that Pretty can talk and then I can
Thank you.
address what Chad was
Thank you
saying.
so much. They weren't just gangsters; they was in an army, and to compare the two movies is crazy
I'm
to
not
me.
comparing the two
All right,
movies.
well, say they to say they fall under the same category as black exploitation. Do you remember what black exploitation movies are? My grandfather used to watch them. They were derogatory. The women were very docile. The women were very much freaky. It was a lot of pimping going on, and it was a lot of pandering going on in those movies. I don't think you remember Rudy Gay Moore. Rudy Gay Moore is known for making black exploitation movies. He was actually a comedian. So when we talk, and also Pam Grier, she was at the forefront of making black exploitation movies. So when we talk about black exploitation movies, I think we got to realize where they started from and how they are. They are comedies. Neither of these movies are comedies. So for you to even say that this is a black exploitation movie is insane to me. But because I never because I don't like Tyler Perry, but I did see Sinners 3 times, and it had a lot of messages, and it had a lot of education that a lot of black people need to catch up on. Unfortunately, we got black people that are going to be left behind because they only care about black women. They don't care about black people as a whole, like
And of
I
course,
do.
anyway, and of course, I don't know why Chad leaves, but go ahead, Pretty, because I know I'm not stupid. I want to be clear. I know I'm not stupid.
Not
I'm
stupid.
supposed to be very clear. I
You're
know
not
I'm not
stupid. They're
stupid.
just too stupid to get it, Mia. You're not stupid because I know exactly where you're coming from.
But that's why I don't be. That's why I don't. If it wouldn't affect women and children, I wouldn't give a damn how y'all depict it. I don't care what y'all do in jail or hell. But whatever. Go ahead, Pretty. Before they about to. I was trying to be nice, but go ahead. Go ahead,
It's
Pretty.
Men's Mental Health Month. This is your due diligence.
And I was trying, Pretty. When I tell you the reason why I've been trying to speak so carefully, like I really been trying to choose. I don't know if y'all know I've been pausing long. I've been really trying to choose my words properly. And these motherfuckers is stupid. But go ahead, Pretty. They got it.
Mia, just be who you are, okay?
Lord, I am. Don't worry about this coming.
Oh my God, you said I've been trying to use all of the words in the dictionary, but y'all want to take me back to the cussing section.
Every time. Every time. I'm gonna turn the lights the comments back on since y'all got the lights up. Or one of
Ah,
my mods turn the comments on because they got the lights up to 10K. Y'all keep tapping though. Go ahead, Pretty. I'm sorry.
okay. Black exploitation films have ruined the black community, or have destroyed the black community. I think it had a hand in it. I don't think that I think any I don't think Sinners is an example of that. I do disagree with that. I do think Tyler Perry movies are definitely black exploitation. I know you're not comparing the two. I think when I thought about Sinners, it's complicated because that is the history of black people. crime among Black men is also a huge part of Black history, right? It could have been depicted another way, but in this case, it was not. I also think there was multiple depictions of Black men in this movie. Obviously, you had the two main characters. You also had the musicians. You had the pastor. You had the church boy. You had sharecroppers. You had multiple examples all through the movie. What I would have liked to see was a Black business owner rather than Asian business owner, but that lends to the complicated history that I think he's trying to tell. When you think about, or when I thought about the spirituality in the movie, I thought about how they were connected by almost their rejection of capitalism in the way of the woman in that part stating, hey, you know what, I would rather use this money rather than using the white people's money, right? So it's almost as if she's making a stand saying, hey, I don't need that, I don't need capitalism, I don't need your definition of success, I'm good with this. And you could see that fight between, was it Straw or was it Stick, I can't remember, whichever one was with the Black woman. You
That was
saw
smoke.
Smoke, exactly. Yeah, so you saw that dialogue between them, that fight between them. Like, he wanted to embrace capitalism, so he was doing it by any means, which is the complicated nature of blacks in the diaspora, right? It's like, do we tie to it? Do we reject it? And do we connect with spirituality? Do we embrace religion? Like, this back and forth, back and forth. That is our story. And I think that, like, when I really watched it, and I watched it twice, I like took notes because there were so many things I got from it, and it was all so complicated. And because of that, like, I thought it was beautiful because it told a story of just how complicated our history is. And so I don't think it's exploitation. I thought this was a discovery, and it is going to be complicated. It's going to be painful. There's going to be tropes. But I don't think that was the intention.
No, and what I think is this hard for me because she wasn't rejecting capitalism. To me, the money, the plantation money, is a form of the capitalism too. But it's like to me, it's like the ties to bondage, right? So she was rejecting one thing while holding on to what was comfortable, and to me that's the role, what it is to be a into what was comfortable. And to me that's the role, what it is to be a Black woman, is that we are supposed to be put in this certain this light where it's like we are so honorable, and we are just in this certain this light where it's like we are so honorable, and we just take what, like, we just so humble, we don't want anything more, while Black men get to have this, like you said, by any means necessary, even if it means destroying them and ever, while Black men get to have this, like you said, by any means necessary, even if it means destroying them and everybody else around them. That to me, that wasn't her rejecting capitalism, that was her staying in the role of servitude, right? That wasn't her rejecting capitalism, that was her staying in the role of servitude, right? Because that's all she's worth. And then on top of that, not only is that all she worth, but you leave me after our child, you abandon me through my worth, but you leave me after our child, you abandon me through my grief of our child, and you go off to make your things come true, and you come back and bend me over my furniture. To me, that was uncomfortable for me, but I'm not saying that it doesn't represent certain things that happen. That's not what my issue is. My issue is in us being so comfortable with certain things that if it's not exploitation and we are tied to criminality, then say it ain't so. We fucking criminals. We are that tied to criminality. You mean to tell me two men who went to the military couldn't just come home from the military and maybe start a business, or maybe start working, or try to maybe get into civil rights? Like, you mean to tell me we gotta go into crime? We, like, that has to be a part of our story, is the criminality. That is the part that I'm pointing out, and it's not just that, right? That part is not exactly what I'm really talking about. I wanna point out how we're getting conditioned to be comfortable with certain things. So with the intra-community violence, we are acting like constantly seeing on the screen a black man who has awareness where he is showing strategic deference, careful politeness, and diplomacy as it relates to those Chinese people who run that store. He shows diplomacy. It might not be as polite, but he definitely was showing diplomacy as it relates to the YT man who was selling the juke joint. He wanted to be, they presented themselves non-threatening and somewhat agreeable, or able to negotiate with those two people. But when it came to the person who was rummaging through his stolen goods, he not only pew that person, which, hey, you might say whatever, it was right there, it needed to happen, he didn't know what was going on, but he made a point to pew the other black men, to let them Negroes know you can't fuck with Smoking Stack, whilst the YT man was able to do what he was able to do. And the Chinese man and the Chinese woman is able to play in his face. And they very much professional and prim and proper. Why do we keep getting why do we have to keep seeing that? Do y'all not believe that is going to be ingrained in us, and that is how we're going to continue to behave? That's why I think it's exploitation. It's making it normal. It's acting like that's a normal way to be with no other explanation. Not pointing out like, whoa, this is crazy. Nobody was like, dang, Smoke, if you knew who he was, why you did it? What the hell going on? Nobody said that. It was like, oh yeah, like Negroes get shot every day, B. Like, what's the big deal? That's what I'm talking about. And I'm going to just leave it at that first part because I see Dark Horse up here. And then we'll open it up and maybe I'll understand where I'm coming from better. Go ahead, Dark Horse.
Hey, baby. I just wanted to come up. Hey, everyone. I wanted to come up and say that the argument that's being made, and pretty, I think we've done this, not me and you, but me has done this live, and we talked about this movie like so much. So you and others are like, hey, but that is an accurate depiction of what happened in that time. And then I think that's how everything is getting swept under the rug, because that was someone's life or many men's life. The issue is the same people who are making the argument that no, that's what was happening. If we were to all men and we were to say all y'all like that, they want to defend and say, no, not all men are like that. So the same people who are embracing, hey, this is just a moment in time. There were some people who did this thing, so don't say that it's not accurate. It is absolutely accurate. That happened, right? So that part is okay, and that is just all that we leave it at. And Mia is saying there could have been another scenario. So Mia is actually saying it wasn't all. But the people who are supporting when it's exploitation because it may have been accurate for one person's timeline, they're also not the same people who say don't all of us. So if I say, well, all y'all was criminals and all y'all was black on black and all y'all was coons, all that kind of stuff. No, it was some other good men out there. That's what we're saying. You keep running into the point that that's the version they're choosing. We know that wasn't the only version. That wasn't the only choice. That wasn't the only timeline. But that's the one that keeps getting pushed to the front and everyone accepts it. But when we have these conversations about, well, all of them are doing it. No, they're not all. You can't battle both sides. That's what we're saying. So if we're saying no, that depiction needs to fucking stop. We've seen it too many times, and I don't want it to be the only depiction of me.
And
And I'm
Dark
talking
Horse,
about as a black woman. Go ahead, baby.
That's why they're saying Tyler Perry has exploitation films, because Tyler Perry keep on creating this same woman in like Janaya and Straw. But there are women who experience, like, he not lying about this situation. Like, there is a spiral that happens, but the reason why we call him an exploitation filmmaker is because that's all he shows. So I'm saying on the opposite end of it, and thank you, Dark Horse, for really like getting to the point. I'm simply saying on the opposite end of it, making our black men in every situation be tied to criminality is weird. Like, is it that true? Is it like so? Is so we gonna say that that's true, and then we're gonna miss the part about how that's hegemonic masculinity, and they are doing whatever they could do to get to capitalism, to get to have a piece of the patriarchy, and even if you bring up the other people that's in there, it's the prisons outside scene, it's the same story that's weird, that makes it seem like it happened all the time. It's so many different parts, but those men who did, like the preacher boy, his association with these criminals is a problem too. Them wanting to have money from this criminal is a problem too. So whether they did the crime, they are dealing with stolen property. They're all operating as criminals. You cannot
Ooh, ooh,
separate
ooh.
any of
Hold
them
on.
to me. Go ahead.
Downstairs, Obey just said America is built on criminality. You're running into the point. So the
Exactly.
fact that they're right, that YT people came in here and built this shit on criminality, and you're saying, ooh, pick me, I want to do the same thing, is proving the point that you guys are chasing the white man. You want to do the same thing instead of saying, yo, that's not okay. You're saying, no, 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 I can do it too. I want the same thing, and you didn't like it when it was done to you. It's fucking crazy. Stop running into the point. We're saying that it needs to stop. There has to be a change, and it starts upstairs. But every show, forget the ones that are on the backdrop right here, excuse me, on the prompt. There are shows where even if a black family has a business, there's drama and criminality in the background. They are legally a judge. They are legally a restaurant owner, whatever it is. There's still criminality that's running through it. We still can't have a depiction that doesn't involve us doing some illegal shit, even under fucking legal businesses. So, but anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. I ain't gonna start dropping all those shows. You know what I'm talking about? What we see,
I
right?
do.
There has
Empire
to be
is
it. Yeah, right. Whatever industry it is, it can be music. Like I said, it could be a restaurant business, whatever it is. We have our side money, and now we're doing some illegal shit and flipping it, or what have you. It's still reaching for that part that built this place the way that it is, that we can't stand being in. We don't like it. However, that's what we still, there's people who are in the NFL who take their winnings and then said they're gonna go ahead and flip their money on the streets. They cannot stop, have legal money and cannot. So that's the mentality. And Mia's trying to get us to understand that that propaganda that's continuous, obscene at this point. I'm sorry, I'm talking too
No,
much. But
no.
yeah, go ahead.
And I'm gonna address something in the comments, but I'm gonna let y'all go because Sage haven't said anything. Go ahead, Sage, and then we'll open up the panel.
Hey, hey.
Hey.
I just find it weird that people are taking Sinners, for instance, and saying that this is our actual life. This movie has fucking vampires in it. It's a fantasy movie. And like their story, like vampires alone is a story on its own. They could have wrote about vampires coming to the juke joint without all of that other stuff. That's the thing. We always have to include black trauma. Y'all don't get sick of that shit?
And crime, black trauma and
And
crime.
crime, yes. And of course, men aren't going to care because women is normally the women and children are normally the casualties. Y'all are the ones running by and pew pewing up birthday parties and shit. So of course y'all don't understand. Y'all like that stupid Wild Wild West lifestyle. But it was a movie. Like I don't. Can a bitch get a dragon?
Mhm.
Right.
Why? Like why I gotta get heartbreak?
Let me be a Cersei But Lannister. Let me but sit on the Sag, you throne. got to realize we're so used to getting so many crumbs that the crumbs were, it's usually a light-skinned slim woman. So I'm so excited. And I'm telling y'all, I was so excited, like, ooh, the love interest or whatever is a plus size, voluptuous, and she's dark skinned, natural hair. That was such a reach for me. Like I went to the moon, but it's because I've been getting crumbs and I was never supposed to continue to see the same type of woman in these roles over and over again. But that's how bad it is. That should let you know that we all like was grabbing
You
our
know,
seats
damn, y'all
like,
already got the Little
"Can you stop
Mermaid.
interrupting people and shut the fuck up?
Don't y'all got the Little Mermaid?
Shut
What's wrong with the
up."
Be
Little
quiet. It
Mermaid?
ain't your turn.
Like shut the
Actually,
fuck
that point,
up.
Right.
actually, 30's point actually makes he actually is making a point. It's not the
Oh, I
point that
don't
he's
really
trying to
care.
make.
Dark Horse was
Hold on,
talking.
TV, don't cut me off.
I'm sorry, but
But I'm
she
saying
was.
his point is that we have to take 100-year-old movies just to get a freaking fantasy black person. I was excited about Sinners because I'm like, oh, black vampires. This nigga had a chance to
I'm not
make full grills with fangs, right? Like I was excited about fantasy for black people. But no, 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 no. What do we get? We still get a woman carrying the burden of a man, even though she protected him his whole life. He's still up there blaming her for the baby unalive. And after all that shit she did, she literally kept this dude alive with all the stuff that he was doing in the streets. So it's black women's labor, is trauma corn. We could have just had a vampire movie. Like I'm not understanding this. Y'all are saying that YT people are the biggest criminals, but they write fucking Hallmark movies. They don't they're not talking about past and all the stuff that they do all the time. They get freedom. Black people don't get that. We only get one genre, and that shit with 30 round in it. Nobody want to see niggas like 30 round all the time.
Ooh, you just said it. Where the black rom coms at?
Don't
Sad.
nobody
Where the black rom coms
let
at?
me say,
Even Dark Horse,
no,
even if it is,
fuck that. Don't nobody want to see. Don't
who's
nobody want
screaming.
Because I
listen.
said Pretty would have raised her hand. Let Pretty go and well, she didn't raise her hand, but she said something. Go ahead,
No,
Pretty.
I was like, what 30? What is going on?
Just keep them lifted in prayer. But go ahead.
I'm not listening to him in prayer. He can he can pray for himself.
I'm gonna
Mm.
say that like I was less attached to the romance side of it. I'm gonna be real.
Mm-hmm.
I did not enjoy the romance between Michael B and the black woman. Because it didn't feel authentic to me and it definitely just felt one-sided, right? Like she was praying for him, all this stuff. Similarly, I felt as though the dynamic between the YT lady and the other guy was typical, right? Like it's typical the story told of the YT woman's going to get the black guy in trouble, right? Like that's it. It's a typical story, but I felt the part that got me honestly was the spirituality aspect, and the part that I focused on was capitalism aspect. So those were my focal points. The parts I focused on was what's up.
I said no. I'm saying mine too at first. I just want y'all to open up like the third eye that I did because I too had the same.
When I thought about it, like the parts that resonated with me was that, right? Like I was like, like I grew up where there was a strong tie, like in Jamaica, like there's a strong dynamic and duality of stark religion and high spirituality of Abia, right? So like that resonated with me because I was like, that's exactly how how our culture feels sometimes, right? And I think like to see that it exists in some parts here and like to kind of understand like from a musical perspective, like that's the part that resonated with me. I think also letting in the devil, with the conversation and dynamic of we're running out of new money. So now we need to go out there and we need to invite them in because they can get us money. That was the part that felt to me that it was almost a contamination of something that worked for black people. And I understand like the sharecropper money might be something that's tying them to slavery in a way, but I felt like it was something that they owned. So it's complicated, and that's why I still appreciate the movie because there's just so much to unpack. But I don't think like when I really really think about it, because of the fact that this country as a whole was built on criminality, because of the fact that that is what I saw them trying to desperately lean into exactly how the YT people did it. They were trying to mirror it, and in the end they both lost. That for me was the point. Like in the end they both lost.
Real quick, because you said that, because you talking about the part when, for the two things, the part when I forget her Annie when she didn't want to take the capitalist money, but she wanted to keep the plantation money. You saying that you get the tie to the enslavement or bondage, but
Mhm.
at least it was something that she owned.
It was something they owned,
They
like
own.
the people, like black people. Like when they walked into the club, you know, saw how they were giving their money, and it was almost as if like one of the twins was like, "Hey, like, but they're enjoying themselves. We're having a good time. This is something for us." And the other one's like, "Well, we don't have enough of the white people's money, so we need to get more of that." And that's that dynamic to me, them being twins but being on complete different sides of the fence, when it comes to their ideas of like how they should be quote unquote successful. That was the part to me, like that's the dynamic. And then while he's speaking and he's saying, hey, we don't have enough of actual money, here you go, Stack on the other side is having this conversation with the YT ladies saying, hey, let me go talk to those people, they can give us more of the YT money,
Right, but what
right?
I'm saying is like, but that's the thing, that's because like them being sharecrop, like them, the money that they had is because the people, the YT people found a clever way to enslave them and bypass, circumvent the law. So the that wood money was nothing. It was nothing at all. Like it wouldn't give them anything outside of where they were. The other thing, and it's so much I want to touch on with that, but you had said, damn, I forgot your last point. Oh my God, I want to talk about it. But
Validate one, because that's the part I almost walked out of the movie on. At the very end, I didn't realize how invested I was in the spirituality part. I was standing up in my seat with my purse like on my elbow, like, yo, if you go back to this church, if you go back to this church, but that's my deep rooted. Like, you saw all of my goddamn trauma like coming up. Like, please, 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 please. I said, I swear, if you go back to this church and then go back into this fold, I'm walking the fuck out on the movie, because that's how invested I was on that part of it. And when he didn't, and when he left out of there, like the relief, like it just washed over me. I was like, finally, like we are not pushing this trope. So I was focused on that particular trope too. So she touched on the spirituality as well.
yeah, no, I was in because I'm gonna let Ashley go, but no, I was about to say about the criminality. The thing is, we do not win if you say it, because this is what it boils down to. We're not mad about. We don't want to work together to call out the criminality that this country was built on and shake the we like sorry y'all, we don't want to shake the table that is this country was built on criminality and it has harmed so many people. We cannot continue this. We need to move this out of it. No, we want to participate in criminality, we just don't want to be the ones that's marginalized. So when we say that, oh, this country was built on criminality, so they want to tap into that because they didn't they we are where we are because we didn't play their rules, is sickening, because the only way that you can participate in those rules is if you do it intra-community wise. Though that's why Smoking said the abuse that they, or the way that they participated in the criminality, was they were soft and had diplomacy with the very one who they said was criminal, and they were abusive and harsh to the people that they relate to because they don't respect, they don't value black lives. It worked. So the system doesn't have to do anything. That's why, based on what y'all said, YT people can make Hallmark films because we doing the work. We making TV. We got it. We're doing it. So I want us to make sure we understand when people in the comments are like, oh, well, that's why where we at, because we didn't play by the rules. So yeah, you're gonna shake up your own house. The juke joint is not beneficial to the community. The juke joint is for them to get them drunk off of their booze and for them to exploit black people the way that they was exploited, because they didn't give a fuck about black people. Smoke and Stack don't give a fuck about black people. They wanted a piece of what the YT man had, and they tried to take a page out their book, and they came down to them country bumpkins, and they was gonna raw them out worse than the Triple K was. That was their plan. I think, to me, that's exploitative. Because why are we pushing this message that to be in this country is to buy into this criminality that hurts the people that was hurt the most? It's weird, but go ahead.
I'm
Go,
saying
go.
they both lost. That's why I
Okay.
ended it with that by
Okay.
saying, like, at the end, they both lost. And I think that was the point. It's like, you're going to
I
lose,
got you.
right? Like, you're
Okay.
not going to win.
Okay, I agree with you, but somebody else in the comments said it too about the rules. But yeah, I'm sorry if I missed your point, but you're right. But actually wanted to say something.
TD was. I mean, 30 was first, and
No,
then
I
TD.
actually
Oh,
I was supposed to go after Pretty.
It
Oh,
was
okay.
no, it was 30.
Everybody gonna skip
So
me
she
anyway, so y'all gonna get it out the way. Y'all gonna skip me anyway. Don't get out the way.
Okay, go ahead,
I mean,
TD. Then actually.
she can go and just. I forgot what I was going to say.
okay.
Okay.
Actually, no,
I
actually,
was saying, oh Lord, about
no.
30. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know why we don't see more films about Black wealth. And I'm not talking, and when I say Black wealth, I don't necessarily mean like monetarily wealth. I mean like rich in our culture, standing proud in our culture. You know, something that we're like basically where we're the ones on top. And again, not in a colonial white supremacist way on top, meaning that we were authentically ourselves before slavery and colonization. Why don't we see films like that?
Right. Cause this where the money at. Go
Can I
ahead. Oh,
can I say this?
go
We do
ahead.
have we do have films and series like that. Y'all just don't reach out to look at them because it's not because it's not
Yeah,
entertaining.
Get a better Wi-Fi
I'm not. I'm
connection.
on. Chill out, bro. I got my headphones in.
Well,
Look,
take them out
I,
because you sound muffled.
I'm trying not to yell at you.
Let him talk.
Stop talking over me and let me talk. All right.
Can't hear
So,
you.
It's okay. We let him go. Let him say it. Go ahead.
all right.
30.
Okay, so y'all don't find those type of movies entertaining anyway, so that's why you feel that type of way. You have different examples. You have Bridgerton, Love and Basketball. You have all of these movies, but when it's time for Black Americans to talk about our past and our trauma and stuff that happened with us in movies, even Italians do it with Godfather, Casino, all of these other movies. But y'all sit up and demonize Black Americans for having those type of movies. We can't change the past, but we can shine a light on it. You also have Red Tails. You have the movie about Malcolm X with Denzel Washington. You have several movies that depict black people in great roles, but it's not entertaining to you.
You, because I'm about to watch Beyond the Gates, which is a black soap opera. So I don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead. Was it? Go ahead. Actually,
Yeah.
Hello, can y'all hear me? I
Yeah.
didn't even know I was off mute.
Yeah. You good?
Um, okay, so Um, yeah, so there was a couple of things that I wanted to touch on. One that black exploitation films over time, like when I first got up here, I was talking about how black exploitation films have, been around since the 70s and all these things. Which is they also evolve over time, right? So what we saw in the 70s with 30 originally got here on here crashing out about is that, oh, these films were this way and they were funny and they were this, but that doesn't mean that those films have to be that same exact way over time. They evolve. And so still pushing stereotypical tropes about black people would be considered black exploitation. So I'm with Sagittarius when she was saying that why did it have to be a Smade movie? Why did it have to be based in certain things? Like why did it have to be criminals? You could have went full on fantasy. Because when I first seen it on paper, when they were first talking about the movie on Twitter, I literally rolled my eyes at the fact that they were getting ready to put it in the time period that they were, and they used the word Smaves to describe what the movie was going to be. And I was like, why are they not just going full on vampire, full on fantasy with this? So that had confused me, and I actually didn't watch any of the trailers or anything about it because of that. I still want to go see it, of course, and I did enjoy the movie. I think that two things can be true, but I just think that this is such a good way of unpacking what we're seeing, because when we're talking about how it affects the children, we have to realize that children are going to grow up and this is going to be possibly one of their classic black films that they watch and they can go back to, but there's going to be those stereotypical tropes in there. So I think it's good to unpack, recognize it, and also talk about it. And I'll land there.
Oh, I agree. Oh, I'm sorry, Mia. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree 100%. I feel like because Sinners personally, I didn't feel as much because I get what you're saying, where you come from with the blacks with the exploitation tropes in there, and that there definitely were. Like I'm not refuting that, but I personally didn't see it as an exploited film. I saw it as a film narrating our experiences, and when they used vampires, because at first I was stumped, like why didn't they go full fantasy? But now I got it. But I got it because the colonization is basically like vampirism. They suck. They take and take and take, and they don't give you anything in return. So I understood it from that lens of like why they were using vampires, and they were tying it back to the story. I got that because again, colonialism is like vampirism. You don't. They just take from you. They don't give you anything back. But more importantly, it goes back to my earlier point. Why can't we make profitable black films about black success? Like, why can't we just do that? Like,
But
I
I
feel
also think the reason. Go ahead, my bad. That's what
no,
you-
because I know this is gonna sound stupid, but the reboot of the Gossip Girl, that's again, that it was a diverse cast and it was about diverse people. Like, yes, it was about capitalism and wealth, but a lot of the black people were not, the stereotypical downtrodden black people. They were heiresses to billion-dollar empires, and seeing it from that lens, like, why can't we get more of that instead of,
But I think to me, I think what I'm saying too, we are so conditioned to be okay. And this is the problem. This what hurts us. This is why I was talking about how the black community centers men and we coddle them. The reason when you think back in the past, we're gonna talk about this tomorrow. When we think about some of our supposedly revolutionaries, they're attached to criminality. We be marching and protesting for deplorable behavior hidden behind our oppression because we are accustomed to it. We have gotten used to it. To us, it is cool. It's like cool at school to see criminality because those they were criminals, but we supposed to feel like we're supposed to feel a way about the triple K and have empathy for Smoking Stack, even though they were willing to harm those black men to make a point in the same way that the Triple K be harming black men to make a point. But we're supposed to be like, how dare the Triple K do that? And we're supposed to be okay. And it's supposed to be cool. And we're supposed to see this. We're supposed to see ourselves in it. It's not revolutionary. Seeing black men coldly be able to pew pew black men is not okay. It is exploitative. I'm sorry, to me. It is.
You're right, Mia. The word um oh, the color purple is trauma corn. What are you talking about? Oh, it's the exact same thing we're talking about. But desensitized is a word that I would use because we're so used to being fed it. Um,
Actually, don't know she on.
yeah,
Okay.
we're so used to being fed that we don't see a problem with it because we're desensitized. Seeing somebody get pew pew down in a parking lot in front of children should actually we should not just like look at that and be like, oh, okay, we're desensitized.
No, so I saw the actions. No, no, no. I don't see the actions of the Triple K as being judicial. I guess is what you're saying. No, no, I'm saying y'all do. I'm saying that y'all you can't have two ideas. You can't say it's okay for you like when the argument gets had when Grace's YT folks have the conversation about black on black crime and they say that y'all only get mad when it's a YT officer or when it's the officer doing it, the way we have rationalized that, the way we hear that, rightfully so, is a defensive, right? Because who the fuck are you? Like you don't got the moral high ground to be talking. But I am a part of the black community, and I'm telling you that in a movie, in a span of a few minutes, we are understanding that the triple K is a threat to black men, because that's what because we remember, black women ain't really in this oppression. Y'all act like we somewhere floating on clouds and eating honey buns, but y'all are saying that the triple K went after black men. There's a scene where the drunk musician talks about a situation where a black man ended up incarcerated, or ended up on a chain gang is the word he used, or maybe he said being lynched because he looked at a YT woman. We're understanding that these things are happening, right? These deplorable, horrible, atrocious injustices are happening at the hands of these triple K members, right? But then we also go to a scene where Smoke in front of everybody, cold-heartedly pew pews this man, and then the other man he pew pews to let y'all Negroes know what time it is. And we would be, if he was to be in that moment, if when he pew pewed that man, and let's say the triple K grabbed him, took him, and had a picnic with him, if y'all know what I'm putting down, the history books would say, oh my God, that was crazy. Like, why they do that? But what about the other black man that he did that to in the middle of fucking everybody? Like, we can't talk about that. We're so desensitized. Like, we are so desensitized to it. So that tells me we don't give a fuck about anything. If we can't say, whoa, 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 why are you doing this? Why we have this situation happening where you got him being cold with these black men, doing it to protect his ego and perform this aggression, which is hegemonic masculinity, and then turn around and be like, oh my God, what they're doing is crazy. But they're doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing. So we need to call it out, because we're not winning. Because that means that black man who got pew pew has to worry about smoking stack and the triple K. That's a lot for
Correct.
black folks to be worried about.
Correct. And then the man tried to back out of it and was like, my bad, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was yours, blah, 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 pow. Still got it. So, like, he was like, no, 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 I am on your side. If I knew it was you, we brothers. Hey, 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 see me, see me. And he didn't care. Like, I don't know. A lot of parts are just being missed.
And that's what, so, I don't know. Go ahead, Sage, because I was going to read something.
Okay, I was just saying that I actually did like the part when preacher started praying and it didn't do shit, because it don't do shit any other
I
time.
don't remember that part.
He when Remick, I only seen Sinners once, by the way. I don't understand why people seen it that many times. But when Remick, whatever his name is, when he was in the pool, when he was in the water and he grabbed preacher, and preacher started praying, and Remick finished the prayer. Um, I like that part.
So, I'm just making sure. So I want to look at this. So it says, violence within the community is often about power, not just crime. So many acts of violence in the black communities are less about beef and more about performing dominance in an environment where people feel powerless. This power is rarely challenged outward toward the institutions or systems, so it gets redirected inward. And an example they give is a man unalives another black man over a minor slight, but won't say anything to a judge who give him 40 years. He doesn't challenge the system, he submits to it. I think that's important, and it showed up in, again, the diplomacy that they had. Now at the end, of course, we do see, because Rennet, whatever, how you say his name, he had warned Stack, I mean Smoke, that the triple K was coming, because he could foresee that was happening, that was a plan. And of course he did fight back in that situation. I think that was supposed to be showing how I'm sure it's supposed to had showed something, but I want y'all to understand this. If it wasn't for the warning and it wasn't for the realistic threat, Smoke wouldn't have, it would have never been a plan. It was never in the plan to get back at them. It was in the plan to run that juke joint and get money off of the for us by us. We have to be very clear about that. It was only because he was already accepting that his life was over. He was ready to be a martyr. He didn't care. To me, that was very much similar to what we see when a motherfucker just crash all the way out. Like, what difference do it make? It was self unaliving, doing that. Like, he didn't care at that point. He wasn't concerned. He didn't care about that act, him doing that, how it would affect those sharecroppers who didn't have nothing to do with smoking stack, stealing from Al Capone, coming down there trying to open up a fucking juke joint. Um, he don't care what the community is about to face with him doing that. He didn't give a fuck. He was on his way out. That man said, "I'm Nat Turner, circa 1931." Like, he did not care, and I think that we can see it as this heroic thing because we believe that revolutionary. We have been convinced that revolutionary violence in that way is supposed to be beautiful. We supposed to hold that up high when the reality is it be fucking everybody else. It fucks up everybody else because instead of us saying, "Hey," and I wrote this down. I think that because we was talking about this. I think it was Tara who gave me this idea, or maybe it was you, Dark Horse. I don't know. Instead of us challenging what the system is and really breaking it down, changing up what the culture is, and really doing the work on a systematic level, we in turn accept that we're going to do the work. We're just doing their job for them. We really don't need the YT people to be our overseers in that way because we're doing it ourselves. We are going to do it ourselves. And instead of us saying, hold on, hold on, hold on, this is systematic racism that we got to fight. So how can we go about challenging it? Not laying on our bed, not being these docile beings. Not it don't have to be either Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. It's us being able to say, hold on, we got to have a real change, and us going out in a blaze, pew pews ablazing in a blaze of glory is not going to do it. That's not going to help the children and the women. So go
Say something before Rasta. Like,
yeah, go ahead.
okay, so 30. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. Did you like Annie?
Did I like Annie? Talk about the movie with Jamie Foxx.
No, no, no. Annie is that guy's girlfriend in the movie.
Oh, did I, oh yeah, I was feeling her.
Okay. That's crazy because you called me the devil for practicing the same thing that she does. But I'm gonna go ahead and mute you back up. But yeah, so
Why I called you the devil for that?
no, I actually don't care. I was just asking. So yeah, pretty intellectual.
Why
She
did you
did.
ask me?
No, I don't care. I was just asking if you
So
because
why did you ask me if you don't care?
oh no, I really don't. I was just pointing out the hypocrisy. That's all. My point was with asking that is that as long as that woman was in substitute to that man, 30 was gonna like her. I got a mojo bag in my car just like that I had since I've been driving. But pretty intellectual did bring up the spiritual aspect. She said she mentioned obia, which is culturally hers, but
Yeah.
ours is like hoodoo. So I did actually kind of like how they didn't demonize that in the movie, even though they used her gift to survive. I do like I could actually appreciate that.
Sure. And I think like that was another thing like that I noticed in as the movie was starting, like as I was watching it, literally as soon as it started rolling, my husband looked at me and was like, "What do you want to bet she's going to have to save everybody?" And it just like it just played into just the whole black woman as the superhero kind of thing. Like
We
you
it
won't listen, you don't.
dehumanizes her.
Hmm?
Because what this dude, like, he didn't
Like
deserve her
Let her
protection. He
wait. I'm
loved
sorry.
her.
I didn't mean to.
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
mean
pretty.
to add to what she said. I'm saying okay, Tam. It dehumanizes us to put us
yeah,
in this exceptional role. But go ahead.
100%. Like it's just always a role of service, right? Like, and it's not even one that's honored and appreciated. It's one that's discarded until it's needed and necessary. And
Right.
even when it gets utilized and you get saved by it, you still don't appreciate it, right? Like the whole part when she was like, like she gave him the necklace and she's like, what do you think? Like, what do you think I've been doing this whole time? And like he was like, "Oh, you're telling me this is what saved me," and it was just that he disregarded her completely, and like what she actually did for him, and then she continued to do it, and then throughout the entire movie, when he found out she couldn't save his brother, then she made that her when he made that her fault too, right? It was like, "You can't save my brother," and she's like, "I can't do that now." Like, he done just got eaten by a
Romantic.
vampire. Like, what
Right.
am I supposed to do about that? And it's
Yeah,
almost
but
like he looked at her with this look of betrayal, and that was, to me, it was such a it was symbolic of a lot of times when you, as a black woman, like, you almost see them walking into the fire, like, "Hey, don't do that, don't do that," and then you get scalded and burnt, and I'm like, "Okay, I'll put some water on you and pour you off, I mean, and like, out the fire." But then now it's like, "Oh, you can't fix these burns." No, no, you did that all on your own. You got yourself here. But somehow still you get that look of betrayal, and it's always up to the black woman to fix it, right? Even though you did it to yourself. And I thought that was very symbolic.
he didn't even deserve her protection,
At
honestly.
all.
This dude deserved to have his head sit back in the bag.
In any capacity. I felt like Stack got what he deserved with that white tea lady, but Smoke did not deserve that black lady. She ended up
I feel
unaliving
like
for his
But
dumbass.
hold on, 30. But pretty, the thing that's interesting to me is like you get exactly what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, I'm fighting for my life because I'm like, I know she gets what I'm saying, and you
I get
do.
exactly what you're saying.
Like
I
you
just
are.
think,
That's exactly what I'm
yeah.
saying. I get, but I get you. I get the point you make. I get it. But I just think we could. I just think we condition a certain type of way too, and that's what makes us be able to. I think that's what makes us see past certain things, if that makes sense. Certain things. I guess what I'm saying is, I know those who gonna get it, but the reason why it's not on your brain in the way it is mine is because we are conditioned to think this a certain type of way about things and to see things on a broader in a broader way, and because the movie was done beautifully. It was a lot of beautiful things that happened, a lot of important, accurate things. When it was, I get what you're saying. Oh, you wish it was a black store owner. No, they needed that Chinese aspect in it because they got that shit almost to the T. There's
Oh
a
yeah, that's another
documentary.
part. It's another aspect to the
That's a doc.
yeah, the symbolism.
Yeah,
Hmm.
there's a documentary that was like, if you watch Sinners and then went into that documentary, you'd be like, wait a minute, is this the extended version? Like, it is. No, that was spot on. And I don't know if you ever seen the movie Mississippi Burning, but there's a documentary that talks about Mississippi Burning and all what happened, and that's where they introduced the Chinese people and the Hispanic part. But that's another story. But anywho, the
that's a
point I'm
good.
saying is that Tyler Perry is so overt with his, like, it, he do the, he don't have, it's no creativity in it. It's nothing else but a dramatized version of it. Whereas Sinners was a very much historic. It was historically accurate, but I do not either he's right that anytime we think about it, and maybe that's what the truth is, and maybe that's the hard pill for me to swallow because I be trolling, but maybe it's true because of how the patriarchy is. I've been right. We can't have a movie without connecting black men to criminality because for them to participate in the patriarchy, that's their manhood comes first, and to be a man is to have certain resources, and when you can't get them, you have to commit crime. And the other part is then we got to stop being Annie. We got to stop being Annie.
Annie, yes, yes, literally, that's exactly how I felt walking out of there. I was like, and she died for this dumbass. She could have stayed home. Like, it's.
Nah, and
I'm sorry, unalived. Whoops.
Annie, hold on, let me say this. Annie did her job as a woman in the 1930s in Mississippi. She did her job, and that was her job. Now, what was she doing? All right. Oh yeah, I like that. What was she doing? She was protecting that brother. She loved him. That's why she let him do
So
that.
black women supposed to protect black men, and YT men protect white YT women makes
No, no,
sense.
no. He protected her too, but she liked being bent over.
Protected her. He hit her in the heart. I don't care if it was because of
She
the
always do that.
zombies. I oh well.
Somebody, that little nigga coming home with me. I don't care if you're a vampire. Like if you ever seen Shaun of the Unalived, it's a kooky YT movie. But his friend got turned into a zombie. He was like, okay, this is my friend. I will put him in some chains. We gonna sit in the basement. He gonna run. We gonna watch movies.
And you know what I think is another thing that's interesting, cause y'all gonna be upset. So y'all brace yourself. Hold on to your garlic in a jar or something. Um, Whenever they tell, let me tell you something. If we really sit and think about, oh, there is a connection, you have to include certain things when you talking about the history of black men and in this society. Then we'll have to admit that there's something left off. And let me give y'all the example again. Those who coming in, if you think about what happened with Smoke, right? From him pew pewing those two black men and the reason he gave for doing it in a state that is hyper aggressive towards black folk. You can't look at a motherfucker wrong without being strange fruit. I mean, it was sickening. So they say, right? If that's true that you're willing to do that and you're not concerned about any repercussions because you know black people are disposable, and then you would also be written in the history books of being a victim of the racism by the Triple K, and we would be holding candles and oh my God, Smoke was amazing and this and the third, and they unalived him, and we would have that idea, but you would leave off how many black men that you have unalived or how many black people you have harmed. Could it be possible that when that drunk musician was talking about his friend supposedly being harmed because he was looking at a YT woman, would it be remiss of us to excuse the reality that might be they was obsessed with them women? Or would y'all cancel me for Christmas? Maybe when we get the story, this story of oh my God, maybe it's more to some of the stories. Maybe this need to leave off certain information is so that we can continue to be Annie, so that we can continue to be operating in this superhero. Oh, I'm in this maternal role. Like, oh, don't do nothing to my baby, even though he Chucky, Freddie, and Jason. Don't hurt my baby. We're gonna stand. How dare you? That didn't like maybe we being left off a lot of information.
Hold on, Mia. Don't you have historical proof to back that up? Ain't it the first thing that they asked for when they got the right to vote?
Well,
So I don't know how much you lying. I'm just gonna go the fuck back on mute.
mm, mm. Who said black men see white women as access to white men's fight? Well. So when they tell us a story like it was nothing going, like nothing happened. Maybe something did happen. Maybe you was so used to getting away, and you started getting bigger than your britches because of how you were terrorizing within your household, on the plantation, in the fields, wherever we were, whatever it was, the 1920s, 30s, whenever the time frame was, that you forgot that you can't do certain things without having certain consequences. Because while we being Annie and protecting you, them folks protecting theirs. And I'm saying this too because the when they was interviewing the Chinese men, they was talking about how although the Chinese men were more accepted, there was still some propaganda that was being said because they did not want the Chinese men to be seen as attractive to the YT women or to have access to YT women. So it was this need to protect the YT women from other men. I'm not crazy, but I just want to throw that out there. I don't know if we get all the information. I think when the story gets told, it's to put black men in a certain light so that we could be Annie and we can negate the things that we need. We could sacrifice ourselves for them to be for them to have access to the black patriarchy, for them to have access to black capitalism, for them to be the black sharecropper, for them to be the black enslaver. It's like we have been fooled, I think. Because I'm thinking maybe not. But after hearing what everybody been saying, maybe that is a part of our history and we need to wake the fuck up because we not Annie. We need to stop being Annie. You got it.
Black women were being used with strange truth as well during those times. So for you to dismiss that and make it seem like only black men would get in trouble for doing wrong, black women were definitely being used and abused during those times. So that's nothing to praise. The black woman in the 1920s and 1930s actually was more victimized than the black man. Because not only did they have to lay down with their husbands if they were married, if they got taken advantage of, or if they got taken behind one of those shacks, they couldn't bear to tell their husbands that that child may not be his because she was forcefully had to do something she didn't want to do. And if she
Nigga, y'all
didn't,
did too. Y'all was taken behind the same corner and bent over.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. And then when she did, and guess what? What'll happen is this. If she did come out and say something, right, that mixed baby that she wasn't supposed to have, that mixed baby is not black because that YC dude don't gotta claim it. The first deadbeat daddy. But anyway, I'm gonna say this and I'm a land. All right, the black American experience in America from slavery all the way to civil rights in 2025 is unique and is an underdog success story that a lot of people hate to hear. So that what they will do is try to discredit black American people. But I am here standing on FBA business.
You know what was interesting, Mia, and for
When
those of
do
y'all,
Rasta get to talk? God damn.
you know what was interesting, Mia, and everybody else who caught it. So
Fucking
when he
bias.
first walked up, Annie was helping some children, I believe, and she gave them High John root. So in like root work, you use High John for like protection. He's like one of our hoodoo saints, right? He was a black slave, and this dude fought slavery just so he can marry his master's daughter.
Wow. Wow.
Mhm. But you use High John like if you got to go to court or something. Like they have something called Low John too. You chew it, spit it out in front of the place. But that's neither here nor there. It was just interesting that she used High John root because one, I don't know, they might have had a lot of access to that back then, but a lot of black people were using like red brick dust and stuff like that for protection. But I just thought that was interesting too.
So you a witch.
Wait, hold on. And you a bitch, but hold on. The Jay said in the comments, he was like, "So, do you believe that like Emmett Till? Hold on, you believe that Emmett Till? No. First,
Bless you.
thank you. First of all, Emmett Till is a child, was a child, and he was failed. He was failed by a lot of black men. If you ask me, because I ain't gonna forget his uncle letting them come in and get him. He should lay his life on the line for him. He should lay his
That's a
fucking
fact.
life
That's a
on the
fact.
line for that child.
That's a
Because
fact.
you hold on, okay.
I agree.
Because
I
When
agree.
do
that
Rasta get
child,
to say
hold
something?
on, hold on. Because that child was from Chicago, didn't understand how money Mississippi was. You let him go play and you did not instruct him. You had other kids trying to instruct him like he gonna fucking listen, and technically he ain't gonna listen to you either. They should have protected him on the other end, and you should have never let them take him, but you did. But besides all of that, Emmett Till is a child. That's one. Two, I am not saying that I believe nothing. I'm upset about the way black men are being portrayed and the need to connect y'all to criminality. But what I'm saying is I'm gonna use the logic that y'all keep throwing at me. So is it logical to believe that when y'all tell these stories about these situations that happened to these grown men in the past, about certain things that the story is just very vague? I'm saying the way y'all talk, some shit just you supposed to be doing criminal stuff. How else you gonna get back at the YT man if you ain't doing nothing criminal? And I know for a fact y'all say to this day, if a black man get with a YT woman right now, he say that's his way of getting back at the YT man. And to Dark Horse point, as soon as you had the chance to be in the parliament or whatever they call it, your ass asked for interracial relationship. So am I to believe, based on y'all logic, that y'all be leaving out stuff because y'all want us to be stuck on stupid and defending you with our life like Annie did? That's all I'm saying. I don't personally believe it. I hope I'm in denial. This would be sick if that's what it is. If y'all really think that your existence has to be tied to criminality because the YT man is criminal, that's a foolish way of thinking. Because you're not gonna win that way, and you harm the rest of the community.
You don't get
But
tired of
that's
running your
y'all
mouth?
logic. Do you get tired of selling ass?
Oh my God.
Like when you stop selling ass and selling mouth and selling throat, I'll start running
What the
mine.
fuck? Listen, all I want to say is the hate
You
that
on
y'all
the road
have.
right now. Ain't your ass sore? Ain't you
Ma'am,
tired?
ma'am, can I have my timer? All, like the way that y'all always take
This
the
Mr. Pump and Dump.
ma'am, all I'm saying is there's a little bit of good in every bad situation,
Mr.
and
Loose
there's
Caboose.
a listen, there's a little bit of bad in every good situation. But you feminists are so pessimistic. You can have a beautiful, we can give you the world and you'll cry and say, oh, you forgot the moon and the stars. I'm a victim because you forgot to bring me the moon and the
He
stars.
was
Like,
a
don't
punk.
nobody want to hear that
Yep,
shit.
yep. He
How
was
you
a punk.
expect, ma'am,
Yep,
how y'all expect
he
to
was
get
a
a
punk.
husband?
Yep,
Like, y'all
yep.
ain't never gonna get no husband like this. Learn how to be positive. Learn how to appreciate the black man that came out of your poom poom. Y'all basically saying, oh, I don't want to be Annie. I don't want to save the black boy and the black sons that come out of my poom poom. I don't. Matter of fact, y'all just went viral on TikTok. Y'all said y'all gonna delete all the black boys in your belly as soon as you find out the gender, and y'all was clapping it up. Yeah, yeah, delete the black boys. Like, don't you know that you working for the devil? Don't you know that the JEWS people invented
You could be Annie, Mr. Loose Booty.
back on? No, don't y'all know y'all the
Go ahead, Spade. Your time is up.
y'all start my clock over?
No.
Like, stop being evil. Y'all working
Sir,
for
sir,
the
I'm
feminism.
not here. I didn't pay you for your hour, sir. I didn't look at your menu. I don't give a fuck about you
Oh
talking
my
about starting a
god.
time over loose booty. I don't care. I don't want that funky shit. I don't want your nasty leaky funk box. I didn't pay for your services, sir. You brought your sour boochie ass up here bothering us. Your time is on pause for now. Go clean up, whore. Go ahead,
Then
Spade.
watch your mouth. You a devil. Look at that mouth.
You win. Go ahead, Spade. It's your turn,
Hey,
bitch.
top of it, y'all. Right? I'm looking at the prompt. Right? I hear y'all talking, but I like the prompt you got up here.
You from New York?
I'm definitely from New York.
Let me guess. Bronx,
Hell no.
Harlem.
Hell no.
Brooklyn, girl.
Of
Oh,
course.
Brooklyn. Damn. I
Of
wasn't looking at
course.
my phone. Damn. I was gonna say Brooklyn first, but last time I was wrong. Fuck
Of
me. But
course.
go ahead.
Y'all need to be spinning on the Jews out there. Spin the block on them.
You spin the block on them and good fucking luck. Go ahead. I hope they tag your head with right before a box mitzvah. Go ahead, Spade.
Black exploitation films destroyed the black community. Yeah, I seen that straw shit. It sells. We're the only one that they could do. We're the only people that they could do that to, and it'd be cool. You can't make no film about nobody else getting oppressed. You can't make no film about no other color, But black, it's almost like normal to see black crime and black. They normalized our dysfunction. They made our dysfunction entertainment. So it's like a perpetual wheel. You're watching dysfunction, you're behaving dysfunctional, and you're thinking dysfunctional is good. It's like a perpetual wheel of dysfunction, and it's been going on since the beginning of cinema. Once they realized how powerful movies could be, they used it as a weapon against our community. They're only going to pay you. They're only going to give you top dollar if there's dysfunction, if there's homosexuality, if there's drug use, if there's rug use, right? If there's unaliving in it, right? They used to blur that stuff out, but now they made it so clear, right? this exploitation, this black exploitation for our community, you
But
know,
wait, hold on, Brooklyn. When you say the um H sexuality,
right.
I, you lost me. Cause where is that at? Where is that happening?
Mostly all of the major films, those guys had to play some. Those men had to play a female role or had to do a female
Okay, so that's not the sexuality. That's black men showing that they have a disdain for black women and they're mocking and putting on a minstrel. That's what you should say, but that ain't got nothing to do
But
with
that destroys the
same
black
shit.
community. That also destroys the black community too.
I mean, I'm not gonna argue your opinion about that, but I want to be clear because I think that and I'm the first to say that y'all means is gay. I'm gonna say it every chance I get. But when we talking about when we talking about exploitation in that way, what needs to be pointed out is like the Tyler Perrys and the Martin Lawrences and the Big Mama Houses
That's
and
what I
the Eddie
mean.
Murphys and the Jamie Foxxes. They're purposely putting on a minstrel show and are performing this caricature of black women because they don't like black women and that's how they view them.
Right.
That's fine to say, but don't say it's same
No,
sexual. But
no.
you could go ahead.
No. What
I
I
mean, you can
say,
say. Hold on. Let me correct myself. You can say what you want, but I'm gonna disagree, and I'm a disagree. I'm gonna just leave it at that. But you can continue.
no. I mean, they normalize. It wasn't about whether it was right or wrong. It was about normalizing it.
Mhm.
Right. It was about making it seem cool. You know, Will Smith. You know, a lot of these guys played roles. You know, Omar from The Wire. You know, you got on one side he's a thug, but on the other side, you know what I'm saying? He's got a different
He's
type of view,
bisexual
right?
in real life, Spade.
That's cool. That's
Yeah,
cool.
because sexuality is not a binary. Like, this is me as panel, but your whole premise being rooted in homophobia is kind of wild.
No, I was just explaining it. That's a part of it. How they normalized it and socialized it among us. It wasn't
That's what
always
we
like that.
saying, Brooklyn brother. That's what we saying. First of all, it this the thing. If it was accepted, first of all, it is normal. People be liking what they like. Okay, that's first. But if we didn't focus on if we didn't buy into trying to fit into this idea of YT supremacy, and we didn't have these feelings about what sexuality looked like, and we didn't demonize it, you wouldn't have men cosplaying like Pretty said, cosplaying black women in such a negative way, exposing how much they can't stand black women, how much they hate their mom. Tyler Perry hate his mama. Tyler Perry hate his mama. He done fucked up the community or played a part in fucking up the community. So we gotta push back, but I don't want to really focus too
I
much
don't
on this.
think he hate.
So
I don't think he hate his mama though. I just think it's sad that the world laughs at the comedy of these roles of these men playing black women. It's funny. It's funny to see a big man playing a grandma. That's funny.
And we agree with you, but we just have two different reasons for agreeing.
Right.
we do, yeah, we agree, and sometimes when we agree and the reasons be slightly different, sometimes we just gotta take the win where we can, because at least you ain't up here crashing out.
No, no,
So
no, no. Y'all got it going on. But
but
also, this goes into hip hop too.
yeah,
Black exploitation is the film version of it. But you got, you know, when Too Short starts, you know what I'm saying, that word itch, you know, when he started normalizing that and saying that cool, that became cool. Money over itches, money over, you know what I'm saying? All of these things created a psychology, right? To perpetually keep us from really connecting with women.
You know what's funny about that, Spade?
yeah, Summer want the address. Go ahead, but then Summer want the address.
Okay, when I'm done, I'm sorry, Summer. But what's funny about the music thing is that women actually are the ones who fought against the music. When it came out, Jill Biden actually was the one saying, well, it was a whole bunch of women, but she had power, so she led it. But women were actually saying, hey, this is harmful. And they're like, we project it to be more harmful in the future, right? Because, you have to go based on trends or whatever. But Jill Biden is the one who had parental advisory put on music because they were women were trying to warn people that it was too um graphic.
Yep. Go ahead. Summer want to address the. I think. Well, I guess you want to address the aphobia. And Summer, I'm just exhausted. Like I'm kind of shocked. I'm in shock, to be honest with you. So I'm kind of like,
I know. I know. And also because we
yeah.
deal with so much ignorance, like we just be giving them a little bit of grace when they not, and that's horrible. I'm not gonna say that's not horrible. Sir, what you said was horrible.
And because like the way I thought that the men was gonna understand was not how they did. And then when Brooklyn did talk about the violence and he acknowledged that. So it was like I was like, at least he getting somewhere. But go ahead, because I
Yeah,
do want it to
yeah.
be addressed. And I tried to a little bit, but I just feel like
Don't feel
just
like it. Yeah.
help me out. Help me out. That's all.
Let the
That's all
let
I
the
can
let the
say.
straights let the straights handle it. Sir, age sexuality, rainbow activities are normal. It is a normal part of human. Are you here, Spade?
I
I
think
don't know, you're on speaker.
he might hear,
But
but
if
let the audience
he
know
might hear.
so we can just
Yes.
reiterate that to the people.
It is a normal part of sexuality. It is a spectrum. There's nothing strange or weird or demonic or devilish about somebody liking the same sex or even dressing in clothing of the opposite sex. Please stop acting like that's an issue. It's not hurting your masculinity. It's not making you not a man. It's not making you not powerful. It's not making you less than. And it has nothing to do with whether or not women and men are going to be able to get along and be cool with each other. Okay? Because the issues we have are not about men dressing up like women or about men being or being, being rainbow. That's not the issues. The issue is the way that men treat us, the way the system treats us. You don't need to be H phobic to advocate for the Black community because queer people are Black too sometimes, you know that? And they fight for you regularly and for all of us and have led a lot, been at the top of a lot of our civil rights movements. So do not disrespect that
Well,
community,
no, no.
especially, hush your mouth, I'm speaking, I'm not done. Do not disrespect that community, especially in June. It is Pride Month. Have some respect for the queer, black, and brown people who started that and made it even possible so people don't have to be they still get unalived in the streets every day, but don't add to it with that. We don't need that in order for you to advocate for Black folks. Please don't say that no more. It is normal, okay? There's nothing abnormal about liking the same sex. And I
Okay,
land.
can I ask a question? How old do you think a child should be before they can watch a TV show that has these activities in it?
You mean where they have same-sex loving couples?
Yeah. How old? You think is
Any age, because guess what? My child knows that her rainbow, my sister, who is married to a woman, is her auntie and has seen them, that they love each other and they can be in a relationship. If a child can see you and me in a relationship, they can see my sister and her wife in a relationship. It is okay. Children are okay. They don't need to see anybody doing anything above their age limit of something sexual. But if they can see you and me kiss on a movie, they can see those two women kiss on a movie.
Yeah, because
It's fine.
I was gonna ask at what age is it appropriate to watch anybody kiss on the movie? Because
But Sag, what's being missed here is that's how this DL culture continues to propagate because he was saying these men dressing up as women is sexuality, right? So they want to say that overt stuff, that's what it looks like over there. Don't do that. When we know that there are men who have wives, there are men who are in the closet and not coming out and still dating women and impregnating and dating men on the side. That's supposed to be the distraction to the bulk of the community. The bulk of men aren't straight and dressing up as women. The bulk of men are walking around here dating women and sleeping with men, or sleeping with men and not telling people they're sleeping with men, and continuing to cover it up keeps that DL culture pushing. don't show the kids. So if they feel some way and they like the same smacks, they've been told to shut it up too. More DL men. Stop doing that shit. That's the only thing you're protecting.
They so phobic. Tara's next, y'all. And Spade, if you have anything to say back, just hold on 1 minute. You might have to write it down, okay? And I also need to fact check myself. It was Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, who fought for parental advisories. I don't like giving false information.
Uh, um, in the words of me, I agree with everything y'all said except for these niggas. Um, but that question that you asked about how old to see same sex relationships was fucking stupid. It's like y'all so fucking scared. Like, sorry, just go touch your dick. God damn, y'all so fucking scared. It's you right. It should be age appropriate behavior. Like you'll let that same little kid watch some hetero shit that's inappropriate because you think you pushing something on them. But you got a problem with two motherfuckers who look alike loving each other. Y'all motherfuckers be weird and y'all be suppressing that it ain't no demon, sir. It want a cock. Let it out. Let that shit out. Bust that thing wide open. Y'all fucking down low, secretive, want to get fucked in the bathroom by some stranger cruising the fucking outside of buildings and shit. Fucking weird. Y'all niggas weird. But I'm a mute up and listen to the conversation so I can get caught up. Thank you.
Okay, Spade, you can go in a second, okay? I also find it interesting because I did invite her up, but Capricorn, she was in the comments saying something that I found interesting, but I also seen a lot of people say this. They didn't watch Sinners because they don't want to open portals or something in their house because they protect their spirituality or whatever. But you can watch a black woman be shown in a terrible light and that represents all kind of stereotypes and making us look crazy. That's the real demon.
I will.
That's the real demon.
That the woman who's on the left of me said a whole lot about men, right? So I'm gonna in defense because
Wait,
I'm a
hold on,
man.
hold on. Why would you do that?
Why would I? I want to respond to what you said.
No, but I'm saying like the start of you started in the middle of my sentence, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. My bad.
So X Men is saying it's just a movie, which is crazy because if you ever watch X Men, X Men is about oppression. But I'll mute up. Go ahead, Spade.
The woman to the left of you, are you talking about me?
You,
All right. Just to clarify, I wasn't talking about men. I was talking about you. But go ahead, I'll listen.
you was talking about me. All right. First of all, right. I'm a man, right, and I can understand why you would think that I don't know. You took you. I thought you was talking about all men, but you were talking about me. So, first of all, I don't have anything against any happy people, right? I work at a club. They come in all the time. I know a lot of happy people, right? I respect them, right? I have to respect them because I'm professional. I'm security, bodyguard. I do a lot of executive protection, and a lot of my clients are happy people. So I have nothing against happy people, right? My question was about how old should a child be? All right, some of these movies are explicit, right? Now, if you got a son who has a lot of hair and you just happen to be braiding his hair and he's sitting between your legs, you're on the edge of your bed, the son is there sitting on a chair, you're braiding his hair, and you just happen to be watching one of those movies, and this is something that he's seeing for the first time, he's going to be like, oh, wow, what is that? Now, I think that's a form of socializing that child into a behavior that he probably wouldn't expect.
Descriptive as how? Did that happen? Like, is that a memory?
Got
That
cut
was
off.
really specific.
I got cut off, though, right?
Yeah, no, that was specific as hell.
I just made an example, right?
No, that was like real specific though. Like you
It is.
you
Can I
really
ask you a
Happens
painting the
all the
question?
scene.
time. People are watching
Can
Love and
I
Hip Hop. These
wait?
kids are
Hold on.
watching Love and
Wait,
Hip
wait, wait,
Hop.
wait, wait. Wait, can I ask you a question, Spade?
Sure.
When you were young, when's the first time you saw something of same-sex people doing something like something kissing, something sexual, whatever? What age were you?
I was a basketball player. I wasn't even into all
Listen,
that.
stop, 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 stop.
My uncle,
You don't have to,
my uncle
you don't,
called
hold
himself
on,
Yoda.
stop,
My
stop.
uncle called
You don't,
himself Yoda.
hold on.
Right?
You don't
I
have
had
to
that in my
defend your mess.
family.
Hold on, hold on. I'm speaking. You don't have to
Man,
defend your masculinity. Let's just hold on. Let me just frame it for you because I think you're getting worried about something that's not the case. I'm saying you've seen something in a movie or show or in real life where you saw two men kissing or two women hugging, something like that, right? I'm saying, what age do you think when you first saw it? I'm not saying you sought it out and you watched Happy Corn or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. What age were you when you first saw something like that? Because I'm assuming, I'm thinking back, I probably was 5 or something. When's the first time you saw them? Not something explicit, just like them loving each other. Maybe my Wi-Fi out. Can y'all hear me? Dang it.
Fine. You might need
Oh, okay.
time to think about it.
Okay. So here's the thing. When you saw it, did it make you desire a man? Did it make you think, ooh, you know what? Maybe I want to do that? Because it didn't make me think that, because I'm not attracted to women.
well, socialization. I had other uncles. I had aunts. Right?
No, no, answer my question. I answer your
I'm
question.
telling you
I
how
answer
I
your
formed
question.
the opinion.
No, no, answer my question. What age do you think you were? Have you ever seen it? Did it make you want to be with a man?
If you let me answer the question, right, you're gonna get your answer. I
Let me
had
ask you if you have aunts or
family
uncles. Let me
members,
ask you that. Answer the
other family
question.
members who shunned that. That was shunned. They used to make
So
fun of
you're
me.
telling me
They
you've
used
never
to,
seen two men kissing? You've never seen two
and
women kissing? You've
it
never
was
seen this?
shunned. It wasn't
Shut
applauded.
up. You're done. Shut up. Shut up. You can't even tell the truth because you know, because you're in a corner now. You can't be
I'm
honest
trying
about
to
it.
tell you, and you're
Either
dominating my
either you have to shut
conversation.
up. Either I am
I'm telling
dominating.
you
I'm
to shut
dominating
up.
you
I'm a
because you're
What?
full
being
grown
weak and
six
you're
foot
being
four man.
ridiculous.
But no,
Just
Summer,
the
he's
question.
telling
That's how
the
tall you
Summer,
are?
he's
Summer,
telling the
that's
truth.
part of it. Like,
Summer, he's telling the truth. So he's saying that he saw that and somebody around him told him, you better not be that. So he could have wanted to. He was programmed saying, you better not fucking ever do that. So he could have been that boy that wanted to do that. And he's told, you
I
better
had
not.
other men
So now
saying,
you up here
chill,
telling
chill,
us,
that's
you're
nasty.
telling us,
And that's
you
why he
better not
won't.
be showing kids these images, what have you, because
And
that's
that's
how
why he
you
won't
were
answer you.
programmed and that's how DL happens. They told me I
Yep.
better not fucking like another man. So even if you did, now you
Don't
got
say
this
that.
thought in your head that somebody's gonna come beat your ass if you do it. Now you in the closet.
That was socialized to me as nasty. Ew, that's nasty. No, it was
But
shunned upon
still,
as a kid.
and
I'm
still you're
46.
obsessed with, and
I'm
still you're
46.
obsessed with
So
happy
as
people,
you know,
and you still
70s.
attracted, and
Back
you
in the
still want
70s,
some
that was
D, and
different,
you
right?
still, and you, it doesn't matter. I'm 45, and you still want some D. You
Oh,
still
come
want
on,
some
man.
because
So now
that doesn't work.
you want to
That's
be
why you're, no,
respected.
that's why
You
you're
want
worried.
your
No, that's why
rainbow to
you're
be
worried.
respected, but you
No,
can't
that's why
respect
you're
me as a
worried.
heterosexual
No, that's
man.
why you're
I ain't been
worried.
to prison, all
You're
right?
not. You're not though. You're
Come
not
on,
because the way you're
man.
acting.
I'm gonna leave
You're
because I
not.
don't even need to hear this shit. A real man gonna leave conversations like this. I don't
Sir,
need
you
to
can
sit in
just
here and be.
go. You don't have
Because
to
that's
tell
why
us
you're
what you're
worried.
gonna do.
You think if your children see it, it's gonna awaken in them. It's gonna awaken your desires. You think it's gonna awaken the desires you have. You know why I
A
know that
great
shit don't
pump to
work?
pay. You want
Because
to
I'm
talk
around
about my
rainbow people all the
sexuality?
time, and I'm not attracted to coochie because I don't like it. Because I don't like it because I ain't into it. You
Come
want
on,
some
man.
D.
I'm
You
doing
want D.
self-talk.
It's sick.
Probably a
Quit talking
man.
about them and worry about your own self. Seeing people do stuff don't make you suddenly want D. There is no amount of looking at it gonna make you want it if you don't want it. You want it. I'm so sick of y'all in the
but you
closet
know
ass
what's
niggas. Oh my word.
interesting? The interesting thing is the person who says, ew, look at that, they're the ones suppressing how they feel about it too. That's the thing. It's like that over exaggeration in response to something like that. If it looked different, like I don't know who it was, but if let's say it's a man who having this adverse response to two men kissing, and then when a man and a woman kiss, they're like, all right, whatever, not thinking much of it. It's a reason why he's responding that way because he has a reaction to it that he don't like. He trying to suppress in the moment.
I was gonna ask Spade because you said you're 47 or whatever, 46, and you grew up in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And I don't like the stuff I know about Brooklyn from YouTube videos and TV, so I get it. But I do know I know enough to know that there was some type of uh criminality that went on within the bureaus, right?
Right.
So, how many people you know or grew up around who had those reactions to that, but they went to prison or went to jail?
That had those what?
That because you said you were socialized to think that like it's ill, like oh no, like no to it.
No,
But how many of those
I was
you
trying to explain, but this woman was being rude, right? And that's okay because my skin is thick, right?
yeah,
I
okay,
don't.
you from
So
Brooklyn, you from
listen,
New York, you can handle it.
if you were happy back then, people would probably jump you, do violence towards you, tease you. That's why the rights that they're getting now is so they're too late. They should have been gotten these rights way back in the 70s, 80s. They should have had the rights that they have now. It should have been a hatred crime.
So let me
Those things should have been because they was really getting picked on,
okay,
right?
so answer the question. How many of like the men that was in your life who was like, nah, that's not cool and trying to shield you from what they might thought was indoctrination of the happy thing? How many of them that you know that went to prison or jail?
You know, my uncles, they all went to prison, but they were all players. They were all ladies' men. And when
Mm-hmm.
they went to prison. A few of them went to prison for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
right?
That's a
And
telltale sign, ladies.
like, see, now listen, I ain't never been to prison, and I don't think, I think prison is the ultimate socializer of that type of lifestyle. All right, because it's normal in there, right? There's a lot of dynamics that happen behind those walls that create that environment, whether it's with permission or otherwise, right? And those dynamics can't be changed
You
because
know what the dynamics is, buddy?
what?
Because you say it's a bunch of behind those walls is a dynamic that creates that. When your uncle then went in there, they set the tone.
Yeah, because if you say your uncle was hypersexual, that's a man who like trying to prove to himself that some shit he didn't count. That's what that is. So like even the players, like it be like women got to catch the stray, and we got to be the fucking the what is the fuck is it, the whatever, y'all know what I'm saying, over some man who dealing with his own sexuality because he was up in the jail like bent over or whatever, like so now he gonna hurt a woman because he got to prove a fucking point.
But you can't be that hypersexual and then go to prison and think that you're not gonna be affected. Like
Yeah,
how
they
you
hypersexual in the jail, but yeah, and then when they come out, they like hypersexual with women because it's like no.
hear what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but
Hold on, hear what I'm
Hold
prison
on,
saying.
hold
does.
on, hold
Hold
on.
on, wait, hold on. You're hypersexual. You gotta do like you in the streets, fucking any woman that you talk to, you just one pound town every night, different women, and you go to prison. You can't turn that off. Like this the thing. Women go long stretches of time being
Baby,
celibate or not doing it for whatever reason. So
no.
if a woman go to prison, it's more likely, even though it's more acceptable for women to, be intimate with each other. I believe a woman who says she didn't, like if Summer says she ain't gonna do it, she probably won't. Cause Summer might be used to not having sex. So if she go to prison, she can not have sex. She already have her brain programmed to knowing not to do it. But a man who selling his shit and fucking everybody and partying and doing all this type of stuff, he go to
No,
prison and see one of them boys up in there.
no. Guess what? He gonna get a CO.
No, oh hell no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ask
Brookie,
around.
No,
He
they
gonna
not
get a
getting a
CO.
CO. No, all
Yeah, ask.
right,
Look,
hold up.
do
But
your research.
some of
They
the
get
COs be
pregnant and
men
everything.
though.
Do your research.
No, your uncles was in there getting fucked, sir. No, I'm telling you, your uncles, they
nah.
was getting fucked.
Maybe
damn.
one of them, but not the other
Thank
one.
you.
No, they both was getting fucked.
Oh, they
They
Nah,
was
was
fucking
cute.
each
Thank
nah,
other.
you.
nah, nah.
Damn.
No,
Maybe
no,
one
It's
of them.
very
Brittany.
rare for the CEO to do it. The CEO may do it. I know of one story, and that lady lost her job. She
Yeah.
went to jail. She lost everything. That's not that common.
Summer,
It's not that
Summer
common. Yeah,
is one female CO to 300 inmates, and she doing all of them. She only got 12 hours in the shift, and it take you what about 60 seconds to nut. He can't get the 300 niggas every fucking shift. She
Why
actually got to do
why
her
gotta be
job too.
300? Why
Stop
can't
playing
it
in
be
our fucking face.
why can't it be one person that she
he
really
just
like?
because
Why
he's
gotta
so
be
scared
300
because he's
people?
so
That's
scared of
crazy.
the idea that
Your
Dave's
uncle is the
gonna.
one out of the 3,000 inmates to get her. Shut
And
the
hold
hell up.
on.
Your
And also,
two, the two uncles, both
this
of them
another
want
point
to do
y'all
it. That's crazy.
missing. Hold on, this is a point y'all missing. Even let's say his uncle did get to see and he was sleeping with him. He gonna tell everybody, which is why she gonna get fired here because they can't help but brag to other men. Why? Because it's the men that he wants the attention from. They tell every time. That's why the women get fired. They lose their job because they be running their mouth.
I'm cracking up. Yeah, because everybody preference ain't the gods. That's the thing. Like some of them need to fuck with the men. That's the thing. It's like, oh well, all them niggas they want to fuck the other men. They ain't looking for the guards. Like,
This isn't
hold up, sir. Hold
In
up,
New
sir.
York,
Hold up, sir.
I
Hold up.
can't.
But
This
the
shit just
question I
sound
would
crazy.
say, the interesting
Like,
thing
where are you
is,
getting this
is
from?
y'all say that y'all ain't never been to prison, but you so sure that in that building when you know they be humping on each other, you so sure that the men you know not the ones they was fucking the guards, and y'all believe that. He said it may be one uncle, Tara. No, it's both of them uncles. Come on, let's be for real. I was cracking up at that. I'm sorry, because I want to know what made him say that one. Because one uncle played one role and the other played the other, and the one he think it wasn't, he was the one who played the
Okay, so let's
girl.
talk
Like,
about the men in your family who went to prison. Nobody in your family went to prison, right?
listen, the men in my family went to prison got fucked. You heard me? My brother getting fucked inside the jail and outside of the jail. So like I don't know what you talking about. Like we in agreement. All them niggas getting fucked. What you trying
Anybody
to
from my
say?
family go to
No,
prison and end up
my
fucking, they
uncle
gonna
was in
fuck
there with your
somebody.
uncle.
They ain't
They
fuck, they
was
ain't getting
hunching on
fucked. They
each
gonna
other.
fuck somebody.
My
Yeah, you
uncle
got
was
fucked.
fucking with your uncle, sir.
They got fucked by
No,
my
no, no.
uncle.
My uncle was fucking with
My
your
uncle
uncle.
fucked
Who
up people.
else? They
You
was
said your
fucking each
people got
other.
fucked by my
No,
uncle.
no. My uncle was fucking your uncle.
No,
What
no,
you
no. You
talking
just said
about?
your cousins got fucked. Your peoples got fucked.
Yeah,
That's
they
my
got fucked by
uncle's
the same
fucking them.
nigga. They got fucked by the
Yeah,
same
my
nigga.
uncles
Wait,
was
Tara,
fucking
you
them.
missed it. He just admitted like 19 times because y'all was screaming over
Yeah, because
him
you trying to be
that he okay as
disrespectful.
long as his uncle was doing the bending. So you
Yeah.
doing the bending,
If
sir?
somebody
So
gonna
you
do it,
not you not you
no,
not
no, ain't
GAY
nobody doing no
because you
bending.
doing the
But
bending.
since my uncles is getting no, my
Oh,
uncles
we
is
don't care if you a top or
listen.
bottom. You
Come
still get
on,
the
man.
same category.
At the
But
end of
y'all
the
got this
day,
idea that if I'm doing the
all right.
bending, I'm not GAY.
Yeah, that's right.
No, honey, you still are. It doesn't
You're gonna
matter.
be one or the other.
It doesn't
All right, which one
matter.
you gonna be? Which one are you gonna be?
No, you need to call the
you can be
cops
a
for what your uncle did to you though. Call
you
the
can
call
switch.
the cops on your uncle for what that man did to you. The fuck is
You
wrong
can
with you?
you can be versed, Spade. You can bend today.
Ain't no education in this room, just insults.
You can bend today and then do the bending tomorrow.
Okay.
You can do verse. You can do both. You can do both. You know, it's not one or the other. And it's okay. You should try it out since
Are
you're
you
into
a
it. I know you're
female
already on
talking to
Grinder
me,
anyway.
Summer?
Trade ass nigga.
You a female?
No, but your uncle was.
Bitch, I'm a woman. I ain't no fucking female. I'm a woman. I'm a human being. I'm a human being. What the
Oh,
fuck you talking
woman.
about? I ain't no
No,
female. What am I, a plant,
female.
a tree, an
Oh, you
animal?
must be one of them.
Have some respect when
Oh,
you speak about. I'm a woman, bitch. I'm a
okay.
woman.
I get it
I'm a
now.
woman.
I get it now.
No,
That's what I be.
no.
Have some fucking
I
Not
respect.
his
get it.
uncle.
I get it.
And to be
Try to
honest,
curse
your
somebody
uncles. When
out
you
is
talk
but
about
a
your
lot.
uncles,
I get
when you
it.
say your uncles was a lady man, yeah, one of them was his favorite. Not because she was a eater, but because she was a beater. She was tearing that ass up. A lot of y'all uncles was getting strapped down,
Oh,
and
my
I ain't
uncle
talking
was in there. My
about.
uncle was in
I
there
ain't
for
talking about the
unalive,
crazy beater
right?
either.
I got an unalive in my family, so he ain't going to bend over, right?
They're killing that boot shit. How many times he been to prison?
Yo, hold up. Is that Terror? You asking me that about my uncles?
Yeah, I wonder how many times they been to prison. Did they go
Are
to
you a
prison and go to bed?
female? Are you a
Huh?
female?
Sir.
There we
Listen,
go.
we're
That's
human
the
beings in
question.
here. Listen, I don't want to talk about
Simple
you being in the
question.
bestiality.
I
Ask
guess
you
you're
a
not.
simple question.
I
How many
guess you're
times did
not.
your
You're
uncles
not.
come out and then go back
That's why I'm
then?
getting
That's
this
the
energy because
question.
women don't act like
Did they
this.
go back? Did they get their number tattooed on them?
You're
Did
a
they go back?
whole other person. You could drop me, but you can't keep insulting me if you can't take it.
Take what?
Are you a
Nigga, I ain't
female?
your uncle. I ain't
Yeah.
gotta take it. The fuck you talking about?
Are you a
Oh, we go to
female?
culture. We don't give a fuck. You came up here being
He was
H phobic,
actually.
okay? We don't like that. That's
I came up
gross.
here being
Go check
me, and I
yourself
was
and
talking about
learn.
the prompt, and
You're
now that
being
you
H
said
phobic
now
and we
my
don't like it.
sexuality is on the line.
You were being H phobic and we don't like it. And you don't get
No,
to
I'm not. I told you
we're
I
gonna
work with
clock you
them.
every time.
Listen, I'll give you guys a
No, you don't.
story.
It doesn't
Let me give
matter.
you
So
guys a
so
story,
what? Okay,
right?
how about no, Spade. No, I don't
So
want to
I
hear
was
your
doing
Spade
coke
story.
check at this
Spade,
Papa
shut
Club,
up.
right?
Shut up.
And
Wait,
there were like two
time
Wait,
out.
I
women.
Summer,
don't
let him come out
care.
the
We don't
closet,
care.
Summer. Damn,
Okay,
Summer,
go
this.
ahead. Go ahead, Speed.
Wait, Summer, we want him to
Oh
come out the
Lord.
closet. He about to come out the closet, Summer. Damn, Summer like, fuck you, but wait, Summer.
Let me come out
Let
my
him come out the
closet, right?
closet.
Right. I'm a gentleman, right? So I like when I'm doing coat check, I'm putting ladies' coats on in the winter or whatever. I'm putting their
Okay.
coats on, right?
Wait,
And
you said
and
you a gentleman? I
yeah,
love it. Let me know. All
right.
right.
So the ladies come,
Oh,
I'm
you
doing
said
coat
put him in
check.
the
They didn't
closet.
pay me.
Okay.
Listen, they didn't pay me $5 to hold this coat, right?
All right.
Some of them gave me a tip too, right? So the people who gave me tips and shit, I put their coat in a special place. So when they come out, I put their coat on. If they ain't with no dude or if they ain't with nobody, I'm not just putting everybody coat on. I'm very selective. So these three people were together, right? It was two females and one taller female, right? And when I put the first coat on, thank you. I put the second coat on, thank you. And now the taller female woman is here, right? And I took that fucking trench coat and I flared it and I put it on that tall person, right? And everybody was watching to see what I was going to do, right? And I didn't know they were going to do this, but the tall person said, "Thank you. You're such a gentleman." I said, "Have a good night." And everybody looked at me and was like, "Yo, you the fucking man." And I was like, why y'all doing that? Why y'all making this a big deal? It's not a big deal. I'm a
Wait, hold
real
on. I
one.
got a question, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You said that the reason why you was asking my two friends up here was they females was because the way they was acting wasn't acting like they wasn't acting like
Very
what.
disrespectful.
I know. Hold on. But then when you were telling the story, you called them three females, even though they was very nice to you. So was
No,
they?
no, no. Two of them were females. One of them was a woman.
This nigga
So,
damn.
what was the point of you telling us you're a butler?
Because nobody's phobic,
I'm
right?
just kind of
Nobody's
lost.
phobic over here. I'm not phobic. I move with respect, though, right? Yeah, all right.
I'm so confused. I'm sitting here. I'm like, okay, he gonna get to the point, and the story stopped. I'm like, oh damn, oh
Hold on.
shit,
Toss that one over here. Toss
Damn.
that one over here,
damn.
right? Of course you're
Spade,
not paying attention.
are you interested in knowing what you said that was homophobic? Are you phobic, excuse
I
me?
didn't see anything that was phobic.
So you're not interested in learning or hearing what was, because it was, and all of us agree that it was, and you don't even want to know what it was. So you are, if you don't even want to hear how that might be the case, you don't give a
Ah,
fuck
yeah, I want
about
to
that
hear it.
anymore.
Teach me.
Okay, cash at me and I'll let you know.
Oh, damn.
Exactly.
Or you know what?
For the
You know
teacher.
what? Send the host the galaxy. I'll let you know. I'll break it down for you. Let's
Now
see
you
if
have
you
to,
actually
Be a
now you
gentleman.
pimping
Be a
now.
gentleman for me.
Now you pimping now.
Yes, I am. I am. So see if and you don't want
What
to tell them.
value do I
See
need
if
to like
let's
who
see
you
if
think
you
you
care.
talking to?
I'm talking to
A
you,
gentleman.
bitch. You don't hear
You
me?
see what my name is
You
up
kept
here?
calling
I'm
us
Spade
females.
Immortal. Do you know who I am?
I don't give a fuck what your
A
name is. I
butler.
don't like H-phobic people. You put my family and people I care about and love lives in danger when you spout that homophobic BS you spout. Sorry, didn't mean to say the word. And I don't
Danger.
appreciate it. It's dangerous. You know why they made a
You
big
using
deal
all
out of
these
you
funny
treating?
words
Hold on. I'm
to push a
speaking. You know
narrative
why
that
they
don't
made shush,
exist.
shush,
Stop it.
shush. You know why? Shush. You know why they acted like it was a big
Masculine.
deal when you treated those? Shut up when you treated those people like human beings because people don't treat them like human beings a lot. They didn't know if you, as a seemingly straight black man, was going to act a fool to them. They were shocked that you showed humanity to them. That should show you how difficult it is for them. And you should care that you came up here saying those disgusting things
That
that we
person
have to
is on
clock
my
you on.
guest list. That person could walk through my club when it's crowded around the corner.
Do you
That
hear
person
what I
can walk
said? Did
through.
you hear what I said?
Like,
Did you
stop.
hear anything? Did you
I
hear
heard
anything I
you.
just said? No, you
It's not
didn't.
my fault society's
No.
fucked up, and I'm tall enough as
Listen,
a person to
it is your
thrive in
fault
the.
because
Come
you're
on, man.
adding to it. It's your fault because you're
No,
adding to it.
I should have handed
It's
the
no,
tall person the
listen,
coat.
stop.
Stop.
No, it's your fault because you're adding to it what you're saying here tonight. When you said that normalizes it, You're saying it's abnormal. That causes
No, I
violence
did not.
against your
That's two different
community.
things.
You said it normalizes it.
It
It
used to be
normalizes that
abnormal.
behavior.
It used to be
It's
abnormal.
never been abnormal.
It
It's
used to
never
be
been
perceived
it's
as
never been
abnormal.
abnormal, and
Come
it's
on,
still
man.
perceived that way, especially by our administration now. Okay, and you're adding to
I
that by
started off
saying
by
that.
saying the things that's going on now should have is too late. They should have been did it. Finally, you guys
No,
are
but
getting
you
the
said
protection.
no, no.
I
The
said
problem
that.
is you said that, but you also said that the men dressing up like women normalizes that and adds to that kind of rainbow stuff. You said
It
that children
does.
seeing it. Hold on, it does not. That's not how sexuality works. Sexuality works. It's not like that. And that's how you're telling on yourself.
It
That's how y'all
reduces
out
the
yourself.
stigma.
It doesn't. It
It
doesn't.
does.
It
Hold
doesn't. It
up.
doesn't because you're up here enforcing the stigma
No, I'm not.
He don't
to
want to
make
learn
you.
nothing. So
He
like,
don't. He's stupid.
yeah, ain't no point. He ain't trying to
What
learn. So like,
the hell are you trying
we
to
gonna get
teach
back.
me?
I don't. I
You're
thought
not
he a
listening.
little
You're
punk.
incapable of learning.
No, I thought we just cuss him out and then ignore him. Like, are we? Are you trying to teach him something?
She's trying
That's
to
for
be
other people
mean
to
to me
say.
for some reason.
I am being mean to you
I'm
because you're
very
being
respectful
inappropriate
to
and
you,
it
and
is
you're
that
being mean
ignorance.
to
You're
me.
not respectful. You're not. You
I
kept
don't
calling
threaten
a
your
female that's not
community. I don't
respectful.
disrespect
You
you. Why?
stop.
Like,
I'm not.
why you mad at me?
Hey, you do. I'm not even rainbow. I happen to be hetero. You did. You threatened
Are you
my
a female?
community. I'm not a female. I'm a woman. Don't fucking call me a female again. What is wrong with you?
Oh, Summer, don't let him
Don't
get to
call me
you.
a female,
Summer,
bitch. I'm already pissed
Summer,
today.
he fuck animals.
I'm
Like
on,
he into
me
everything. Like
too.
let's move
I'm
on with the
done.
conversation.
If
He
I'm
probably
hurting this
is.
woman by
He probably
accident, she's
likes.
a
He
female. I
probably
think it's time.
prefers a female goat or something weirdo. Anyway, the point is, you a bitch. I'm done.
I hurt your feelings by asking you if you were a female. I gotta read the room better. I'm a bounce, y'all.
Okay, this is my command. I got you, baby.
Leave those animals alone.
He talking like he hurting people. Who dropped him? Oh, y'all let him go.
Oh no,
He said,
he said he wanted to drop, so I just helped him out.
yeah, so like they know what they be saying when they say female. That's why I said like when these niggas say female, like okay, I ain't getting mad because like if you in a BCLE and that's your thing, then all right, you can tell the room if you want. But I ain't about to be offended by no nigga who in his fucking feelings. Like
Just
fuck
talk.
that.
They be females. Call them a female dude. Like, cause that's what he really saying. Bitch. Like we know that.
But he couldn't say that shit.
He a punk, and y'all up
That's
here arguing.
okay.
He said his uncles forced him into heterosexuality.
I
He
said,
said they forced me. They said you better not do it. That's disgusting. I better not catch your ass doing nothing like that. So they forced him into that. So he has a lot of repressed rage and anger about that, about people being out because he can't be accepted. It is what it is, baby. But
Yeah,
still
he
leave the
got
animals alone.
yeah, he got emotional at one point. Somehow that it's not acceptable. Like you could tell he was talking from a first person. Like he was talking about his own experience.
he was confessing. He was Usher
Mhm.
up here in 2002 or whatever year it was. The thing, look, y'all. These these men never cease to amaze me. Like they be coming up here like they cool, cause he was understanding some stuff, but I mean they gonna crash out every time. Every time they gonna crash out. But I think the moral of the story is that he was a punk. That's one of the morals. Where my paper at? And we can't be Annie. That's the other moral. But I had one. Go ahead, Sarah.
No, I'm just off mute because I'm playing this game. I ain't saying nothing. I'm waiting for the next conversation to start.
Okay, so I wanted
Like
to.
crash out and fall asleep or something.
I he needed. We need the break.
Hmm.
Um,
He probably
I
got his
want.
sippy cup kicking his feet.
He kicking his feet. He happy. He probably twirling his hair, falling asleep. But what part I want to read? So I wanted to talk about. I just want to reiterate this part as it relates to this prompt. It says black people are conditioned to see each other as less valuable. Internalized racism teaches that black life is cheaper. This is why you'll often see more reckless violence within the community than outward resistance to opposition. Notice it say outward resistance, not saying outward violence, because the violence happens, I believe, because it's like a powder keg that's going on. It's a lot of these men want access to this idea of what they think power is and what they think YT power is, and they end up getting frustrated and frustrated and frustrated, and they take it out within the community. And I can say this because they submit completely to the oppression. They submit completely to it. And if you could, instead of submitting in this docile way and then acting out within the community, why you can't have a stern, assertive approach to resistance and to pushing back on what the system is? Why we can't have this aggressive approach of dismantling YT supremacy without it being violent? I wonder why we can't do that. Why we can't say, hey, we're going to be assertive. We're going to do the work. We're going to do this. We're going to join together, blah, 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 blah. We cannot join together if you're a threat to me. Like, we can't join together. Like, you think you can unalive me, rob me, take from me because the YT man got you oppressed. So how we gonna ever work together? And the only time we do come together is when we are rallying around somebody who did this deplorable stuff. So I just think that it's interesting that we don't be seeing how we're conditioned to see each other as less valuable, which is why I think when people had this heart wrenching feeling about them being in the South, and that ended scene with the a triple K and Smoke against them, and when they was watching them drive and hearing the musician's story about his friend who was in the chain gang, and they had they was just holding on to their hearts when they saw pass by those men that was on the chain gang, and seeing the fields and the cotton, and oh, they just, oh, those poor men. But then they turned around and was okay and able to watch Smoke pew pew two black men. Something is odd about that. Something is odd about that. Tara, you wasn't here, so I don't know if you wanted to speak on that, but a lot of people wasn't really grasping how we was talking about that part.
I mean, we was talking about it also before, like how, like, cause, and I think you touched on it earlier when we was talking, like this idea, and I think Lynn said this idea that people like to say art imitates life, but it's actually the other way around, especially when we think about all the propaganda and like those that is gonna have an impact on the way you see other people and the way you see yourself. Because like if it's people that look like you and you have this disdain towards them, you consuming this fucking propaganda against them, like, yeah, you're not gonna like yourself. Or
And we
people that look like you.
Yeah, and we cannot, like, I think what's frustrating to me is like the way they go into, we supposed to assume that those men that was on the chain gang are innocent, and they're wrong because the overseer was a YT man. But the black man that was in the town, who it could have been a, like, they didn't even know that there was a black man's truck potential. Like, they could have just thought that, oh damn, this just to come up real quick, because the store that we was watching, keep in mind, those wasn't black owned stores. One side of the street was YT people side, and the other side of the street was people who own stores that served black folk, right? So it's possible that he could have thought it was anybody's. Like, not to say that stealing from somebody is wrong, but what I'm saying is they were more so stealing from a company versus a person, if that makes sense. They didn't go inside. Hey, Prince, they didn't go inside of a home and steal something. It was right there, and they could assume that, oh, this is they might be dropping this off for a business. And to me, what they were doing was more equivalent to somebody stealing out of Walmart than it was somebody stealing from somebody personal. So when you understand that part of it and them not knowing and them being like, oh my God, Smoke, I did not know it was you. I'm sorry. I would have never done that if I would have knew. And him being like, oh well, boom. To me, why are y'all doing that to us? Why are y'all making us have empathy for for people who are committing crimes and being indifferent to victims of the crime? Like, I just didn't like, I didn't like that. That's how I felt about it. But hey Prince, you up here. Go ahead, Prince.
Hey, I just got out of
Hey.
orientation. I saw blaxploitation in films, and I'm like, oh hell yeah, I love me some movies
Me too.
and movie history.
I'm obsessed with movies. That's why I be watching all this stuff.
Oh yeah, because like, to your statement, absolutely, blaxploitation did destroy the black community. You know, because if I'm quoting correctly, because I need to go find that documentary again. It's about black people in horror movie history. But those are the only two genres that we were allowed to be in at the time was exploitation, blaxploitation, or horror, which is still an exploitation in itself because you're being presented as a monster fictionally, and then you're participating in being shown as a monster in a quote unquote realistic lens. So it's like you can't even escape the stereotypes they force you on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Fluffy. But either way, yeah, this blaxploitation pretty much is one of the things that destroy the black community.
And again, I'm so obsessed because like I do not think that my message land. Again, I think that the reason why we did not see the exploitation happening in centers is because of how we have been conditioned to view things. We just didn't see it. We saw that did not, like, certain things that happened did not make us uncomfortable. And if it, and I'm not, and I'm saying the trauma part is already bad enough, but if we are getting used to sympathizing with people who will justify their bad behavior because y'all gotta understand, we are constantly saying out loud with no solutions to it, no pushback, no commentary. Because keep in mind, Lord, I'm so pissed, y'all. I'm trying not to be. I've been so emotional all day, all this whole live. I gotta calm the fuck down. Y'all have to understand. Ryan Coogler put the scene with the prisoners, and y'all know how I feel about the way we glorify and romanticize this criminal lifestyle, this prison pipeline, this needing to reinforce this bullshit as a way to, the only way that you can show the only way that you can see humanity in a black man is when he in stripes, or try to make it seem that way and then leave it vague and I not obfuscate, what's the word, omit information on purpose. Ryan Coogler made sure he put in that film when they were driving and passed by those men. He made sure he put in this backstory to explain why one man might have been on the chain gang wrongfully, purposely leaving vague all the other things that could have happened. After we got to see a black man commit an atrocity, a crime against two black men, because he needed to let them know what time it was. Not because they harmed him, not because they was hurting him, but because he needed to let them know what time it was and who the real man was. He made sure he put that in there. And you mean to tell me there couldn't have been commentary that says, whoa, 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 why did you do that? We can't be doing that. Y'all mean to tell me we cannot, even if it wasn't, why did you do that? You mean to tell me it could be any commentary to explain why that happened when you gave commentary to explain why men are on the chain gang? and why that is just like a part of the black experience. I don't know, y'all. I'm uncomfortable about that. I'm uncomfortable.
I just want to say, Mia, have you considered like studying film or critiquing film?
I do be girl. I'm obsessed. I be watching all kinds of stuff.
Because I could listen to you break down movies all day.
Thank you.
You
I
should
Because
listen because
yeah,
I
I can
feel
listen to it all
really
day.
I feel
What's who is it? Cisco and
I
what's the
feel
lead?
really
Oh wait, Summer was trying to say something. Sorry, Sage, but her phone was messed up. Go ahead, Summer. Try it again.
sorry, my Wi-Fi is my Wi-Fi is
Yeah.
all messed up. I feel really vulnerable about it because I didn't see that. And I cried twice when they went past the chain gang. And another a spiritual woman I follow, she a hoodoo girl, she was saying about the way Annie was portrayed, and I was like, I didn't catch any of it. I just lost myself in the movie. I love the movie, right? And I used to love Rudy Ray Moore and that Easy E song, What's Your Favorite Word? I just love all of it. And I'm like,
Baby, that's
this
too
blew me
short.
the F up.
Not
And
easy.
too short, excuse me, Easy is too short, excuse me, too short. Easy. I love Easy. I love Easy too. Whatever. Anyway, I'm like, dang. I mean, for years, I do think people blame too much on music a lot of times and act like, "Ooh," whatever. But it does have an effect. It has such an effect that I didn't even see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like this. Go go ahead, Sage. Before I say yeah.
No, I was just messing around, but I can quote Easy E. That nigga said them fat sack of rocks. Hell yeah, he stuffed them up his ass.
But they be boofing, and we ain't gonna go there. But they be boofing, in the words of the New York men. But yeah, they be stuck. Yeah, they got a pocket for 'em. They call it a pocketbook. But go ahead, say.
But I don't know which part. I don't know what the hoodoo girls, the hoodoo woman was saying about Annie. But even in like that type of spirituality, it's still really male centered.
Mm-hmm.
All of it is. So
Yeah, that's what she was saying. Yeah, that girl's
Cause
name,
like,
not memory, but she was.
go ahead, Summer. Oh, cause
That
damn.
everybody was making
Okay,
a big
go.
deal about their relationship. And like, I know we keep having a delay, so they're making a big deal about their relationship and how beautiful it was, and oh, and all the girlies was like, oh, hoodoo, oh, she talk about the spirituality, oh, this is amazing, and we were excited about it, but then she was like, you know, he didn't honor her. He didn't protect her. He didn't take care of her. He didn't stay with her. We don't even know what happened to the baby. So the baby got sick. He blames her basically why you couldn't save her. She got to step in and save him. He came back to offer her nothing but some dirty money. And people was like, she should have just took the money. But if you spiritual like that, you know all money ain't good money, like she's saying. And like the whole thing of it, she knew, and she knew when she did the divination how it was gonna go, and she still stepped up to save him. It's the same bullshit as always. Black woman gotta come save the day. She gotta sacrifice
Hey, Summer,
herself. She gotta
they
swallow
didn't
her
even
pain
men-
about losing her child.
they didn't even mention her and the child in the relationship. They said go get so and so to cook.
Yeah.
They said go get her to
The
cook. So
servant.
we didn't even know that there was a love interest, that he had one or anybody. He was going to get her to cook at their juke joint. And then this whole part opens up. Like from the beginning, it wasn't go check on your long lost love, go see how she doing. It was no, we need somebody to cook, and everybody love her cooking. Go ahead and snag her and talk her into going to do it. Like from
And
the
bent her
beginning.
over. He didn't force her to take the money. He didn't offer her anything. It was all vague bullshit. And then he bent her over. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. Like, he bent her over after not being there for her. Because when you think about what happened with the YT woman, because all this passing shit, I'm also getting sick of that. Y'all gonna kiss my ass with the passing. I'm
Mia,
telling
the
y'all,
only passing
y'all
play
gonna
from
kiss
here.
my ass. They not passing. They're YT. The system made up a rule that was stupid, just like the rule that you can't use the bathroom because you got different diseases. In referencing the fucking help. They made up a rule. That woman was YT. They wasn't passing. If you got a great great grandmother who went to California, she wasn't passing. Your grandma was YT. Welcome to America. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? But anyway, when you think about the Smek scene with the YT woman, when did they have Smek?
Unalive.
No,
Oh,
after
what?
Oh,
After
when she
she
went
was
to after
turned.
she was
after
unalive.
she
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
turned.
Yeah.
After
After
she
she
was
was
turned.
turned,
Yeah, she got
she
turned
got
out
freaky
first.
with
For
it.
him, after she did work
She
for him.
got turned, and then she went and was being sexual, and she was on the top or the bottom.
The top.
The top,
The drool and
dominating.
She
everything.
was on the
Like,
top
Look
and
at that.
And
damn.
she got on, she was in control, and she made him, it wasn't no option. She made him turn. So if you look at the comparison of the Smek scenes in itself, and I'm not even saying this is the thing I'm telling y'all that's sick. I don't even think some of this stuff may have been, but I'm telling y'all that I'm pointing out might not even been intentional. It's just that deep. It's that deep. I've been saying this because some of the conditioning, y'all, is so ingrained that the way it come out, it might come out and you ain't never seen it come out. You might do some weird shit next year that you ain't never did because that shit so deep in you. You don't know when some of that weird shit gonna come out. That was weird. And I don't think he intended on doing it. I want y'all to know though, it's something convenient about her being able to be sexual after she was a fucking vampire. Cause she wasn't herself no more.
and I want to say this: Caroline cheated on her husband, so she was committing adultery, and she was messing with somebody underage. So Caroline
He was
was
not
definitely
underage.
Hold on, he wasn't underage. Stop. You're talking about a different scene.
us. Sammy was underage. Sammy
We're
was
not
definitely.
talking about Sammy. We're talking about Stack
I know
and
what we're
Mary.
talking about, but I just want to point
But
out the fact.
was Sammy underage?
Yes,
No.
Sammy
yes,
was
yes,
19,
he
but we
was.
don't know
He was
we don't
underage.
know
How you gonna tell
we
me?
don't know how
We
old
do
Perlene
know. It's in the
was.
fucking
Nigga
movie.
crashing
We
out.
don't know
Oh
we
my god.
don't know how old Perlene was. It wasn't stated in the movie.
Caroline was committing adultery.
And hold on, 30. While
And back in the day, young
she
girls were
could have been a
getting married
child
as
bride
young
for
as
all we know.
17.
In the 30s, we seen Color Purple. She could have been a fucking child bride anyway. She
Exactly. So
wasn't
why
old. She was probably
crashing
15.
out?
She was probably 15. He was
But
probably
like
older than her.
even in the context of like the way that Smex is being portrayed in the movie with that conversation, you see three different aspects of like what consent or what does a loving quote unquote mutual relationship looks like within the black community with black men. How do black men engage sexually with, with women from three different aspects of womanhood? But that's a deeper conversation for another time.
Mhm. I can't believe 30 crashed out like that.
I ain't crashed out. I'm just saying, Caroline committed adultery. Sammy was a young
You gotta
boy.
fix your microphone.
Dude, you're so far away.
I'm,
We
I,
don't
I,
know how old Perlene
30.
was.
Hold up. 30. Calm down. Are you at least acknowledging we're saying that it's likely that she wasn't of age and that she
I,
was a child bride? Are you
it's,
catching that or no?
it's likely that she was married to another BLK and they
No,
were
no.
both.
It's likely that she was married off to a grown man as a little girl.
I
Yeah,
don't know. I
she
don't know.
also looked like she had money
But
because
she
if
didn't.
you
She didn't. Yeah, and she didn't marry somebody that she like. Is a reason why she was stepping out.
Man, look, that ain't got nothing to do with it. She was a freak. And she wanted that young boy.
That
but
has everything to do with that. That adds context to her story.
But here's the thing: if it was a nigga doing that shit, 30 wouldn't give a fuck.
he,
Oh, I
he don't
will.
even care
And
that Mary was
actually,
married. Mary was
and
married
Stack
too,
was
nigga.
doing it. Stack was doing the same thing that
Yeah.
Pearline was doing. You ain't got smoke for him, do you? Ha,
No
smoke for
pun.
Stack.
No pun,
Hey.
but like no pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
But
That
you
white lady
see,
was very.
go ahead, Dark Horse. I'm sorry.
He don't know. He don't care about no YT lady being married because they the cream of the crop. He talking
But
about that.
I don't date YT women. YT women are
not my particular cup of tea, so I don't talk on them. But her and Stack don't smoke.
How you
Yeah,
know they age? You know fucking Ryan Coogler.
no, listen,
Cause,
listen.
cause I guarantee you, if you ask that nigga right now how old they was, it's gonna take him 10 weeks to tell you.
Look,
He ain't gonna be able to spit that shit out fast enough.
look,
Damn. Not 10 weeks, Mia.
look.
Damn.
It's okay, all right, y'all got me. Stack and Mary were they grew up together, and they couldn't be together because remember, she said her mother raised them
Not
from
him telling
ten.
us a story. They
I'm gonna
Hold
fix that
on, we
fucking
don't know. We
microphone.
do not know the age difference between Stack and Mary. But either
exactly.
way, I'm going to go off of the statistics that he was much older than her when he started hitting those cheeks when she was still a young teenager.
Exactly.
So you have all this smoke, for Perline, but none for Stack. Interesting.
Can we at least admit, all right, that Caroline was way older than Sammy? She was
No,
like
she
No.
wasn't. No, we're not gonna do that because she wasn't.
that's like Anthony Edwards and the girl and the lady.
Man, damn my
Same
head.
It's not though.
Fuck you sound like that, man. Fix that shit.
You at
look,
work yelling
look,
on
It
the damn
sounds silly
phone.
as hell.
look,
Like
Caroline,
ignoring history too. Like,
hey,
Then the way he
sir,
Caroline,
say her name is weird. Pearline is
it's
weird.
Perline.
And then
Caroline,
Perline.
he and then he said
Caroline,
tomorrow he was married. 30, you ain't married. You don't give a fuck about being married. You don't mean
I'm
that
about
shit
to
don't
be
mean
married. I'm
nothing.
about to be married. Hey,
About
Caroline,
to and very
Lord,
married are not the same.
save
ma'am,
that lady.
listen to
You
what I'm
mean you
Send
mean to
her to
tell
live,
me
30. Send her to
saying.
live. We want
Hell
to talk
no.
to her.
Hell no.
No, let us
Look,
talk to her.
no, y'all will never speak to her. Look,
never
Caroline,
say never?
like
And
I
there's a
said,
reason why he's saying never too, though. It's okay for him to be up in here, but she can't.
yeah,
30,
because y'all
you
ain't
was
gonna do nothing but throw me under the bus.
30, you
Nah,
was
you'd
talking
probably throw
about
yourself
how
under the bus.
you were talking about how the movie is not problematic because it happens in real life. Well, guess what? Women cheat in real life.
Facts. I agree.
You was caping for the violence, and it's always funny to me that men y'all get upset about what a woman do with her coochie, but a man can do this dude shot somebody in the rear end in front of a child, but you more worried about Perline coming on Sammy's face. That's weird.
I was about to say that too. It's not even. It was just oral, and you mad about that? Meanwhile, vampires spitting in Stack's face. You know what? Let me stop.
Yeah, we talked about that.
I said, Caroline wanted a taste of that young blood. She wanted that
He
young
didn't
blood.
have a taste. He had a taste of her.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
So
She
it
wanted,
was Sammy. If
can
you're
I
gonna
finish
blame
talking?
anyone,
Can I
blame
make my point?
Sammy.
Can I make my point? Can I
You
make
can
my point?
try. You
Okay,
can
let me try.
try.
Let me try. Listen, Caroline wanted that young boy to taste him in her own sweat. And she told him, hey, I've been sweating. And that young boy was horny, and that young boy wanted to lick that coochie. And she let him do
Okay.
it. Knowing she was
And
a
but he
man
still do
eater.
it though. He could have stopped
You
himself.
keep talking about her
So
being
what are you trying to
married.
say? So what are you trying to say? But you have
Shut the
no
fuck up.
smoke for Stack. No
Yeah,
smoke for
don't shut the
Stack.
fuck up.
Hmm. Like
When
Pearl.
a girl, when a woman do it, and when a man do it, it's a problem.
No, no, women don't give a fuck. Women get married and be fucking everybody. Yup, don't mean shit.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, Pearline did nothing wrong.
Not a thing.
She innocent.
Except for saying good and have fun and possibly fell in
And
love
the
for the
way
last
y'all
night of
let
her
it,
life.
why don't y'all talk about how that Chinese lady was the reason why they got to come in because she ain't giving a fuck about no black folks. All she cared about was saving her husband and saving
So
her.
No,
the
the reason.
interesting thing about that, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Interesting thing about Grace's her actions in that is that it does offer a nuance into the conversation between Asian Americans and their stances as being a buffer between white and black people. But in a very human sense, no one was going to get out of that Jeep joint alive. Either they were going to get pew down by the Triple K, or they were going to be turned into vampires. At that point, no one was coming out alive. So, and there was no guarantee that Remick wasn't going to take all of those turned people into the town to, annihilate the town, because Grace's daughter had no idea that her dad was turned into a vampire. She would have definitely let them in the house. So yeah, so in a way, Grace saved the town and saved Sammy in a sense.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
And I
Yeah,
even
she did. There's an argument for that
hold up.
because no
And
one
I
else in the
even
town,
saying,
no one
Prince.
else in the town knew about the vampires.
Okay, anyway,
So,
Prince,
and they weren't going to
Prince,
spare anyone. He was
listen to
definitely
me,
going to
Prince.
go and devour that town.
Ma'am,
What?
listen to
Why
what I'm
are you
trying to say.
screaming in the phone?
I'm trying to talk to you. You keep talking over me. Ma'am, listen
Because
to
you
what I'm
keep
trying to tell
yelling.
you. Because you wouldn't even been at the steak joint. That's first thing first. All right? Because you would have been white passing. You would have been too much. They wouldn't even invite
Who,
you.
me? Wait, hold on. I'm white passing?
Yeah, you wouldn't even been there. All right?
First of all, no, I wouldn't have been there. I would have been in Virginia with the rest of my family. Like, let's be for real. Or at least in Georgia somewhere. But no, I'm not beating
He'll
those
say anything.
allegations.
30 will say anything, but I'm so glad that I ain't never had to worry about that.
I ain't beating those allegations.
between you and Tara, niggas be crashing out on y'all.
I didn't even. I haven't even said anything problematic yet.
They
That's
be
the
saying
thing.
y'all white tea.
The
Damn.
the last white tea person in my family was like my great grandma,
Man, look,
and
I don't even care. Only thing I know is, and I ain't trying to be funny, but only thing I know is that lady put them in a position where they had to fight them vampires. And she was not trying to save both and always stuck with the black
she
people.
was trying to save her daughter.
No, she was trying to save both.
No, she
Gay.
wasn't. Once Remick started speaking to her in her dialect of Chinese, she knew that her husband was gone.
No, he
At
was
that
speaking
point,
Spanish. Not trying,
Remick threatened to get to her daughter through her father. Her
man,
daughter, not knowing that her father has been turned into a vampire, would have let Bo in and annihilate that family.
man, he was
So
speaking Mandarin.
you can't have this conversation and not like acknowledge the nuance in that situation.
Yeah, because that's why she unalive Bo, because yeah, like cause somebody was saying when they did a breakdown, they was like, oh, their daughter would have been smart enough not to let nobody in. Yeah, she would have. She wouldn't have let Rennick in. She wouldn't have let Stack in. She wouldn't let nobody in. Even though she knows Stack, she probably wouldn't have let him in either. None of them would have got in. But her daddy would have. She wouldn't have let
Exactly.
her dad in. He was a vampire. I know y'all don't give a fuck about y'all kids. I get it. Y'all don't give a damn about your kids. And let me tell you something, Prince. It's by design for her to be the one that was in there so that they could make it seem like she fucked up the community. Because keep in mind, they want us to be distracted by what Smoke did and be more mad about a mother. I don't care if she was Asian, YT, Hispanic, Mexican. I don't care if she was fucking Mother Nature. She was a mother.
Yeah, I wanted to
She
say that part.
knew.
I'm gonna be honest. If that nigga threatened that cause something happened to my child, I would have let them bitches in too. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. At first, I didn't. I was upset because the way they were trying to frame it. But when I thought about it, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Y'all niggas trying to y'all want to talk about mothers. Y'all want us to be confused. Y'all want us to put y'all first. She didn't have a choice. I would have let them in. She waited too long to let them in. When I look back on it, look, Annie, ma'am, lady, like how Michael Lawrence was in life. Billy, ma'am, we want two pies. She should have been like, Annie, Get the steaks. Hey, give us the mojo. Cause I'm about to let these bastards in. Either y'all could get ready or y'all gonna get left. And when y'all look at what she did, she didn't give a fuck about nothing else. She wanted her husband gone. Because she knew if she let him live, she went straight for him. She wasn't still thinking about being with him. She knew her husband was gone. She said, I'll mourn that motherfucker in the afterlife. In the afterlife. We'll talk to Buddha later. She was like, let me get him first. That's what she did because she did not want it to be a chance that he lived and was able to get to their daughter. So I don't know what y'all see. Again, y'all see everything but what Smoke and Stack did.
Really want to talk about it. None of this would have happened if Sack didn't send Mary to go finesse with the white people in the first place.
Huh. Talk about cause she thinks she can blend in. She thinks she's Superwoman. She went over there thinking that she gonna be able to and even with that, she did that for Stack because he wanted the money. Like again, and where to protect again, the men weren't protecting shit. The men only protected their self, their shit. Smoke was willing to unalive 2 black men for motherfucking stolen booze, but Annie protected him. And then here come Mary and her wig protecting Stack, trying to get him some fucking money. Thinking she a motherfucking YT whisperer. Like she can just get anybody to do anything. Yeah, they did something for you. They bit your ass. But again, she went out there unprotected. All she had was a pew pew. Stack didn't go out there with her. Stack wasn't like, hey, let me stand with you. He let her do the work for him. How often does that happen? Where women are doing the work, filling out applications, talking to your parole officer, coming to court for you to help you out, trying to teach you how to figure out how to keep your receipts so your baby mama don't take all your money. It's a lot of bullshit we be doing. Look at this.
And this why when you get some money,
Ass nigga, I've been
back
meant to
to the
cuss your
hood.
brick built ass out.
They all want to
Break this
happen if
down with
they
your
would
dumb
have
ass.
took their
Go ahead.
money, scammed them Italians, and just kept it moving. They came back to the hood, came back to where they was from, and look what happened. That's the age old story for black men everywhere. That's the lesson
Wait,
that we
hold
all
on,
got to take.
Pearl. Wait, what is Pearl talking about? Pearl, what did you talk about, Pearl? They were fed anyway. Either way,
Well,
It's
Pearl.
like
what he talking
either they were going to be turned into vampires or got
Oh, I
by the
see what she's
Triple
saying.
K.
Oh,
If
okay,
you
I
say
see
they
what
was
she's
F,
saying.
she mean F'd either way.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Because Pearl be trolling. I didn't know what she meant. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, Pearl. Okay, Pearl. Okay, Pearl. Come on, Pearl.
Black men relating to shit that
Yeah,
they never go
sorry.
through is
No, because
crazy.
um I had to I had to watch a lot of like TikToks to kind of like help me understand like a lot of like the symbolisms that were going on, but they were fucked either way. Like it was either get eaten by the vampires or get unalived by the YT men that sold them the place to have their little party in at the end of the movie.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. But it wouldn't have been all the people. It would have just simply been the brothers probably.
Yeah.
But when if you talk about them specifically, yeah, they was fucked no matter what. Like that was it. Like when they sold their soul to the devil as soon as they gave that man that money. Like it wasn't no
Yeah.
really turning back. Like that was it. So I agree with you about that. And but that proves my point. They was willing to sacrifice the whole community because they were greedy.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they didn't know. Like because you got to think about because George and his brick for a brain kind of had a little sense that he was making because it is this idea that motherfuckers get a little money and come back to the hood because
Yes.
they can't make it nowhere else, right? Like you can't like they can't get the little money they get and establish themselves in a new suburb or community, so they got to come back to be quote unquote hood rich. So they had to come back and they knew what they was coming to. So they did not care. They wanted to exploit those plantation workers the same way that the YT men wanted to exploit them.
Yeah.
That's my opinion about it on that front. So
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, I didn't even see that, like, look at it until now that you're explaining it.
I be doing a
But it
deep
makes
dive.
sense.
I've
Yeah.
been deep diving on it because I think because we get so lost because like again because I'm not comparing Straw and Sinners because I think that Sinners is actually a good it's a film, right? Straw is a fucking movie that could have been on Tubi, but um, it just shows what I'm just showing the different levels of the exploitation. Tyler Perry doesn't have to put that much thought or symbolism in it. He can come straight out with it. He can have this lady from sun up to sundown doing unbelievable shit. Like she run into a racist police officer who say he gonna unalive her. In his civilian car. She lose her ID. She at the bank and she win against a hard bad guy, but then she unalive her about like all this stuff he can have happen with no really rhyme or reason. Because we know how Tyler Perry coming, but to me, if the message is the message, the message is the message. He came back with the money, and that was the first thing he was showing. You right? Oh, damn, Pearl.
Like, he was like
Damn,
bribing people, and I'm just like, dude, like,
damn.
be a little cautious. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he couldn't bribe with money. He used the stolen alcohol to do it. So it's like,
What?
Wait, hold on. I don't remember that part. What scene
with
was that?
Delta Slim.
Oh.
The musician
But,
man. Remember when he let him
yeah,
taste the beer?
Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, you're right.
He let him taste the beer. That is
Damn.
crazy.
Do
I.
y'all
Mhm.
y'all know I have like the worst sense of humor, but when that I'm sorry when because white people be so ignorant, but when he showed up to the people door, because remember those people who Remick initially knocked on the door, they was triple K.
Mm-hmm.
But when they were chasing him and he was telling them, he was like, "Hey, these like." Did he call them Indians? I can't remember. But and they were like,
the Indian.
He said
and
they
then
were light skinned.
they were like,
No,
"You
he
sure
called them
you
pale
pale
niggers.
nigger?"
It's like, what?
Like what? But this dude is frying in the sun, and them idiots just let him in. But Phoenix has a whole thing about that because those particular Native Americans were not supposed to be around anymore because of like everything that happened with the Trail of Tears and all of that. So that's why they was really confused. But when they said that he was getting chased by them, and they asked him that before they let him in, and he knew that they were stupid because he seen the clan costume
Yep.
but when he seen it, he looked and he just smiled because he was like, "Yeah, they stupid."
He was like, you know
Another
what? Never
angle.
mind. Y'all got it.
But he knew what angle to go, and that also defeats and that also shows how although you Irish and that was a thing, you could still blend in. Unlike the Chinese people couldn't pretend to be YT. They were more acceptable than black people, but they couldn't pretend to be YT. But you as an Irishman could. Like you could just like he did not say he was Irish. He put on that southern twang and them motherfuckers ain't think twice.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, and that like brings up another. Well, it's not going to be our conversation because we're not Irish or part of
I
diaspora,
am.
but it does
I'm
bring. Oh, you
1%.
are?
I
I am
surely
1%.
Oh,
I'm
well,
not
okay.
Indian. I ain't Indian. I'm Irish.
Yeah.
Well, then this brings up the conversation of
I'm lying,
the
girl.
difference in like the diaspora between Irish nationals and Irish Americans and like their proximity to being oppressed and oppressor and how like Irish Americans need to come to I guess face their history in this country. It's like you want to claim to be like be oppressed and want to be part of, like, I guess, a fighting Irish, so to speak, but you don't understand you don't have any connection to that ancestry or your history, which also like adds on to Remic's story.
Yeah. All right, Pearl. Damn, was another point I had wanted to make. Fuck. But no, I agree. Um, shit, Tara. It was for Tara. God damn it.
I think they're gonna make this into a universe. I think.
I hope. Damn, it was something I wanted to say.
Damn,
Jesus.
that shit gone forever.
I
Damn.
ain't trying to get off the prompt, but do y'all ever talk about like current shit, like
This man stupid.
Somebody beat
Don't
me
say
to it.
something
Damn.
stupid. As if what's the movies are talking about are not current.
No, he want attention and he annoying.
Damn, it was something I had. Y'all, it was another part I didn't want to add to, but I forgot. But
Did you talk about Discord today, Mia?
I did. I told them.
I came up with some ideas too. Just like,
Okay, I had tried to attach my Discord to my TikTok, but it wouldn't let me. It like kicked me out, so I might have to play around with it a little bit.
well,
But
in the meantime, people can just message you.
but yeah, like if y'all wanna get in a Discord, message me. Um,
I think we should do superlatives on Friday.
okay,
I'm a manage it in the Discord though.
all right, and just know like yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, if you are interested in getting into my Discord, message me. Um, and I'll add you. Everyone's welcome, even
Did you tell me what kind
opposition.
of Discord it is?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be y'all. Y'all know how I am. We gonna be messy. We ain't gonna be out there prim and proper. Ain't gonna be no respectability. You gotta be tough. Enter at your own risk. Um,
Y'all gotta sign up before Friday, y'all. We're gonna be messy on Friday. But
yeah.
I just wanna let you know I got some superlatives. I know you like that word or whatever, but
I don't know what the fuck you saying. When you said it, I started.
let me just say this. Whether you did or not, your fucking name gonna be up there. I'm putting everybody's name on shit. That's all.
I love that. But yeah, y'all join the Discord. Long story. Message me and join the Discord. It's perlative.
Superlative.
Whatever
Wait,
the
the
fuck you
Discord is
saying.
superlative? That's the name
Superlative,
of the
yeah.
Discord?
No, I'm
No,
saying it's
I want to do
important.
superlative.
Okay.
I don't know what that is,
Oh,
but
I know what that means. That's like most likely to succeed, most likely to eat a
just
burger.
say that. What the fuck?
No,
It's
it's gonna
like
be
give us
TikTok
that.
flavor. It's gonna be like for example, most likely to start a fight in the comments. Shit like that.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm all for it. So y'all message me. Prince, I'm gonna have to send you an invite. I thought I did, but cause you acting like you didn't know you was in there, so you must not be.
I don't think she in
Oh,
there because I
okay.
tried to tag her last night.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm not in there. I didn't receive anything. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay, well then yeah, I'm gonna add you because I thought you was in there. Thought I had added everybody, but maybe I didn't because I ain't know how to work it. So you got to bear with me.
Let me ask
No,
you a
you're okay.
question. I always want to say it like this, so let me. I'm gonna talk like an
Yeah,
old.
Ashley, Coconut, y'all come to the Discord.
Coconut, send me matter of fact, I'll send it to you now, Coconut.
But what you say, Sad?
So let me ask you this here. How you connected to TikTok?
I don't know.
You gotta go through your subscription.
Oh, okay. Because I know I think like when you have the link in the bio, it
You can
expires.
come, Gigi. Yeah,
I don't know
Gigi.
how to link
Anybody
it.
can come. Just message me and I guess I send the link. I don't fucking know, but give me 3 business. No, I'm playing. Just send me a message if you're interested. Y'all can come. I will add you. that way. But go ahead, Sage.
No, I was just asking because I know that that link expires. So but I don't know how to link it to TikTok. So I was curious on that too.
No,
That's
you
all.
can TikTok X is an administrator in your TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Like if you go to my TikTok and you look at the members, I mean my Discord, TikTok is a member and is an administrator.
Oh,
Hmm.
look. I haven't been in my Discord in a minute.
Me neither. My
Did
shit
you
neglected as hell.
did y'all
Coconut,
talk about straw yet?
coconut. Hold on. Do you
Yes,
need it to Phoenix?
yeah, send her an
Definitely.
invite.
All right, I'm
Send
doing
her
it
an invite.
now.
Okay, I
Coconut,
Oh,
got
I
I
her.
just
got
sent
it.
it to you, Coconut. Let me know if you got it.
Phoenix, no, we didn't talk about straw too much. We were too wrapped up in sinners, honestly.
Yeah, that's because they were crashing out.
Yeah.
I'm there.
It was like, well,
Okay,
what y'all
let's
men
send
with
me.
you?
Hold on, says let's send me a message and I'll send it to you because I don't know how else to
Yes.
do it.
Yeah, I'll just send it to people who's already on my friend list. I could just invite you.
Okay, we'll do that. Well, I
No,
don't
it
know.
was just Coconut and Prince.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, the
All
men
right.
were crashing out because we don't think they should be portrayed this
That way.
way. But they're like, oh, this is real life. And 30 was like literally proving the point. And because
What,
he's
Sinners is real life?
like
Yeah.
violence. And he said to me, he was like, everybody life ain't like your life. You shouldn't push that on people. And I'm like, and vice versa. Like everybody life ain't like yours. So why we gotta sit here and watch your story over and over again?
Exactly.
I see you, Phoenix. She made it, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm there. Did any of you, did you guys talk about straw yet and Tyler Perry's lawsuit?
No, we ain't get a. Yeah, you could touch on a lawsuit real quick while I'm doing this.
Oh yeah,
Gigi,
so
wait, hold on. Gigi, go ahead and send me a message so I can send it to you.
Do they know it's co-ed?
Yeah, oh yeah, y'all. Look, it's co-ed, but we'll talk more about it. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna drop it.
yeah, so apparently there is an actor that is filing a $26 million lawsuit against Tyler Perry for sexual for essentially for being a ditty, so to speak.
There's a man.
Yes. Oh, 260. Oh, 260 million. My bad. I knew there was a zero in there somewhere. Thank you, Tareem. But yeah, the man.
I ain't surprised.
I'm not either, but I haven't seen Straw. I have refused to watch another Tyler Perry movie, and I refuse to watch another Tyler Perry movie on Netflix. But it just looks like it's trauma.
It was trauma. It was nothing more than fucking trauma. So trust me, it was pure fucking trauma. They wasn't talking about nothing. Um, she just went through so much. Like the whole hour and 47 fucking minutes.
And I don't know if y'all I don't know how to word this without sounding too, but like the way that his movies, like the color of it, that's how people that's in depression see. It's called like gray matter. So like your world kind of looks gray, and that's like what I see. That's one reason I didn't want to watch the movie because I seen that gray.
Yeah, and
What?
I think on a
Oh.
subconscious level, these movies be fucking women up. Like, even if you like, there's some bullshit. Like seeing all that trauma, it fucks with you.
Hmm. That's why I was like, that's why the lady in acrimony was BP Tariq. But yeah, that's damn it. I forgot. I got brain fog. Oh yeah, but that's what I was saying like earlier because people were saying, "Oh, I didn't watch Sinners. I don't want to bring no demons in my house. I take my spirituality seriously. I don't want to open no portals." but you sit here and watch this lady at the side of the bed crying. Like, what do you think that does to you?
It's like you're on TikTok every day on your phone, watching YouTube, listening to
Fuck that
music.
lady husband in your house. That opened the portal. If you thinking like that. Hmm.
Okay.
I put the lady husband. What the hell?
Sorry. Phoenix knows that I'm like one of those
Ladies.
little kids that say random stuff because I do it to her all the time, and she be like, okay.
Is
I
Dark
mean,
Horse
that's like
here?
mostly my job.
Is Dark Horse still here?
Yeah, I am. I'm like, yeah.
Something about you being down there in the corner make it look like you judging us. Like you down there judging us and shit.
Switch places
When
with
it,
her.
I don't like touching the boxes when it be ops up there. It was ops up there where y'all at. I don't be wanting to touch their box.
No, got the op cootie.
I'd be
I
like,
didn't
nah, that
even
shit
know it.
contagious. That shit gonna jump on me. Like them spirits sad when they say on one of that spiritual shit to jump on me.
Oh no. No, I was gonna say this is a little off topic, but kind of on topic. Speaking of spirits, on like there's like this news story that this husband. Ah,
What
That's my
happened?
baby for life. Fuck y'all. That's my baby for life. Fuck everybody.
What's
We gonna
going
judge
on?
these bitches down here together.
well, damn.
Go ahead, Prince. My bad.
No, I was saying like today there was a black couple, a husband unalived his girlfriend or his wife because she put the root on him. But come to find out, he put the root on her too.
That really ain't had nothing to do with it. He was very violent anyway.
Ah,
Um
okay.
yeah. So I hate when people blame that because I just hate when people blame that because for one, that's black spirituality and they're demonizing it. But you can go in church and pray every day for a husband. But yeah, he was like if you look at him, he was nuts already. He was nuts.
So what movie y'all talking about?
No, this is real life. This couple,
Um,
I
they
don't
were
know.
yeah, they were on like what was it, Instagram or TikTok or something. And
I
like
was honest, yeah, they were on live
they
separately.
were arguing back and forth and they were bringing up who they cheated with. And I guess she brought up a dude who he was sensitive about and he was like, I'm gonna unalive you for that and he actually did.
These
Yeah,
niggas.
and that's the black exploitation coming through, right? Where it's still seen um that the black man is always coming through, right? Where it's still seen um that the black man is always associated to what violence and criminality. She shouldn't have said nothing to him. She should have watched her mouth. He told her to be quiet. She should have listened. Because what? You expect him to do what? Enact this violence that we are so like just completely immune to, and we shouldn't be immune to it, but that's what it is. So live after live, I'm scrolling on TikTok, everyone is saying she should have did this, she should have listened, blah 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 blah. Nothing about he just shouldn't have killed her. Excuse me, he shouldn't have underlined her. That's just the only thing that should have been said.
Hmm.
None of that stuff. Everybody, both people can walk away. She didn't underlive him, he underlined her. That's the solution, but we're so just like I said, immune to this the idea of men perpetrating this violence that we continue to stay in this cycle of news where oh it's another one, oh it's another one, oh it's another one, and until we start undoing some of that programming where we think is vile, where we are repulsed, where we are clearly upset, where it does bother us for days to the point that we're changing our behaviors and we're changing what we want to consume, we're changing what we want to pass down to our children. We're going to keep being in this cycle where it's just assumed that this violence and criminality comes along with the black man. It does not. They got to believe it too, though.
They find any way to blame the black woman. Anyway, like they like in the spiritual groups, anytime this happened, y'all, anytime they're accusing that woman of rooting that man.
So when it comes to spirituality, did y'all talk about Annie being a sacrifice for that nigga?
Uh-huh. They
Yeah,
said
we
he
did.
had a good.
Damn. That's what's wrong with coming late. I don't know what y'all done already covered.
I
But
was telling oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Terry, my bad.
I ain't saying nothing.
Oh,
I'm
Phoenix,
finna
I
go
was
back to
telling
watch
them
it.
about John the Conqueror because remember when
What?
um
Yeah.
yeah, when the kids came in. And I was
Mhm.
saying that I'm not sure. I don't know Delta Hoodoo because Hoodoo is tribal. So each family does like we'll do similar things, but some people do things different. I'm not sure if they was using High John a lot back then. I know that like in Mojo bags, you probably would feed it like red brick dust stuff like that, right? But John the Conqueror, this dude he fought to escape slavery so he can marry his master's daughter. So
So,
yeah,
wow, I didn't know that part of the story.
yeah.
Like, but I do know that High John the Conqueror is he could be prayed to or worked with for like court cases or to fight against injustice.
Yep.
So in that time period, that does make sense that the children or their mother would ask for High John the
Oh, I get what
Conqueror.
you're saying. I get what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying. Yeah. Well, she gave it to them for their protection, I think. I can't. I have to go back to that.
Yeah, it's like either the mom would send the children because even though like the Annie is part of the community, there's still the stigma around root work
Mhm.
and especially in the Christian South. So likely the mother would send the children to go and get the things that she needed to do whatever route she needed to because no one's going to suspect children
Oh, I
and
get that.
yeah, no one's gonna suspect the children, and they're like innocent anyway, so they're not
Yes.
gonna know to mess with the bag.
So in essence, Venus is saying that she sent them kids to get that root to get that nigga out of jail.
Hell yeah!
I want y'all to know too that Dirty done screamed himself to sleep. He better
Yeah,
stop coming over here, getting his shit off over here just so I can go to sleep because he couldn't get his girlfriend on the line. Where his girlfriend at? You better call
You
and
know
cuss her out and stop
they have
coming over here to
services
call
for
and fuss with
that.
us every fucking day. No, that's why she's still in that relationship. They're gonna be together for 5 years. As long as he come on to TikTok and cuss with us every goddamn day. Y'all gotta start charging. I keep saying this shit. Babysitting fucking grown ass men.
You know, Cornhub is still a thing. You know, they haven't banned it completely yet.
Mhm.
Teresa,
He gonna
he
put
was
his
yelling in the pillow.
he gonna put himself to sleep.
Ah, like Kendrick Lamar by ah.
Yeah, that screaming was crazy.
Screaming and still being low as well.
Screaming, you calling me a white woman? It's like, wait.
That nigga got holes in his wall.
Yeah.
Oh,
And everything. You're not getting your deposit back, sir. Or your mama not getting her deposit back. Your deposit back, sir. Or your mama not getting her deposit back. I'm sorry.
That girl, that lady.
She don't let that man live with her. He don't live with that lady. These women, these women is doing a big one. I just want y'all to know. I be hearing these men all the time. Yeah, I got a girl like a. She in her own space on her own thing, with her own degrees, her own money. She ain't wifing your ass up. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Get her a little bit of gain and sending you the fuck home if she even let you come over. These men renting out rooms. I keep telling y'all. They stay at Motel 8. They pay weekly.
Okay, so Phoenix, they were summoning him for protection on the plantation too.
you can use Hydron for protection for injustice in in like the justice system, which would include the plantation and the sharecropper owners at the time as well.
Yeah, you got High John and Low John. Low John, you chew in your mouth and you spit in front of the court before you go in. And it's a different name for it. Grondo, I forgot. But it's the old school name is Low John. So yeah, they've been using it for a while.
Y'all. Okay, so before I end it, I want to say something real quick because remember, Tara, when we was talking about the live last night, the topic, and I just seen a live by a T woman,
Mm-hmm.
and it was the topics was like about the bathrooms and something else. And it made me think about what you said last night. Like the type of conversation I want to have is too deep. Like I'm like at this point, I'm accepting that the conversation I want to have, which is a legit conversation, and we can really let's talk. Let's have the conversation. Even though some things I might disagree with, I think there's some things again the same way I feel about this sentence conversation. I think we're conditioned to erase ourselves and to be of servitude, that we be so busy caught up in respectability that we forget what motherfuckers doing to us. That's what I believe. But I'm open to the conversation, girl to girl, woman to woman, whatever. But I want to have a deep conversation that would challenge the system. And that's not the conversation that is wanting to be had. To keep talking about the bathrooms and ad nauseum like that, I don't know, y'all.
So here's another here's another thing
This
about
is the
it too,
conversation I
right?
was talking about, y'all. Go ahead, Terry.
So, and we saw it on Facebook when a lot of these YT people was learning about racism, and all of a sudden they became these politically correct fucking social justice warriors or whatever. Because like you talking about somebody who has the guilt or whatever that comes with having privilege, and now you are part of a subjugated group. They want to enjoy being like the whole, because you gotta remember when we talk about like the male experience and how they love to victimize themselves, ain't it possible that they want to have conversations that talk with somebody who's attacking them and they get to be the victim? I mean, is that too much of a stretch?
No,
Spot on to
Yeah,
me.
that makes sense
that's
because,
what it
like,
is.
yeah, that makes sense.
That's what, and then when they say that trans T women do not do that, I mean T men don't do that because they're used to being marginal. They're used to being ostracized, so they don't have a need to like go so hard about certain things because they're used to being ostracized. And they might be kind of enjoying like maybe their passability. I don't know. We don't really get to have that conversation because y'all too busy weaponizing them against us because y'all want to throw in our face that we don't get to own birth and coochies because trans men have them. Every turn is we get owned. Okay, either y'all know more than us because you was once a GAY man, or we don't own shit because a T men own it too. So it's always something. But Tara, you spot on.
Yeah, it's the privilege. They're not letting go of that privilege. They're bringing that privilege right with them in their T woman bag. It's coming with. It's coming with. That never left. And there was nothing for the trans man to bring. Trans
And
men didn't bring no privilege to it or what have you. So they're not letting it go. It's just going to look different. It's still going to be weaponized. And that's what they are not trying to unpack. They're worried about the aesthetic. They're worried about getting in women's spaces, but that pushy attitude is that privilege. That's the part you don't understand. That's not what we were raised to do for 40 some years. We're just now finding our voice. You came with the voice, you came with the privilege, you came with the assumption everybody must bow and let me do what the fuck I want to do. That's the issue. That's why we're different. Those are the differences they don't want to discuss. That's why they keep it on aesthetics or access to certain things. But it's essentially saying, hey, I came over here, I ran shit over there, and I'm coming to run shit over here as well.
I agree. And Mia, I know you saying you want to have a conversation, but shit, go talk to Chat GPT or something because them motherfuckers ain't gonna do it. Because I'm gonna tell you what,
oh yeah, no, I'm
I told
done
you.
having a conversation.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. When I went over there like shit. These y'all, let's talk about how gender's a fucking social construct. Let's talk about it. And huh? What? No, not really. I'm like, are y'all serious? Y'all don't want to talk about how gender's a social construct? Okay, all right. So you want to be trans, but are so conformity.
Yeah, and cause for them, they got to be able to pass because it's for their safety. But we can't talk about that. We can't pass for our safety, quote unquote.
But
Meaning
you can.
like whatever. So maybe the T phobia that y'all are talking about is for the having the language is a form of it. Because if you saying that you need this affirming stuff because it could be dangerous for you, then that goes for everything. That's why when you think about your conversation earlier, Tara, needing to be accepted, like men saying, "Hey, you're a good one." It could be for safety for some women. Like, what the fuck is we talking about? We can drag it out in all kind of areas outside of aesthetic. Is my point.
Yeah, because like it's another. They can have another conversation based on what you were saying yesterday about the T women who want to be with hetero men, and how like y'all make it harmful for other T women because like yeah, you playing this game with these men, you know that they have this deep seated homophobia, right? You want to be part of that, but knowing that like that the games you playing, like that starts to be an expectation. Yeah, they want to sleep with them. Don't get me wrong, but like because like that's not safety, that's not being safe because you don't feel. And I think when you see like a trans woman who do that thing when a motherfucker play with them and they
They
their
real
real
voice
voice come
on.
out, yeah, then guess what? It's like, oh yeah, I can play with you because I can whoop your ass at the same time. That's why I hear when I hear that, and I know that's not the case for everybody, especially if they took on hormones or something. But it's like that's a dangerous game you playing too. So it's like, let's be honest about the safety was risk taking. And I don't know, like, and I'm pretty sure as I say that, I don't know how the fucking sound, but y'all playing a lot of motherfucking games. Like y'all playing a lot of fucking games, and why y'all can't have the conversation? Because you're right, like y'all not fucking tired of talking about the damn bathroom, and like that's how I was telling you, like, there's a reason why they focus on the fucking bathroom. Like that shit is stupid. Them all these fucking trans bills they came out with, a lot of them is not just focusing on limiting the rights of fucking trans people. It is directly harming women. It is directly harming women. So no, talking about the bathroom, you fucking playing. You not talking about shit. You want somebody to be just talk to you a certain way so you could talk to him a certain way and it's fucking justified. Shit y'all motherfuckers do anyway.
No, I agree with you. No, you're absolutely right. I when what made me think about it initially, and remember I told you that T.S. Madison did that interview with Megan from Bad Girls Club, and she was like, and somebody say something about my mama, I'll whoop your ass. Like it was very, very aggressive. Here you go, right here. I found it. Hold on. To me is the bitch, I'll whoop your ass on national TV about my mama. Look at me. She said what she said. That to me is because she started attacking my mother. Bitch, I'll whoop your ass on national TV about my mama. Look at me, sister. Sorry, sister, I'm getting your questions. I'm getting your questions. I want you looking in my eyes when I take I mean this. I'll whoop your ass on national motherfucking TV about my mama. Because my mama is my best friend. My mother supports me. My mother. And you gonna go to that male prison and enjoy your life if you put your hands on me on national TV about your mama. You gonna be right where you wanna be. And I'm saying that because when you told her to look up at you, you're talking about another person, but that energy and the way she said it, I'm not missing what the fuck going on. Cause you fucking yeah, like women be fighting, but you real motherfucking comfortable with that fucking energy. Because you talking about sister, but when brother talk about your with that fucking energy. Because you talking about sister, but when brother talk about your fucking mama, what you gonna do? Like, I don't like that. I'm sorry. It's something weird. It was something weird about that energy to me. So like that. I'm sorry. It's something weird. It was something weird about that energy to me. So yeah. I don't like it.
Not talking about the likes. Tareem, you gotta do better. Where the 80 likes at, Tareem? What the hell you been doing tonight?
Was that from that T Madison interview that you just played?
Yeah, that was her on with Megan.
So that was you talking about a T woman threatening her?
Well, she was saying she was talking about another woman who said something, and she was telling like the way she was
Okay.
telling Megan to look at her while she talks about I will whoop your ass. She wasn't technically talking to Megan, but to me, you that to me, And maybe I'm wrong.
No,
Oh, what did she say about her mama?
I no, it was. Hear what I'm saying, Tara. If I'm telling you a story
No, I
of,
understand what you're
hold on, turn it
saying.
down, baby. Turn it down. Say what you say.
I get what you're saying, like the aggressiveness and the way they setting the stage because they getting off on the intimidation of it all. But my thing is, because a lot of times, like motherfuckers don't even be talking about your mama.
No, but she never got to. It wasn't Megan who she was talking about. It was something else that happened somewhere else, and she was making a point on Megan's platform, and she want. I'm saying she wasn't even talking to Megan. Didn't say nothing about her. It was she was wanting to make a point, and it was like it would be like me saying, Tara, let me tell you this. I'm telling you, I will whoop your ass if you fucking talk about my mama on this platform. You're gonna feel like, hold on, who the fuck you talking to? I don't care who you are. If I was Megan, I'd be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Who the fuck are you talking to? Cause I don't give a damn. Like, cause I'm gonna be honest, y'all. And this goes for anybody. If somebody talks about your mama, she fucking talked about. Are y'all stupid? If I say something about your mama, it ain't enough ass whoopings or unalivings you can give me that's gonna take away from me saying that your mama was a bald-headed bitch. Like, why are we y'all to do anything to justify being violent?
yeah, I was gonna say too that I think that's what it is. It's again bringing the privilege over to this space amongst women, and the privilege is, 9 out of 10 times this man can whip your ass, so I can throw around those insults. I can throw my weight around literally and say, this is what I'll do to you. But now it's acceptable because I'm a woman. But you're still bringing over that privilege. You're bringing over that mindset that I can dominate you women. And and if you're not letting that go, that's the misogyny that we're talking about. That's what we have to deal with so-called straight men, so-called hetero men. It's still the same thing. And that's the part that we're saying you want to separate yourself so far from that. You want to bring yourself all the way over to the woman's side and then come over here and use the same kind of intimidation tactics that the heterosexual men do. Like, you just have to make it make sense. Like, please stop.
And she probably can. Um, and she probably would be able to dog walk me. And after you finish, you could dog walk them that compound because you gonna be on it right with the straight men you want to be with. That's how I feel about it. But I just think that even when it comes to women, I think being able to confidently threaten women, whether you're a man or a woman, and being able to have like so much like so much viciousness behind it, and then be able to it's the same concept I had earlier about you being able to be so submissive to men because you're scared of the threat of them hurting you, but you think you're gonna be able to threaten me, whether it's via social media or whether it's implied or it's like a veil or it ain't no real threat. I don't care. Y'all gonna stop playing with people. Y'all gonna stop thinking that you gonna just run up on folks because the people you need to run up on, you ain't. You being real docile and being careful. You got all kind of you real careful. I want you to be just as careful when you handling me as you will handle the people that you assume is going to win. I think that needs to be a shift. But yeah, no, I definitely advocate calling police. And in the words that I gotta play y'all a clip from Eric Mays because I feel him when he said this. But what you about to say?
So I say this all the time because you won't see me up here talking about I whoop your ass and all that shit because like I know like a lot of that is the aggression because like you can't whoop everybody ass. Everybody can't whoop your ass, but you can't whoop everybody ass. And I'm not fighting none of y'all niggas. I'm gonna talk shit. What I do is I run my fucking mouth. I will piss you off and leave you hanging. But fighting. I ain't never fighting none of y'all niggas. Like y'all motherfuckers can go to. I'm gonna send y'all to the police station, and I'm gonna tell them what you said. And it's like it's very interesting when people try to intimidate people with physical violence, because like, yeah, you're not going to talk to anybody that fucking way. If you wouldn't go to your fucking boss and say you would, and say talk to them slick like that, why the fuck you talking to me slick like that? What are you trying to prove right now in this moment?
I agree. What you about to say, Prince?
I was about to say I'm not a fighter either. Like I'm calling the cops.
We got 911 on speed dial. Fuck it.
Exactly.
That's too many digits. I got you on speed dial. Y'all niggas lost your mind.
Okay, here you
We
go.
grown.
And I will turn on the white woman tears too.
Okay, let me
I
play
will
this
cry.
for sure. But let me play this, y'all.
Evening, ma'am. I got a text showing me what was said and done on Facebook. This Facebook is terrible. And there's some people up here that's operating on Facebook. Us too got threatened physically on Facebook by a colleague, and it's tripping me out. I've never been nervous and wanting to sit in a different place coming to council meeting. I turned it over to the chief of police and the city attorney's office because I said we can threaten bodily injury to my little skinny frail butt. I ain't too much fighting. Hell, I'm about dead.
I want amazed. Damn, he need to make a cameo to the spirit box for me. Damn.
You said I'm about unalive, my skinny frail ass. I know that's right.
That nigga
I
press
know
charges
that's
on
right.
Quincy fast.
No, that was Mr. Davis. He pressed charges on Mr. Davis.
Oh, I
That
thought that
man.
was Quincy
No,
threatening
this
to
was
fight
back in
him.
the day. This was him and
Oh,
Mr. Davis was beefing. He said, "Look, all of a sudden, Mr. Mays be talking Cash Money record shit." Okay, he
I
said,
think
hold on."
I think Quincy threatened
Time
him
I hear
too.
his voice.
Because
Sorry.
I think Quincy threatened him too, because he was like, "I'm a senior citizen."
He did. Are you threatening elder abuse? But he knew Quincy couldn't really do nothing though. No,
Quincy used to
no.
be crying in those meetings.
Quincy was be strict. Where is Miss Herkenroder? Miss Herkenroder quit. She quit, baby. When Eric Mays got on that hit. When that man said, "If you vote wrong, you're gone." That shit is so funny to me. And he be looking back and forth like a bird. Like, I don't know. But anywho, at the end of the day, Lord, follow the Discord.
This is voice too.
It is. I look like Lord.
Always the voice. Like, yo.
That man right there.
Somebody
No,
messed.
some of these people. I don't know if me if you. How all these people get in the Discord this fast?
I don't know. I invited people. I
Oh,
went
you did it.
around. I went
Okay.
around the TikTok streets and sent the random
I feel like you
Discord.
be having that second device. All right, I got it.
Once y'all was talking, I was like, let me do this. I had a bit. I was begging Flash her to offer Flashy a finger pop to come over there. I
Did
said, yeah.
Ew.
Gigi message you? I don't see Gigi in here.
I don't know. She might didn't add herself yet, but she did. And I told Ashley to message me. Ashley
Ah, okay.
left out. Ashley was in here, then she left out. I was like, what the hell?
Ashley in here now.
But double O, you can y'all message me and I get you in the Discord. I made 2 channels, but I don't know how to edit them.
Lady Q will help you. She said she will.
Yeah, I
Shout out to
gotta
Lily here.
shout out to my girl.
Something Dark Horse said yesterday. I think she said trying to break into prison or something like that.
Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah, these conversations are new to me, so I don't really have that much like input. I'm still learning. I follow you sometimes in those lives, and I be I be coming there to support. But yeah, that stuck out in my head, and it also reminded me of this meme I seen where this Cheeto was closing the door like a lock. I don't know. I can't remember what triggered that thought, but yeah, these conversations are new to me, and I can honestly see how a trans woman would use male privilege to get by because they were socialized as a male,
Mhm.
and they go right to violence when anything happens. And so I do understand that part. And I think I agree with Tara as well because like just having deeper conversations versus the bathroom conversation, which isn't even like a well, I can't say it's a real problem or not because I'm not in the community. But I think it's just like a mole on the ass of something bigger. And I would like to be, I would like to be like I would like to hear people talk about that. Talk about deeper stuff other than like the surface level things. So I appreciate y'all having this conversation. I think it's really good.
Yeah, no, I mean, my thing, and I'm like, Lynn left and came back, but I was about to end. But Lynn, I wanted to come up here real quick before I end. Um, my thing is because they be saying that it's not that many T women or it's not that many T people in the community to be talking about it. But I'm gonna talk about it because I want to. I want to because I think it's connected. I think that it's all connected. um and the conversations for it to only be three people in the community, they talking about the bathrooms and other stuff very loudly and a lot. And I think that it's weird to talk about the bathrooms and not talk about the internalized misogyny and the way what the erasure look like, because it is telling. Imagine people saying, because race is a social construct. So imagine people saying, well, race is a social construct, so we don't like being black can be anything. Like anybody who say they black can be black because it's a white supremacist made up thing. Imagine us having that conversation. We don't. We understand that race is a social construct, but there's a black experience and that needs to be talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm
Yeah, yeah, and I'm kind of in the same, I guess, a similar boat as Sag, whereas like this is a new conversation for me to like kind of listen and like hear what's like the conversations that you want, Mia. And this like these are conversations that do need to be had within like the T community and the LGBTQ plus as a whole, because there's a lot of internalized things that they're not addressing, and I guess from my experience with the T community, I've only known T women who are from like the 70s or 80s, and they're open and having conversations about this, but they're not on social media. But yeah, no, you should be able to have these conversations beyond the aesthetics and the bathroom conversations and whatever else is surface level, because the oppression that I guess they're walking into and trying to dictate is deeper than that as well. So it kind of like, do you want to be free from patriarchy, or do you want to not patriarchy, do you want to be free from being from your oppressor, or do you just want to replace the oppressor? Like, what do you really want?
what is it? I agree. But my thing is like my other thing is this though. Like the way I'm going about it could be could be too personal, or maybe me being too emotional, and I could be wrong, or it could be characterized another way, or it could be like it's a different angle I could be approaching. Like I'm onto something, but I'm still having like the phobias that I might be having, or the person or the internal misogyny I may be having, or the conditioning I may be having, and my view about different people who have a different experience than me may be molding my view a certain type of way. I'm open to that being challenged, but it's because of how we are, like how humans are and how easy it is for us to be, or because we all have a little bit of that narcissism in us. I'm starting to feel like the way I get pushed back on having the conversation, then I'm right, and that's why don't nobody want to talk about it. That's why every time I go into spaces wanting to have the conversation, I get shut down and shut out because I'm right, and it ain't no other way to have the conversation, because to have the conversation is for you to have to own what it really is, and it's an uncomfortable truth. In the word of y'all buddy Saul, it's an uncomfortable truth, and they ain't ready to have it. But Lynn, Where have you been? Nobody knew me like you do. Nobody. Mm, 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 mm.
A video today. Lance still muted. That's why I'm talking. I seen a video today that reminded me of you.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what
Hey,
video?
Lynn.
Go ahead. No.
Um, it was in the group. Are we dating the same man? And the lady was like, so she posted a video of her, I guess her baby father in the gym or whatever. She was like, "Who fucking my baby daddy?" And some lady in the comments was like, "The niggas in the back." I was like, "With me."
Oh.
Tara put me on. But Tara put me on it. Tara told me they be in the gym. That's why I'm allergic to the gym. No, I'm playing. But that's what they be. They be in the back of that motherfucker. Tearing it down. That's why they be having all that energy. Imagine how you would feel.
It was some dudes in the background. Like, it was some dudes in the video. I guess they were his friends or whatever. So that's what made it even funnier.
Oh, so it was really somebody in there.
Yeah, it was a few men in the back.
That's funny. That is hilarious. But go ahead, Lynn. Coming in late. It's 7 o'clock and the clock is
Yeah.
home.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me?
Mhm.
We hear you.
Okay. I have some bars for a little while. Good night, Dark Horse.
All right, good
You want to say
night.
something before you leave?
Hey,
No, just saying good night. I'm already past the bedtime.
Yeah, we right behind you. Don't worry.
I'm excited about tomorrow. A couple of us are off on Thursday for Juneteenth. So tomorrow night we're gonna be up raising hell late. So I'm looking forward to
On
tomorrow.
on the
you too
YouTube.
tomorrow, y'all.
On the YouTube tomorrow, y'all.
I'll be
Oh, I'll
there.
post it tomorrow. I'll do the thank you. I gotta put the flyer up on my TikTok and in my story. I might do it tomorrow, y'all.
All right. Good night.
Okay, night. Um, I I mean, yeah, this is a good prompt. It's a statement. I mean, and with statements, there's not much left to be said. I think that like next time you do this though, like add like a conversation with like because I would love for some trans women to come up here and have this conversation. So maybe if you put their name inside of the title, like a conversation for cis and trans women or something, more will come and like we be able to have this conversation. But I think that I think that like um cis it's funny because we always talk about like trans women often talk about how like emotionally and verbally cis women attack them, but they never think about the things that they say or do to attack us, which is a common trait of someone who was assigned male at birth, like being kind of like self-involved or self-centered. And I like wish that like trans women will would be open to this conversation and unpacking because I feel like it can make a better relationship. But as I go on and putting these things, scroll past a lot today, like what Auntie Wada, I don't think they want
Your phone breaking up. And I just got pissed off.
okay, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear
Yeah.
me? Okay.
Yes.
I was saying I just passed by a live that Auntie Water was doing today, and like I don't think that they want to unpack the internalized misogyny that they face, and I don't think that they want to mend the problem with cis women. I think that they want to have a gotcha moment and want to be like, oh yeah, we holding over your head that we better women. I'm not validating that statement, but I'm just saying like I think that there's no like type of mending in the future because that's not what that it doesn't seem like trans women want that.
Mm-mm. Nope. And you know what I thought about? And this is what's sickening because there is in the past, when the women were having this conversation, and some of the women who still have this conversation, they're so harsh and insensitive about it, that it's hard to stand with them, because the shit they talking about is stupid too. In the same way that I think constantly talking about the bathroom instead of having a deeper conversation to get the allyship or to get the accomplice, to get us to be accomplices with each other. I think that they worry about stuff that don't matter either, right? Like with Nene, for example, saying like she don't want to sleep with somebody who would sleep with his man. Like, that's a stupid girl. That's not what you need to be taught. That was a waste of fucking time to be saying all that, because you won't fucking know, right? But the truth that they were saying, like when I think of Supreme and some of the women in the past who were so like vocal about certain things, what I think they were right about was who has the conversation. They were right. They wasn't having a conversation with trans women. They was having a conversation with supposed trans allies. And I thought about that because yesterday when I had this topic, Chad came over here and Tara clocked that he wasn't willing to have a conversation. He was trying to have a gotcha moment. Like, he was so busy. Even though I made a clear, concise point, he was so busy reading off his notes that is like, it's like a pamphlet that go out that don't have nothing to do about what I'm talking about, that he read off of. And when you think about what my Shayla was saying, my Shayla, because she was having a conversation, even though she had like key points that she's typically going to, the way we was having a conversation, she really couldn't stick to it. She had to be honest. She had to be like, whoa, yeah, I understand. And we went back and forth. And I think that that's a prime example of what some of the women was talking about. The trans women are not defending themselves or having this conversation. They're allowing other people to do it. And I think that's interesting too, because they're arguing about the bathrooms or if cis women are jealous of them, instead of saying, hold on. What role, what's going on? Why do you feel this way? Why do I feel this way? Because, hey Cree, because Lynn, one of the points I made is that you cannot say that gender and SMEX are separate. That's a lot. Like, the way Tara talks about it, it could be separate, because Tara is saying we could just like none of this shit would matter, right? But when you think about the reality of it, SMEX and gender is only separate because they were assigned a certain type of way, if that makes sense. Because they was assigned a certain type of way, they separated, but they're going to do all their power to make it the same. Meaning, the whole point of transitioning is to affirm what you think your sexuality should be by associating your gender and changing your SMEX to match your gender, right? And sometimes if they do not do that, they still want to be presented as if they have done all the things on the bottom to associate or for you to believe that they are this certain SMEX. And when I talked about that, it was like, but wait, they're separate. But they're not separate if you associate your womanhood with certain things. You cannot say it's separate. So then let's have the other conversation. So we must really be talking about, hey Cree, we must actually be talking about the way we show up in our femininity is what's socialized, and we do not have to act a certain type of way to be considered a woman. It's not about the way you look, because you gotta look a certain way to be a woman. If that makes sense. Like that, we established that. Now we can argue about it, but they have established that you gotta look, whether you pass or not, you gotta make the attempt to look a certain type of way to be identified as a woman, but the way you act is up in the air. If that makes sense. Well, that's how I perceive it. And that's just where I'm at with it. That's just what it is. Go ahead, Prince.
No, I love the way that you're explaining this right now, because it brought up a question in my head, because it's like, if this is like, and this is just a question, I'm just putting it out there because it's going to be in my head for the rest of the night if I don't ask it. But it's like, if this is if what you said is the point of trajectory between matching how like a T person feels, the outside matching the inside, is transitioning, or like, yeah, is transitioning a means to kind of be the G word without being the G word.
Mm.
Like a socially acceptable way to be
Mm-hmm.
GAY.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Some people believe that. And it's other things that could be associated with it too, but some people believe that because of the conversation with the I gotta be with somebody that's straight, and because of the conversation where, remember Tara, I showed you that video where that woman was like, when she was going down a list of what the hormones would do to the women who were transitioning, and they were getting on the blockers and the hormones, and she was like, you're gonna be more emotional, and you're gonna be moody, and you're gonna start really liking men. And remember I told you, I was like, hold on, that don't make sense. Taking hormones don't make you like men. That ain't, because people can be, because women can be lesbians. So that's what was said from a trans woman, saying that her being on hormones made her want men. So it being socially acceptable could be a part of it for some, and or it might not. Again, it, when you're conditioned a certain type of way and you experience stuff a certain type of way, because we don't have these conversations, we don't really know. And then, again, it might not be in the forefront of people's mind. It might be in the back of it. It might be a subconscious conscious thought. We don't know. We have not talked. Nobody's having a conversation and say, hold on, what's actually going on? Especially when you think, when you find out how many keep their bottoms and how many talk about them being tops in the situation. Like the men come to them so that they can be bottoms, which is another part of it, is to be socially accepted, and that could be what it is. Yep. I thought about that. But hey, Creed, what you been up to?
Hey y'all.
They done went to sleep, girl.
Where the
I
fuck women
see.
at?
Here, I'm listening to
Look, I
y'all.
ain't got the kids
I'm
tonight.
not asleep. I'm up.
I know you up. I was talking about
Tomorrow.
Nope. I still gotta work.
Oh, I miss you,
mm,
Cree.
I miss you too. I miss everybody. I know I've been MIA, but I've been fighting the patriarchy and everything else outside TikTok.
yes. Let me
But
ask you.
I've
Girl,
been
please. You've been
strong. I've been
touching
fighting
that.
back.
You've been touching grass.
Mhm. I've been fighting back, touching grass, everything else.
We love it. Like we love it.
Yep, that's my new favorite way to do it. Touch some fucking grass, cause these niggas on
Right.
here
Yeah,
ain't
I got
nothing
the
you gonna
mosquito
say.
bites to prove it.
Not the
Yeah,
mosquito.
Mosquito bites. Oh
Yes, I'm
no.
in
but
the
like
south, baby.
um, Mia, it's crazy that you say that because that's what happened on Ty Live. Remember, Geek and Aaron was fighting the
Oh
fight for
yeah.
Ty
Mm-hmm.
instead of Ty speaking up. Like it was
Yep.
almost like she couldn't even like find the words to have the conversation. And my thing is, y'all so worried about like who, like, and what, and how, and who jealous of y'all or not. Like, you're not even getting educated enough to be able to speak on certain situations because to say something so asinine proves that like you don't have the range for the conversation. Like, oh, you're gonna take hormones, so that's gonna make you want
Man.
men. Like fucking what's that word? Progesterone, not progesterone. What's the word that they? What's the hormone that they say women
Estrogen.
have?
Estrogen.
Estrogen. Estrogen.
Estrogen.
Estrogen. Like estrogen causes you to want men. Like, what are we talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
What's the hormone that causes you to want women then? Oh, is it
Exactly.
testosterone?
No.
I think it's still estrogen. Like,
Because I'm like, what happens if you like both? You got a balance of both? Like, what's going on here? Like,
It's made of, because you
it's
are
me.
attracted to who you're attracted to, and your body. Like if a woman is ovulating but she's exclusively into women. Let's say you're gonna be wanting a man. That's not how it works. But oh, my bad, Cree. Go ahead, Cree.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question, because I see that the picture. I'm reading the prompt, but I'm trying to see how the picture ties into the prompt. I don't watch TV shows like that, so I'm trying to see what's going on with Nene Leaks and who is this other lady?
That's T.S. Madison. She is a trans woman. She used to be She used to be on the corn site, and they was having a conversation, and a couple things happened that I noticed. T.S. Madison said that she only dates straight men, and I thought that was weird to say that because she still has her bottom. Then Nene was weird because Nene said that she wouldn't date a man who would date T.S. Madison, which is stupid because I don't believe these men are exclusive, like all the way straight. I think everybody's on the spectrum, whether it's just attraction wise or some people might be physical, but nonetheless, it's on the spectrum. And you talking about you wouldn't date a man who would date her is weird because you done already did it. So that's that. And then Nene had called T.S. Madison out for calling her tranny, and T.S. Madison was gaslighting her and saying, I said trainee. And that's problematic because you don't want to be misgendered, but you gonna purposely try to be shady and misgender Nene. And regardless of if we like it or not, based on the dynamics, Nene isn't any more privileged than T.S. Madison unless you're saying that transitioning it makes you less privileged, which y'all got to think about that. Y'all got to use your brains with that one. So, it's weird that you did that and then you gaslit her and try to make it seem like it ain't no big deal. And also you're transphobic because why you being shady like that? Like, what are you doing? So that was what made me think about having this conversation. But I had saw somebody else have the prompt where it said being a woman isn't a social construct, femininity is, because I don't know how much you heard, but what we not like, because we've been thinking that we've been talking about gender as a social construct, but what we've been talking about is the way masculinity and femininity is supposed to be operated. It doesn't leave any room for people who might be a mixture of femininity and masculinity, who might don't buy into being feminine as going to the nail shop and wearing high heels. Some people think their femininity is in them being at home cooking cake. Some people think their femininity is gardening. Some think their femininity is being a truck driver. Like, they think they still could be feminine because they put pink in their truck. You get what I'm saying? And masculinity, some men think I could be masculine and still paint my nails, or I could be masculine and like cocktails instead of fucking scotch. Like, that's really what we've been talking about. But the gender aspect of it is your gender, but the way you have to show up in that gender is what we are fighting, like the socializing we're fighting against. So to me, it's separate only because when people transition, whether it's male to female or female to male, they are transitioning into affirming their gender and sexuality. So it must be that we're talking about femininity and masculinity and what that looks like and how it looks. So that's why I added that part too.
Right. And I agree to that because when I look at femininity, I feel like everyone can tap into their femininity, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like creativity is a part of femininity. And I don't tap into, well, I know I have masculine traits, but it does not make me less of a woman. So I agree 100%. Like, it's totally separate than, your sex or whatever. Like, everyone has feminine traits and masculine traits. And it doesn't like identify you as male or female. It's just everyone has that. And it exude certain things in their characteristics.
Yep, I agree. And that's the point. And us challenging what that looks like would help because women wouldn't be told that they have to be a certain type of way, and men wouldn't be told they have to be a certain type of way, aka hegemonic masculinity and emphasize femininity. We wouldn't have to perform those things. We can exist how we want. And then that would also go into, oh, women do not have to wear skirts, they can wear pants. And it could even go to men could wear pants. I mean wear skirts and they don't have to just wear pants.
Right.
Because clothes are not gender specific. Your gender is who you are. Your clothing doesn't make that. So that's the part that's a social construct, right? Because even if they change what if they said today or tomorrow that girls are blue and boys are pink, we would still have our experience. What would shift is they would hate blue and love pink. The patriarchy would just be pink. And we would still have the same issue. The Even if they change the icon on the woman's bathroom, we would still have an issue. Our because
Mia,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, that was it. Go ahead.
No, I have a question. I know 100% this doesn't add to the conversation. I'm just trying to make sure. Wasn't T.S. Madison thing like, wasn't her like identity was the trans woman with the big D?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
yeah.
But fun fact about the colors, up until like post World War II, the masculine color was pink.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah,
Ye-
true.
It was pink. And then after World War II, it's like, nah, we're going to switch it up for advertisement money for capitalism. Ooh.
And look at that. Whole
I just,
time.
pink is a lovely color. Don't get me wrong, but it's like the politics of colors and advertisements is, oh, it's funny.
My living room
But
pink and gray. I got pink accent couches and like pink pillows.
see, mine is blue.
My dining room and my second, like my back room where the fireplace is, that one's blue and
I
But
like that.
like, what I love about this conversation that you're having, Mia, is that when you're explaining your thought process and like what you're picking up on when it comes to like, can we say no, I'm gonna say T women. I don't want to get your life taken down. Is that it opens up the different layers of nuance that needs to be had in this conversation that kind of adds to the point that they don't want to talk about. It's like you want to still keep the conversation, like they still want to keep the conversation surface level, but once you get beyond the point of like bathrooms and being male centered and being a quote unquote better woman, then people assign female at birth for women in that way, you open up the can of worms of like, okay, then who decided what is the definition of woman? Where did that come from? You have to dig into patriarchy, I dig into colonialism, then you're digging into imperialism, and then lastly, the religious aspect of it all, because I don't think a lot of people know this, but every indigenous culture in the world has acknowledged the existence of um oh fuck it trans people, be it two spirits people in the Native America, Mesoamericas, to Africa and Asia, and all of the globalized South who've been colonized.
Hold on, Prince. Pause real quick before you finish. Hey, Mr. Blanco. Because Mr. Blanco is trans man. If you got time to come up real quick, we would love that. But go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, so like I say all that to say, it's like this conversation is very layered, and it becomes something that once you have to be ready to have these deeper conversations about society and what people are willing to admit about what privileges they have in it versus what they think they're being oppressed with, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Hey, Mr. Blanco.
Yo, what's going on with y'all? What's up, beautiful women and queens?
Nothing much, Mr. Sir. Hold
What's
on one
up,
second.
Lynn?
Lynn, she better not have. Look, I was like, she gonna get out that teacup so that. I
Let
hear
me.
y'all. I hear everything y'all saying. I'm just over here. I'm searching shit up over here.
Oh no, that ain't come out. That didn't come out the
Nah.
way I think she think it did. But what's up, Mr.
What's
Blanco?
up, Terry? How are you?
I'm good.
But
And everybody else, Sag, everybody else.
Mr. Blanco, how you
Mr.
doing?
Blanco.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry, y'all. Sidebar before I ask you this question. So I'm posting a live that I had did the other day about the movie Straw and should we cancel Tyler Perry? So I'm gonna make my caption Tyler Perry, stop fighting demons and fight fight that case. Cause that man got a case too.
Yeah, I just seen it. Yeah, I just
That
glanced
man going
over
to
it. Yeah.
jail. Oh, y'all.
He
SA.
pulled the Diddy. He pulled the Diddy. That's what happened.
Mhm.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, true. But yeah, Mr. Blanco. So it's been a couple weeks ago. It might have been a month by now, where I was, going into trans women's space and having a conversation. Um, and for transparency, I have a very obsessive personality, and like I get caught up in thoughts and theories, and like I can't let the shit go. So like I was like really like trying to have a conversation, witness how the conversation go for me. And I know it's because of my approach. Sometimes I know my energy is off because of how I feel. And I know some people can sense that. I'm not denying that because I do feel a way. But I still feel like I do have empathy because I really want to have the conversation, but I'm annoyed too. And I'm okay with other people being like trans women being annoyed because it's a lot. But I was like trying to chill from having a conversation. Then, the TS Madison and Nene thing came up, and then a couple other things that I had seen. So I've been trying to figure out what's been my pushback. And I know it's a different experience for trans women and trans men because I believe because of trans men's experience, and how they were socialized prior to transitioning, there is a certain level of marginalizing and oppression that trans men are used to that contributes to how they move in spaces with men. And also, because of the patriarchy and how we navigate, it's a lot easier to assimilate to certain behaviors as it relates to women because everybody does it to women. Like it's easy to transition from female to male and get right into being hyper masculine because when femme women are quote unquote attracted to other women, they take on that masculine role with them sometimes, and studs, and we can go on and on and on, right? I tell people all the time, there are so many women who wanted me to be their first time because I was open about being pan, that they were acting like they was gonna do me like they be doing them, like they was gonna fucking dump me. Like, does that, like, you get what I'm saying? So it's easy to go into that. But when we have the conversation with trans women, it's like they don't want to actually talk about the internalized misogyny that they may have, and they don't want to talk about none of the concerns about how maybe the word erasure isn't it, but it's something going on where you transition into being a woman, but we also want to talk about gender. It's set like gender ain't no real thing, but then what is the transition if it's not a real thing? So that's kind of what we was talking about, and it was a lot more than that, but I don't want to overload you with information.
Yeah. So just a couple of points. Like everyone's experience is different. I can agree with you to a certain point with how I was socially conditioned growing up. not knowing the word for trans and like knowing that language, but understanding that my mom didn't get it either, so she conditioned me in a way that was different than my twin brother, right? So I can acknowledge that piece. I think the like the coming into my manhood and moving a certain way, when I first came out and like really was stepping in my truth, I got a lot of pushback from women, and from a sense of, well, that's not what a man's supposed to do. So I dealt with a lot of women who had internalized like I don't want to say internalized who had internalized like I don't want to say internalized, but had like toxic masculinity off of them. Well, should you be talking back? I didn't know you had feelings in this. Oh, I didn't know you was gonna voice your concern. So when I first started engaging in that type of like behavior, I found out quickly that two things. One, a lot of women expect men to be emotionless, right? From not from all perspectives, but a lot of them. And two, women can play into that like toxic masculinity piece, right? Or that internalized misogyny, or whatever you want to call it. Please forgive me with losing my word, like toxic masculinity piece, right? Or that internalized misogyny, or whatever you want to call it. Please forgive me with losing my words. Um, and then the third part, everybody has unpacking that they need to do, right? When I first came out, I thought I had to be hyper masculine, right? Because I wanted to assimilate and not be like clocked or whatever. I used to deal with a lot of colorism when I was younger. I was just having this conversation with a shorty of mine, where in my 20s, I thought in order to absolve my blackness, because I was dealing with anti-black stuff, I had to date a light-skinned chick, right? And it wasn't until I started to dig into why I felt that way where I was able to unpack it. So to get to the point, yes, I do believe some trans women need to unpack their internalized misogyny, because it was society that conditioned them to say, you as a male, you are to be perceived better than, right? And a female is less than. And those are difficult conversations that a lot of trans women, they don't want to address, because some of them still do, not all, move within their conversations that a lot of trans women, they don't want to address, because some of them still do, not all, move within their male privilege. Um, and that's just my experience. Somebody might have a different experience than me, but that's something that I've noticed not only just in other trans women spaces, but also outside of the app. That we all have work to do, and like actually admitting that yes, I do have isms. I do deal with anti-blackness. I do deal with colorism. I do deal with transphobia, homophobia. Is when we're able to have real, genuine conversations. But nobody wants to say the scary part out loud, because that means you have to do the work afterwards, right? So that's just my piece.
And I think, yeah, and I yeah, no, and I think was difficult for me is that I do know that women have a certain expectation. That's why I said that even I have experience being a femme presenting woman with other femme presenting women who want to explore things. They want to treat me in a way that they feel like men treat them, and all of a sudden they go from being these damsels in distress to they fucking Ronnie on Players Club pulling in my fucking panties. So I'm not denying that, but I do think that even that is not the same as my experience with men, right? And I think that that's conditioning. I think that we're gonna open up understanding. Are we gonna like? I guess. Let me just say, I'm uncomfortable with it because I think that it takes away from us focusing on what the main problem is. But I do think that we do need to acknowledge that. So I'm gonna just leave that alone because it's true. But I think for me, what's uncomfortable too is the conversation where it's like cis women are jealous of trans women because I just think that is we can't
Call a spade a spade. That's rage bait. That like let's call a spade a spade, right? Like, and we could
right.
say
I
that
know
about
yeah. I
yeah.
know it's rage bait, but if it would be fine if it was rage bait and then we can dive into the conversation. But the last time when I tried to dive into it, it was like I gracefully bowed out because I knew it wasn't gonna happen. So We can't.
Yeah, but that's where you gotta understand. Some of these people are not up here to have genuine conversations. Like I never forgot coming into Sag's live, and she was talking about hood feminism, and I was like, well, damn, hold on, let me. And she gave me an opportunity to like learn some shit, right? And for a lot of these people on panels, they don't care to teach, or they don't care to have genuine conversations, which a part of it is okay, right? Like
Mhm.
I shouldn't be entirely responsible of teaching you about how to change your shit and unpack your shit. But then also, like I said, like I definitely love some of my sisters, but a lot of that shit is rage bait, right? Like
Yeah.
they not here to have genuine conversations like we was trying to have with old dude a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah. Okay.
right? So
Yeah. And I guess that's the pill that, I have accepted that I gotta swallow, because it's like, okay, well, we can't have the conversation. Okay, cool. But I'm going to say what I need to say, and I'm open, and I'm still open for being corrected. If a person can correct me where I'm wrong, because I could, because again, when you have a certain experience and I am conditioned. So it is in me to be problematic. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm not problematic. No, I be problematic. So I'm okay with being checked. But I know yesterday when I hosted this live yesterday, it wasn't trans women who came and spoke about it, or a trans man. It was two hetero cisgender people, well, assumed to be hetero cisgender people, who was reading off of a script, in my opinion. Because because the conversation I'm having, they was having a whole nother conversation. It was back to like the bathroom thing, and I'm like, I'm talking about something way much more deeper. But I think you're right. Like, it is the rage bait, and it ain't gonna be no conversation. So
why you gotta find your people, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I'll be the first to admit, I'll be in those spaces for the hee kiki moments, and then I'll go to like panels like yours or Sag or like Lynn whenever she's on, Terrace, right? To have those honest conversations.
yeah.
So you not wrong. I just think everybody, like I said, I'll live unalive on this hill. We gotta unpack our stuff and
Mhm.
understand what we dealing with, and be ready for those difficult conversations. And it's easier to sit there and just kick people off panels and say have a good fucking day and laugh about it. It's difficult to have somebody on a panel to make you like think, right? To shed light on why you move the way that you do, and people don't want to address that. So
Now you ate with that. You right. I'm gonna have to. You need to follow me on YouTube so you can hear yourself cooking. Cause it's
I,
gonna. I
I,
mean,
I appreciate it.
no, cause that
But
was
it took a while to get here,
really.
right? I used to be a trash dude. It did. So I appreciate the acknowledgement. I still got work to do, but I've also realized that like the way people move is because they really ain't addressing their shit, right? So
And that's always what it is. And that's why I was like, the thing for me, cause I think I was talking to Tara and them, cause I was bragging. Yeah, I was bragging about like me being superior, cause like I don't never be fucking up. All for me to fuck up the very next day.
See how
first,
that's that real karma right there. She was full of shame. Shame.
I've been sick. I'm still sick about it.
Damn.
But
what type of conversations have you been having around this topic? I'm just curious.
with this one,
Yeah.
oh, just talking about that the gender that my theory. This my theory. Um, we are. There's a name for adult human females, and there's a name for adult human males, and it's man and it's woman, right? That's what it is. How we operate in it is what's the social construct. So your masculinity is the social construct, not the fact that you're a man. You were born in the wrong body, and that's why they didn't match. But once you understood that you was born in the wrong body, and you matched them and you affirmed yourself, now we good with that. Now we can talk about how you perform or how you operate in your masculinity, because your masculinity doesn't have to be bites and fucking balls and bats. Your masculinity could be books and you painting your nails, maybe you still kind of, doing certain things that might be considered feminine, you can still do that because you get to determine what your masculinity looks like. You do not have to perform hegemonic masculinity.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, okay.
Yeah. In the same way, women don't have to perform emphasize femininity. They can perform their femininity, whether it's fixing cars or whether it's being a interior designer, whatever.
Mm,
Like that's what we
okay.
really should be talking about. Is that's the social construct, not your identity, right? Who you are is it's a part of it, and it's also important to recognize that because women do have an experience like like women have an experience. Adult female humans have an experience, and it causes certain issues. So we cannot ignore the experience and say that, oh, like anybody can be anything. No, no, no. It's an experience that's being had. And there are some other situations that there's some other people who can relate. For example, a trans woman who has her reproductive, a trans man who has his reproductive parts will be able to relate to a woman as when you think about the state attacking reproductive rights and healthcare and all of that. But even with that, the way you walk around, nobody is assuming that you have that though. So if you walking in the middle of the night, your experience is still going to be different, even though you might could relate to me in that way, but your experience walking around is not being attacked, whereas women, their experience is tied to them to being like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I gotta be careful where the fuck I go. Yeah, it get real dangerous. So that's what we was kind of talking about, like breaking that part down. It get real dangerous. So that's what we was kind of talking about, like breaking that part down.
So, Mr. Blanco, can I ask you a question? When you talking about like the being hyper masculine, like how you realize that you was fucking up?
Um, like seeing it like around like when I would be in clubs or like other spots where like studs especially or like clubs where like cis men, how they would be way over the top and I'm like, oh yeah, I can't believe I look like that. Like just like an image of myself, but on somebody else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I asked because like if we talking about experiences, like a lot of times we realize like, um, uh,
Or like not
for
wanting to cry. Like I would
yeah,
get my
I
my
understand all
emotions.
that,
Yeah.
but part of like something that we learned being assigned female is like the self awareness. So like you can look at it and be like, oh, hold up, that's what I look like. And it's like, yeah, we all want the validation of men in some sense, but like maybe that was a reason why I was you was able to see it, that level of self awareness. I don't know. Could have been something else, but I wanted to know why you were so problematic. That's all. I want to be in your business.
Yeah, no, I definitely was problematic, and like I said, like trying to assimilate, right, and like seeing dudes around me and how they act, and being like, okay, well, let me take it up a notch, right, because that's clearly what a man is about,
So through
right?
that, have you did that help you come to the realization that like the men are performing also?
Yes, they're definitely performers, and it's. I was just having this conversation the other day, like the amount of respect that I get off the rip now is just very strange to me. Even when I'm like out with somebody, if we're on a date or whatever, they won't even acknowledge the chick that I'm with. They will only simply speak to me, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, it really do give that they gay. It does, because I'm like, y'all didn't want to engage with me when I was female presenting at all. And now that I'm male presenting, it's all this, what's up, boss? What's up, bro? What's up, Hefe? Opening doors and shit. And I'm just like,
The open that door is crazy.
it is. They
They
do.
want to
They
see that
open doors
ass.
and
Opening
shit.
doors?
Yes. I've had
Okay.
more doors open for me now as a trans man than I did as a cisgender woman.
I believe it.
Yeah. Like I don't know. It's very strange to me.
Why Cookie come in crashing out like that?
Now she breaking it down, Auntie Cookie.
No, she ain't in here no more. She said we
Cookie got the fuck out of
she
here.
said T phobia. I'm out of here.
Is Auntie Cookie a YT woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Is,
Mondo.
Oh, okay.
see, look, listen. YT women who were assigned male at birth,
No,
they
no, she's not trans. She's not trans.
YT people in general,
Oh, okay.
they can't wait to fucking be an advocate or to do some shit so that they can like say some shit. Like, oh my god. They don't they like you know how white people be like, oh y'all always pulling the race card? They just mad because they can't pull the race card. Like
That was the
they
point. That was the point I was saying earlier. People with privilege, like they like to do the oppression Olympics, or they want proximity to other people with oppression, and that shit is fucking weird.
And real quick, I just thought about something that I don't think Mr. Blanco, you wasn't in here for this. So another angle I want to point out to really solidify my point, is race is a social construct,
Mm.
but we not erasing being black, and can't nobody just be like, oh, they black, like. Not saying, oh, they black. Let me not put it like that. But we have an issue with certain people trying to act like their experience being another race can just minimize what being black is, even though technically it's just a racial. I mean, it's just a social construct. Like it is what it is. Like boom. Like who cares? I think that if we understand that race is a social construct, but we still know that black people have an experience that's unique to them. That even when some people have certain features that black people have, they still don't get the same treatment. Let me see if this makes sense. Like if you look at some Asian folks, they're not experiencing what it's like to be black, but they have features. So you know this race thing isn't real. Like the way they break it down is not real, because you can see different races of people who might have wide noses like mine, but you can also see black people who have more slim, pointy, like these cutesy little noses. Like none of that really makes sense. It's all kind of made up how they put stuff together, and how they say people behave, because certain behaviors that they attribute to being black is
Mm.
happening in other races, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But all that could be true. You still can't erase what black people's experience is, because that is important. So that's what I mean by when you're talking
So
about
I yeah,
go
But
ahead.
yeah.
I didn't miss that part about saying nose wide by mine, but I said that yesterday, Mia.
What, that my nose is wide?
No, when I was talking about the parallels is how like race is a social construct, but we can understand as a black person there's certain experiences that come with that.
Oh yeah, you did. That's where I got it from.
So like I guess the next.
about your nose.
No,
I'm just being funny.
she tried to slide that shit in there, and I'm like, no.
But go ahead, Mr. Blanco.
So like so just like hearing out your concerns, because I know you said you don't like to, or you want to try to stay away from the word erasure, but is that how you feel with trans women,
Oh no, the way
or
I
what womanhood is, and like
no, I feel like they're being antagonistic, and I'm gonna tell you why. And I feel like erasure might not be the word. I don't know what the word is, and antagonistic might not be the word.
yeah,
But
because you made the point about the race thing, so I get what you're saying. Like
yeah,
no matter what somebody does, like you can't take away the fact that we black, right? Like
right.
I get that.
Yeah, because it's an experience in the same
Right.
way with women. So my issue is like when you transition into, if you are transitioning and you change your voice, you get breasts, you do your hair, you do the makeup, you do certain things, and why are you acting like women aren't owning that? And I'm using owning because that's the term that they be using, right? why are you acting like it is like it's up in the air, like it's this thing that just kind of like it's like there's no it come out of nowhere, right? There's nothing, it's just like floating in the air. You're trying to say that women are not like you're saying like, girl, I'm doing all this because it's what like it is what it is, like it ain't because of you. Like, are you stupid? It's not you. It's like, but wait, like women, the where we're at in life is because of women. Like it's us that's being attacked and having to do certain things. So if you transition into it today, why would you be like, girl, you ain't you ain't nobody. Like, so what? Like, so what if you don't own boob? Like, I don't know how to word it any better than
Mm,
that. But you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying we own, like I'm using that language, but what I'm saying is like, why are you getting boobs and hips and talking that way and doing your hair, and why are you changing who you are? Like, who are you looking at if it's not women?
yeah, well, so for just based off my experience, regardless if I had any type of surgery or HRT, even if I was living on an island by myself, I still would know that I'm in the wrong body, right? I don't have to look at another man to say, oh, that's who I need to be or should be or ought to be. You get what I'm saying? I can't speak for any other person's like trans person's experience, but for also for a lot of us too, we knew who we were before we started like seeing other trans people, right? Or seeing women or men in our life from that aspect, right? We knew something was different from a young age. Now, how we decide to affirm ourselves, everybody's path looks different, right? And I get it. It sounds like you want that acknowledgement piece of like, well, hold on, you get in here and you sit down somewhere, right? It, like take a seat. Don't come in here claiming shit, right? So I get that piece, but also for a lot of us, we've been dealing with trying to like, what's the word? To walk in our authentic truth. So the moment we say, yeah, fuck this, absolutely. Yeah, I am gonna come in doors busting down. Absolutely. Now I am. I'm here.
Mhm.
Like, I think that is missed upon a lot of trans women in particular, that women are fighting the same battle. So it's not necessarily coming here and sit down. It's you can come in, but don't come in here and validating me or my experience, or thinking
Yeah.
that your experience is more unique or more
More valid.
important
Yeah.
or should
Yeah.
be more valued or more fought for. Cause hold on, you want to
But
talk
but
transphobia,
that's the
I want
male
to talk
piece.
misogyny. Like, you
But
want
but
to,
that's a lot of that. Like I said, a lot of that comes back from like their social conditioning, right?
right?
Of like every like the El Tino stuff. A lot of her shit, it does come from first of all her white teeness, right, and then also that male energy, right, and when trans not all, I don't want to label all of them because I know some amazing trans women who are very understanding of like, yeah, I get it. I get the path that I'm walking. I get who was in front of me. I acknowledge that and I appreciate it. And then you have some other women who's just like, yeah, absolutely not. That's not what we're doing today. So, but everybody moves how they move, right? And
Yeah. And that's what we said. And I guess because like Lynn made it make more sense because it's not like a need to claim or like you need to come in and sit down. It is more like not dismissing the experience and not coming in and trying to say like you are more oppressed as a way to
Mhm.
shut down anything, because either we like
I think, like,
that's
let
just
me put it this way: it would be better, and I wish that trans women would come in and they will be like, hi, I want to tell you about my experiences, and I want to learn about yours, and let's fight hand in hand to make both of our experience better, because now we're sharing the same experience, whether you like it or not.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like I
more
think
of a
that's how it
collaboration piece of like
right.
we're
If
a
I were a
collective,
trans
we're all
woman, that's
together.
how I would come in. I would come in
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm a woman now, whether you like it or not. I want to tell you about my experience, but I also want to hear about yours and find understanding. And I want to find a way to like fight this upward,
Mm.
like you know what I'm saying, this
Yeah,
battle.
but to be fair, there are a lot of trans women who are out there like that.
Yeah.
Like girlhood, sisterhood of like, listen, I get it. I get your struggle. I understand that your experience is different from mine, but that doesn't make me less of a woman and that doesn't make you less of a woman, right? And at the end of the day, we're fighting the same system. So I know a lot of trans women who are like that,
Yeah, and that's
right?
why I use the example like when I heard that trans woman say that when she started being able to pass and she realized it was actually a couple of them, and she was like when she started being able to pass and she realized the family dynamic changed, her brother started coming to her expecting certain things and the way that men handle her, and she was like damn she was like she was like me being affirmed as a woman was the oppression I experienced because she wasn't used to that, and the empathy that she had and the care that she had in the way she said it wasn't like it wasn't like no bullshit. It wasn't like she was playing in the face. It was like, girl, I knew I was it. I knew I was that doll. I knew I was all. That's now I get what women have been talking about. I actually like can see it because my experience wasn't that. Then the other woman she was talking about like when she knew it was when she was walking when she went somewhere at night, not seeing us because it's giving something that you don't see us. You want to
The lack of acknowledgement. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also and I also think it like I said, it's not the entire group. And I also think it comes down to the individual because I've always been the nigga that like it's just like your light ain't gonna do anything about my light. I'm still gonna shine, right? Like I've always been the type of anybody can sit at my table and eat and get it, right? Like what you do has no bearing on me, right? So that's another reason why I move in my space of like coming into my manhood is you do you, big dog, because I'm not worried about it, right? Like I'm here to get mines, and that's it. And what you choose to do is what you choose to do. So I also think it comes down to the individual as well, right? Like
Yeah, and let's be clear. Like, I think that we need to have the conversation, and this is why it be frustrating. Like when a auntie Cookie come in and say what she say, and like some of the other stuff, because like I think the conversation is necessary because we don't really talk about nothing. And again, when you're a marginalized group, you don't really know how to operate. So grace got to be given. And what I mean by that is when you think about women's liberation, I believe that groups of people who are marginalized and they start trying to figure out what their liberation gonna look like, sometimes they end up just performing in the way that the oppressor perform, right? So that's why with women's liberation, sexual liberation look like us, giving access to men when it really should look like us saying, fuck no, fuck you, I don't got to. My womanhood ain't based on me having kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that we are gonna make mistakes. So one of the mistakes could be us being also taking on this identity that the patriarchy or that our oppressors have, where we like, hold on, who you think you is coming in here? You can't come in here. We don't like. I'm not saying that women, biological women, aren't doing that. In the same way that trans women can't say that they not coming in like they that nigga. They like I'm not saying we both might be doing it, but the point is, if we don't have the conversation, we don't be like, oh, okay, damn, this was going on. Then what the like? How are we gonna grow? We're gonna always be having these race
ego,
debates.
it's
It's gonna
ego.
always,
Like people got to be willing
huh?
to put their ego aside because a lot of it is ego as well, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and that's what I'm saying. So it's
the
like
ego and the entitlement. Yeah.
I want to talk about certain things because I feel like I'm clocking some tea, and and my ego want me to clock you, but
Hmm.
but my ego ain't that big because I can be clocked. But you're not even willing to talk about it. But on the flip side, like I want to have the conversation, but I'm telling you, I don't. I do not have I like I how to put this. I do not think that it's worth it's enough or hold on how to put it. I don't think it's worth me being like anti-trans woman, if that makes sense. Like if that's where you think I'm at, that's not where I'm at. I like even when I talk about Nene, I could clearly, even with me feeling like T.S. Madison on that bullshit, I could clearly still hear that Nene was talking dumb. You like, does that make sense? Like,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
miss it. If that
yeah.
makes
You
sense.
didn't miss. You didn't miss the point. Yeah. Nah, I don't think you're. I don't think you're anti trans woman. If any of you guys was, I wouldn't be up here, right? Like, do I think you guys have valid concerns? Yeah. Do I think you're attempting to like bridge that gap and figure out why shit is do I think you're attempting to like bridge that gap and figure out why shit is the way that it is? Yeah, I do. Do I think you got some shit to unpack? Yeah, I do. Just like I said, I got some shit I gotta unpack, right? But again, like you just gotta find those people who are willing to have the genuine conversations because a lot of right but again, like you just gotta find those people who are willing to have the genuine conversations because a lot of them motherfuckers is up there to rage bait and
Yeah,
to kick you and laugh and kiki sometimes.
and the last thing before I for real end this,
And
yeah,
to kick you and laugh and kiki sometimes.
and the last thing before I for real end this, another thing that I know is I also have a view that sexuality is on a spectrum and is I also have a view that sexuality is on a spectrum and gender what it is to be whatever however to point I don't give a fuck. I think a lot of stuff is on a spectrum. I think a lot of stuff, the femininity, masculinity, all that's on a spectrum. And I think that we really start and I think that we really started eliminating these rigid roles, this binary. It would eliminate a lot of things, and that's why for me, I be feeling so confident in standing on business. Binary, it would eliminate a lot of things, and that's why for me, I be feeling so confident in standing on business because I will date I would date anybody, right? I don't really care about I don't care about your gender identity, and I don't care about what you got in your pants. I have a preference, but I don't care. And because of that, um, it's quite hard for people to try to play them games with me because I know what I'm talking about. I think we need to shake the table completely, and I'm having this hard. It's a hard pill for me to swallow how binary trans folks are because I thought that trans was revolutionary. I didn't know
Yeah,
that it
it's
was.
supposed to be radical, but you
It
have to be able
ain't
to step into that radical, right? Space. Like it gives the example of how I first came out as hyper masculine,
right.
right?
Exactly.
And it wasn't until I started having difficult conversations with myself to unpack my internalized transphobia, to unpack my anti-blackness, et cetera, where I started walking around in myself to unpack my internalized transphobia, to unpack my anti-blackness, et cetera, where I started walking around in my truth and saying, I am a radical being. Me existing
It's radical.
is fucking out like out of this world, right? And I leaned into that, and that existing
It's radical.
is fucking out like out of this world, right? And I leaned into that, and that made me continues to make me the nigga that I am today,
Yeah,
right? But I had to have those difficult conversations
and that's all I'm saying.
that I am today,
Yeah,
right? But I had to have those difficult conversations.
and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, another one of my problems is that it's hard. It's hard because of another one of my problems is that it's hard. It's hard because of how binary the trans community is. It's hard for somebody who wants to explore and will want to date some. It's hard for somebody who wants to explore and will want to date somebody different. It's hard for a person like me to get in. I could not like dating trans women is not an option like people think it is because they be wanting men. Not all the
Yeah,
time.
no, I know some trans women who are lesbian. Yeah, I
I know,
know
but
some
it
trans
ain't.
women.
It ain't. It just. It ain't enough. And
Yeah.
trans men be hyper masculine on that weird shit. That's a problem. So I'm not saying that this ain't. I'm not saying it's about that, but I'm making the point that you would assume that this would be like, oh my gosh, like you have all these unlimited.
Some trans people in general, they assimilate for their protection to not be quote unquote clocked.
uh that's what they be that's what I've been hearing, that's what they be saying. And I'm like, well, then you gotta extend, everybody gotta be able to assimilate and not be clocked. So where the allyship gonna be at? Because you want me to put myself on the line to be a ally for you that could be harmful, right? Being a black woman talking about trans rights and all of that could put a thing on my back. Like I'm being facetious,
Stop.
but do you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
I'm
nah, I
being
get it,
facetious,
but
but
I'm just coming from a different perspective. I know even in these conversations that I speak from privilege, right? Even in the ecosystem that I live in, I know that I have privilege, but I've also been in other conversations with said trans women where like the stealth mode is they're being right now for their safety, right? Like so.
no. So my belief is this, and I'll be arguing this, and again, it's dangerous. But that hey, we'll have that conversation other. But I will say this. My motto is, and I've been saying this for years. I don't think trans women need to tell men, for example, that they trans. I think that if a man don't want to date a trans woman, when he pursuing women, aka harassing them, he need to have those questions on deck.
Mm,
So I understand. I have that thought because I get how dangerous it could be, right? And I get it because a trans woman can be walking around minding her business, want to go to the grocery store, get a little lunch, and here comes somebody yelling, wanting to talk to her, and her wanting to have that experience where she could be safe. I get it, but um a lot of people gonna want to assimilate. Then a lot of people are going to not want to be vocal about certain things, because telling men that they need to ask trans women, or not ask trans women, but be vocal about certain things, because telling men that they need to ask trans women, or not ask trans women, but ask women if they're trans or not, is like telling men to be accountable, and that could be dangerous. They want to argue, and who knows what'll happen. So I get it, but I also think you got to be open to other people having that same excuse. But
yeah,
I do get why they have to be careful. I'm not crazy. These men having that same excuse, but
yeah.
I do get why they have to be careful. I'm not crazy. These men, they be crashing out.
Yeah, no, and I tell people all the time, like disclosure at a distance, right? And also if you are so like against dating trans men in my perspective, then you need to say like women that I date, they have salary requirements, right? If we get to know one another, whoop whoop whoop, and you say to me, "Well, Blanco, I need you to make over six figures," right? Then I understand. Okay, we can continue this conversation, right? So if you don't want to date trans men, then that needs to be a part of the conversation as well. Well, Blanco, just so you know, not only do I have the salary requirements, education requirements, whatever, but also I only date cisgender men. Okay, cool. That's I'll take the L and I'll bow out because you clearly wasn't meant for me,
The
right?
only issue with that is that it depends on what type of women you're talking to. Because if you approach me, I don't gotta ask you shit. You on me. Now I come to you and I'm like, ooh, yeah, I do think you need to ask those questions. That's a requirement. But if you approach me, I do think it's a little different because
Right.
again, I'm minding my like. I don't.
Right. And at that point I give you my social media handle, right? Like we don't even exchange numbers. I'll give you my IG or my TikTok.
Okay, yeah. I think okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can make the decision to reach out to me and be like, all right, I fuck with it, right? Rather than me being like out in public saying, hey, I'm trans or whatever. No, you get back to your house, you check out the TikTok. Oh yeah, this nigga's cute, and then you like, damn, FTM, what the fuck is that? What's up with this foreign flag in his profile? Oh
Mhm.
shit, yeah, I don't want it. All right, cool. So now I'm not calling or texting you. I don't have your digits. You cool. You go about your life. I go about my life.
But I also don't think you in the same type of danger, even if like you were to say it. So to me, I still think that trans women. I think that I would separate y'all experience.
Absolutely, but that's why I say like I do have
Oh yeah, you did
some
say
type
that.
of
Okay.
privilege. Yeah, I can acknowledge that.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you're right. I'm right. My bad.
yeah, but I also have to keep my head on a swivel. Like even in
True.
queer spaces, I still have to be mindful because you got specifically a lot of gay black men who don't like trans men.
Yeah.
They don't. So even me
Saw a
being out,
conversation today.
yeah, being out at the club, I still got to
What
be
they mad at
mindful.
the trans man for?
That's
Man,
oh
listen.
wow. Why are
They
they men ain't shit? I'm sorry. That ain't shit. Like what
I want the answer. Hold up. What's the answer? What's going on?
I don't know if it kind of like ties into what she was
Answer.
saying about like me coming into my manhood and then feeling like I'm taken from it. I don't know if it's that.
I think it's because they don't, and this is not to be disrespectful. This is what I think they think. They don't like women, and I think a lot of times when people have an issue with certain people, it's because of where they see you, and they see you as a woman because they think you have a coochie. They don't have to know whatever, and even if you don't, that's still the thought. Because when I heard a GAY man talk about it, and this is another thing too, Mr. Blanco, that I think proves the way women get handled. This is another thing too, Mr. Blanco, that I think proves the way women get handled, because they can confidently talk about the reason why they don't want to be with a trans man is because of they want you to be they want the reason why they don't want to be with a trans man is because of they want you to be they want like you to have the thing, like
Yeah,
that's a part of it.
yeah.
um they want you to have the thing, and they can say that, but on the opposite end, like if somebody is expecting for a trans woman to have the thing, it's a problem. But that was the main thing that came out of it, was the masculinity that they are really wanting is also attached to that. And it was some other undertones with it that I think you're hitting the nail on the head with. Like you're muddying up the water, because it ain't necessarily that they don't want you there, they don't care, but like they hate to be attracted to you, and then you ain't the type of man they
Hmm.
want. That's what I
Man,
think.
when I tell you, I was just telling somebody this tonight. The amount of GAY men that be in my DMs is
Mm-hmm.
fucking astronomical.
Yep.
The amount of GAY men when I go to queer spaces that be all in my face is just like, oh
Because
my
they assume that you are
amount.
a
Yeah,
cisgender hetero male.
yeah, I definitely do give that.
So they don't think you
Absolutely.
queer.
Trans men do though. Most trans men, and this is the crazy thing that I'm noticing. Trans men look better than cis men. I don't
Yeah.
know if that's
Ew.
transphobia. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
transphobic
I
for
don't know
me to
what that is.
say,
Like, I don't know if that's
but
because I don't know.
I think because
Maybe because
you
we didn't
care more
perfect
about
it.
you care more about your self care.
Yeah, like
No.
I think I don't know. I just as a little kid, I knew the nigga I wanted to be, right? And then once I started moving into space and like having my own bread and getting on HRT, whoop whoop, I said, yeah, I'm in control of this shit. Yeah,
I just
smell
think
good, look good, teeth done, all that shit. Like,
I just think it's easier. Like the transition is easier because of the way our biology is set up, and I'm talking about like on a deeper level, like maybe it's a conspiracy, but because women make the humans or you know what I'm saying. I ain't about to
Yeah, yeah,
explain.
yeah.
So
She is the start of the life.
right.
Absolutely. Yeah,
So
I get
I
that.
think that that's why, and I'm just thinking like because like I'm hairy, so I am being funny, but I'm being serious too. A lot of women be hairy though, whether it's because of hertism, PCOS, all that stuff. So when you think about the type of things that's going on in our body that happens more frequently with women than it does with men, it's not men do not usually have these natural things that happen to women, even when they not. It's not PCOS. It's just fucking hertism because she,
Mm.
whatever, right? It's genetics. So if that's already in there, like the androgen, I think they call it androgens or whatever, like it would make sense that women would be easy. It would be easier for women to transition, and then of course women gonna take care. Not women. Uh, humans assigned female at birth are conditioned and socialized a certain type of way, aka washing your ass, taking care of yourself, present yourself a certain type of way. So I do think that that might contribute to why, even in your transition into your
Mhm.
manhood, you still hold on to like you listen to your mama where these niggas was like,
I
that's
don't
gay.
wait. Hold on, but like, if I'm gonna keep it a buck, I ain't really start like myself like a skincare routine. I
Okay.
ain't start that until I started taking HRT. I ain't gonna hold you.
Cause you
Like,
was that make the no, that made sense. You was in the wrong body. You probably was experiencing like a
yeah,
certain type of
dysphoria.
detachment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So I wasn't.
that
I
makes
didn't
sense.
care too much about my skincare or like even the products that I use in my shower now. But yeah, once I got on HRT and I'm like starting to smell a certain way, I said I know that's not me. And then like my skin and everything, I'm like, oh yeah, we gotta fix this ASAP. So I don't know.
It's saying that's what Mia is saying. The socialization of like humans assigned female at birth. It's like okay, you gotta fix this, as opposed
Oh, I
to
got
like
you.
humans assigned male at birth. They just be like, fuck it, you either like it or you don't. Like
Oh, that's
or
kind.
like I'm gonna walk around and like I'm gonna have this funky smell and y'all better accept it.
Yeah, that's I ain't gonna, that's kind of weird because I don't know if yeah, maybe you might be right, and I don't know, maybe it's a mixture of like the women I was around could never. They'd be like, "Is you cool? Like, go
Mhm.
figure that out." You know, so it
Mhm.
could be both. Both could be said like true at once, but yeah, no, I always enjoy talking to y'all. I do and like
Yeah, this
holding
was nice.
space. But there are some ugly trans men out there because I'll be like, oh baby, what
Oh, I
happened?
know.
There are there's some of
Maybe
those out
I
there.
just I'm on when I be on Instagram and I be scrolling through and I be seeing the trans men, I be like, damn,
Oh
why
your
did
FYP telling on you, Hunlin. You don't have to look at that. All you gotta do is
But
just
it's
hit the
not like
line.
a West
Lynn
Coast
being hot in
thing
the pants
though.
up here.
Yeah, yeah. You ain't
you
gotta
in my
scroll. All you gotta
girl?
do, you could get it in person. Like
Oh my
don't do
god.
that.
You can't be from a small town because the small town folks around here they be looking rough. I be like, wait a minute.
Wait, y'all what do you mean you can't be from a small town?
No, I know a lot of T men.
And they ugly?
No, they not ugly, but they just
Now
not.
some of them like,
They're
but that's
not
why I'm like,
ugly.
I don't know about your theory because some of them they don't care take care of their beard,
Yeah, that's what I'm
like they
talking
be
about. They
walking around
don't.
with holes
Yeah,
and they slingshots, like they
yeah.
butters be looking dirty and shit, and I'm
Yo.
just
Let
like,
Lynn be hot in the pants in peace. Damn, yo, it's fucking late.
I be seeing, yeah, I be the trans men I be seeing. I was like, hold on, I see, man. Listen,
they did a
Is
double
that like a
take.
California thing though? 'Cause I feel like people in California be beautiful for no reason.
Nah, I know
Be a
some good
Ain't no
looking
reason.
way y'all
dudes.
for no. It's like ain't no way y'all be that pretty over there on the West Coast. Is this something in the water? Am I
no,
missing
it's
It's
something?
Hollywood. You have to look like have a certain aesthetic. Like you don't have to, but like the culture aesthetic is a culture here. Like
this is very true.
yeah, like looking fly is a culture here. It's
Oh
not just
yeah,
like
anytime we step out, like it gotta be a look. Like I don't know, but no, I don't want to take away from
It ain't
like.
everybody, cause that nigga look like he on that shit out there. But
Who?
mm,
He from Long Beach. Blanco.
no,
Wait,
he's still
Blanco.
in California.
Blanco. Blanco. What about Long Beach niggas?
You know, honestly, Long Beach niggas just give me like scum niggas. I ain't gonna hold you.
I
They do.
told y'all everybody
Unless you
from
like a
LA
part
be
of like the
like,
Polynesian or Hawaiian community
Uh
out there,
oh.
yeah. But yeah, outside of them dudes, like a lot of like LB niggas that I know, they
they
just
weird.
yeah, they don't.
Damn.
Yeah.
Even Snoop Dogg got money and he looked like a weirdo ass Long Beach nigga. Like you could tell that nigga from Long Beach.
But
Like,
he's fine though. Hold on now. Hold on.
Ma'am,
please. It's so
no the
funny.
fuck.
Now I think see, look, now I think she be talk like she don't be talking about Nipsey Hussle just because like she trolled me. Do you really not like me? Because if
No,
you
Nips,
think
no, hold, whoa, 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 whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
what about
whoa,
Nipsey?
whoa. Nipsey Hustle is fine as a mother. Whoa,
okay,
whoa.
there we go. Okay. I thought the
He
other day you
alright.
said Nipsey Hussle wasn't
No,
cute.
I don't think he cute, but I don't do cute. I do body. The fuck? I
What?
don't care what they look like.
Nipsey
Wait, so
Hussle
wait,
fine as fuck.
hold on. You don't care what they look like in the face, but they
She
body?
wants to know what that booty do.
I want them to be
That thing be
skinny.
thangin'.
No, Mia want them
You want
tiny
the
bodies.
bones,
Mia
yeah.
like
Oh,
tiny
you want a
bodies.
Tiny
twink,
body with the
Mia? Is
booty.
that's what it is? You want a
Yeah,
twink?
I like twink. That's what I like. I
Oh
like twink.
shit.
I like twink.
Why? Does that allow you to assert your dominance over them? I don't
Right,
understand.
right, right, right. I get the treat.
Mm.
I get to knock them
Oh, you do
around.
be talking about fucking dudes in the ass on this app.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah. I
That's
want to
true.
knock them around
Yeah, pull
and
them by
make
the
them.
hair and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, make them do something. But like when I say
No,
that, I
for
have to
real,
be
for real.
cute.
Are we being serious? You do like
No,
smaller, fine
I
dudes?
don't be doing it. No, I do like I like a variety of people, but I do like skinny. I do, but I also like. Okay, let me tell you, I like them skinny, like extremely skinny, or they can be like chubby, or medium, but they cannot. I don't like buff, like bodybuilder, like buff. I don't like that. That's a no for me. No, like big buff. You, I rather you be fat, not like.
Why? Why is it?
I don't like that, but no, you ain't about to be beating me up when you get on that shit. Hell no.
So like
What
it's the
about
power thing. It's the
powerlifters?
dominance thing.
No. Hey, I don't maybe, but I don't like the look. Like to me, it's the I don't like the way it look. I
Is it
don't like.
intimidating to you? The look and
No, it's
like
No,
attractive.
no, it's not intimidating. It
It's
looks stupid. You can't even
gross.
bring your arm down. You sit up here like you
like T
moving.
Rex arms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't put your arms down because you all buff. Your shoulders big. Your neck damn near gone. Your legs little, and you walk around here with big old muscles talking about you going to the gym and you
That
eat
ain't cute.
protein. No, no.
But those type of men are not normal. They be, they gotta be on like steroids. Like you have to be on steroids to get that big.
Yeah, they HRT level,
Yeah.
their testosterone level is actually pretty alarming, like
And
What
it's
that mean?
cardiac
like,
arrest alarming.
Exactly. And you ain't about to
Yeah.
be.
and poor diets and poor sleeping
Hmm.
schedules. It's like, oh
They be
no.
looking stupid too. Like
That's what I'm saying. Like it's not a cute look. That's why like I like average build. Like just be average or extremely skinny. That's like more of like at this point that's a fetish. Like I gotta get help. Like I need
Yeah, I'm
help.
trying
It's
to
like a
understand the twink
fetish.
perspective, my
Like
nigga. I ain't gonna hold you.
wanting a man to be like 140 pounds is just like I don't know. It's something weird about it. But to be
Wait, you
honest
want a
though,
dude to be
average.
140 pounds?
I think that's a good weight.
What the? My pinky don't even weigh that much.
Hey, I think 150.
150 is
Yeah, I could throw
crazy.
around 150
Mm-hmm.
on a good
Wow,
day.
that's
Ain't nothing
crazy.
wrong with that. Like I like they socks to be big.
Yeah.
I'm playing. I'm not playing.
Hey, real quick, you, hey, niggas let you talk to them like that all day, cause I think they
Oh
like
yeah,
that shit.
they
Cause I ain't gonna hold you on my
They
do.
be
mama,
into
nigga.
it.
They
They
do, and
they
they just
freak
be sitting
out.
on the panel too, going back and forth like a bitch. I'm like, come on, bro.
They love it. They be like, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Mhm.
They be like, you play too much and be dead, be enjoying that shit. They be on their hand be
giggled.
on nipple.
Yeah, they be giggled, feet in the air, legs
They
crossed.
do. They be remember back in the day when we was walk. Remember back in the day when we was on the phone. You end up on the motherfucking roof talking. That's how they be with
They,
me.
cause I don't know if it's cause it's like, oh damn, I didn't met my match, or like, oh okay, she gonna check me type of. Cause I ain't gonna hold you. I do like a woman that could kind of check me and be like, oh yeah, you doing the most, sir. Chill the fuck out. I'm like,
That
okay.
I just think that I think that they don't. But I think they think I'm being like. I think they think I'm joking.
Comedy sketch, yeah.
Yeah, and like I don't, but I also think that they be getting wet. So it's when you get wet, how you gonna like you just got wet. You sitting there
Yeah,
and
you can't fight that
you
feeling.
can't
Yeah,
fight that feeling. You up there wet. So like I don't know if you know Flashy on here, but yeah, they be blushing. But Flashy, like if you see him cammed up when I be talking greasy to him, like
he be
he
getting his feelings and shit. He be
no,
happy and shit.
yeah, he be excited. He be like,
Yeah,
he be laughing. I'm like, I ain't that funny. I'm funny, but you,
tickled. They be touched, huh?
No, the other day we was on Franklin Live, and he was like, women are not you know what he was arguing at, like he don't find women at least they're interested, and he was like, women are not funny. Watch, say a joke, Lynn, say a joke, and I was like, okay, be quiet, be quiet. I'm gonna say a joke, and instead of saying a joke, I just continued on with my point because I wanted to make a point, but he wouldn't shut the fuck up. So I told him I'm gonna say a joke just so I can say my point, and then he was like, see, you're not funny. Mia's funny. Mia would have said something funny. I was like, bitch, I ain't Mia. Fuck wrong with you, stupid.
he obsessed.
Mia was
Love to
mad
get
too
giggled.
funny. I'm
Yeah.
like, nigga, I ain't fucking Mia.
I be telling him to twerk that little ass, and he be just a
The
cackling.
hee hee ha ha. Yeah, that shit is funny.
Nah,
You actually funny as hell.
look,
And
I
he
got
and
listen.
his point is women are not funny, and you funny as hell.
That's why. That's how you know he lying. But like Flashy be saying stuff. He be rage baiting. Flashy don't be meaning nothing he talking about. But the unfortunate part is that whether he playing or not, personally, he is stating facts about how men think, and I think that's why whether he playing or not, personally, he is stating facts about how men think, and I think that's why. I know it's hard for some people. He be saying some stuff, but I think it's important that we listen to when men are telling you what the men be thinking, it's stuff. But I think it's important that we listen to when men are telling you what the men be thinking. It's better to know than not know. So I be liking that he be telling us what it is. I don't like it, but
Cause
hey,
you know what? The saying is a broken clock is
right
right
twice a
twice a
day.
day. So yeah, they might be saying some
Go get
crazy
that clock
shit.
fixed.
I'm just
Ain't no
saying
way that clock should still be broken.
sometimes like who is it that just be talking wild crazy, but they be having some truth to their shit, and you
Dr.
be like,
Umar,
yeah, like you. Some of it should be off the wall, but other things you be like, okay, I get what you saying.
He still ain't built that school.
Who is that?
this flashy. This is who we talking about.
Why his eyebrows look done?
No, they you could tell he get them done. Look how underneath them they
No, I
got
didn't,
that.
that wasn't no shade. Nah, that
Oh,
wasn't
look at
like
the
a
light
slight.
tint.
No,
Yeah,
that's no. His eyebrows naturally like that.
No,
Y'all,
you see that light tint.
they mad at the last video that I put. I can tell I'm probably about to go viral, and they about to be mad at me about the last
Wait, you
video.
put a video up?
Yeah, about the
Wait, which one
pretending,
is it?
about the pretending black people. Blanco liked it, Mr.
I
Blanco.
liked it because I seen a pretty woman on my screen, just like you
You
seen them
ain't
pretty ass
listen to what I
niggas,
said,
right?
sir.
And just like
Y'all
you seen
niggas
all the
got to
trans
see.
men, and you scrolling through FYPs and shit,
Sir.
and you giggling and shit, blushing.
So
It's like
how
you
you
being
ignore?
hard.
Don't. How you gonna admit that you ignored what I said? You wasn't even listening to me.
Yeah, because I wanted to address the fact that your FYP was telling on you. That's why.
Lord, I don't
Mm.
have a FYP. I be on everywhere. I be searching for stuff.
Okay, so even
Not you proving the point.
right. Thank you. Hello.
No, hold on. No, Mia was going through this phase, and I was
Mm.
supporting Mia.
Not my fault.
That's wild.
Wait, what phase? Y'all was going through it together, it sound like.
No, she was going through this phase where she wanted to talk to trans people about like these topics, like we talk about today.
Okay. That's what you gonna blame it on? I got you.
Absolutely, I'm just being honest. But hold on, they mad at me about this pretendian video. They about the this,
Wait, what was the video about? Because I did see a video of you today, and I.
and you did not even listen. Wow, sir, I am disappointed in you.
So
Um,
what's it about? Because I'm about to end the live in a minute. I want to know though.
I'm gonna go
dang.
watch the video once the
Go to,
live over.
thank you for watching the
Thank
video.
you for the gifts. Thank you.
It's a when I hear black people talking about being mixed with Indian, and then this is the sound. We ain't got time for games. If you don't
Oh
want to
yeah.
be African, no problem. Get away from me.
So
We ain't got time for
Saw that today.
Yeah, that they grandma or whoever is Indian.
right.
And that's
And
their name.
that lady Cookie gonna prove my point. Talking about not your Cookie Blanco, but that lady Cookie was KUKI was like, some of us are, so this is type offensive. They even made an Afro Indigenous Black Bratz doll back in the day to represent the Afro Indigenous community. Not everyone is making that up. And I was
Which
just like,
one?
huh?
Like which one? Were they Afro Seminole, Afro Cherokee, Afro Choctaw?
I
Like
don't know. I don't know, but I don't believe her. I don't believe none of the people who say that they are in. Talk about
they
they created a
lying.
brand.
That's why I say I'm gonna
Right.
start Irish.
What you say?
I say I'm gonna start saying I'm Irish. EST, what you doing up here?
I mean, that could be a thing. Because I'm like, oh,
Oh
word.
yeah, I'm gonna just claim Irish.
I'm just being patient.
Go ahead. What's up?
Oh no, I was trying to answer the prompt. Um,
Oh man, we were just talking shit. I thought you came up here because I was talking about flashy.
oh man. I mean, that's you guys' relationship. I know it's complicated.
That's crazy, cuz. Complicated.
These motherfucking men is crazy. What the
Nigga,
fuck?
Not him
fucking
clocking you on your shit
insane.
though. He came up here and clocked your shit.
I mean,
He
hey,
did
it's
tell
real.
Flash
Like,
I love him. Tell Flash I love him. And the things I do to him
like
is crazy.
I'm
Tell him
still
I'm
caught on. Like, Flashy Live had like 100 people in it, and it was just him and Mia, and she called him
when?
Slim Thick. The time when you called him Slim Thick, you was like, yeah, I like slim thick niggas, and I was like, man, that's crazy. I ain't never.
This
Yeah.
nigga lying. Hold
No,
up,
I'm not.
not
I'm
your
not
lying
lying.
is.
No,
Hold
I'm
up.
not.
No, no,
No, I'm not
no. That's
lying.
not what I'm
You
saying.
just sent me a
No,
live
hold up.
to a
You
group
said,
chat
hold
to
up real
tell
quick.
Flashy to come over here.
No, y'all. He said he came up here to answer the prompt. You came up to be messy.
That's what
No,
he
no,
came
I
up here
wanted
to
to answer the
do.
phone.
Ew.
No, he lying. He came up here for the mess.
It's okay. You EST, you in the Discord. Make sure Flash come in the Discord.
Yeah, see in the
Mr. Echo,
Discord.
join the Discord, huh?
Ushers, lock the doors.
Mm-mm.
This scary.
Yeah.
Kids hide your wife.
Had your husbands.
Oh
Definitely
man,
have to. Look, Jesus Christ, EST.
what I do?
Go
Right,
ahead,
Mr.
Mr. Blanco.
Blanco. EST. Send me a gift before I end this line. I'm sleepy. I'm gonna be looking stupid.
Oh man, yeah, I sent you some gifts.
All right, Mr.
Give her
Blanco.
$20 on the Cash App too.
Bye, Mr. Blanco.
Roses is
Bye, Mr.
crazy.
Blanco. Wait, just roses? You cheap bastard.
Hey,
That's
look,
what happens when these
I'm
niggas
on
be
here.
lying
I'm on
about
here
being
every
six
day.
figures.
What? I got child support.
Lies.
It's always an excuse.
Man, no,
Oh,
that's
oh,
a
now y'all want to play child support. Okay.
that's a responsibility. I don't represent the demographic of black guys you talk about. I talk about them
Now
niggas
she about
too.
to end it. We don't care about all that.
You about to go into it. All right, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember, follow me on YouTube.
Whose white tea baby is this?
Anyway, hold on, sir.
Man, don't
Follow
talk
me
about my
on
son like
YouTube.
that.
No,
Hold
don't
on,
fall
y'all.
for it.
Follow me on YouTube because we're gonna have a conversation tomorrow. I'm gonna post the video for a reminder tomorrow.
He has your eyes.